Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 2201 for Freedom and Fortune. As Task Force Predator ventured deeper into the Nixian Gap, the core of the Komodo star sector heated up unabated. War had engulfed the most prosperous areas of the star sector, and every second-class citizen became subject to the effects of war. The media of the Friday Coalition and the hexadric hegemony flooded their domestic audiences with heroic tales and grand displays of valor. The citizens of both states thought that they were winning. The truth was a bit more nuanced, however. Due to the relative stalemate and lack of progress made by either side, it became difficult to ascertain the true state of the war. Not even the generals involved in the planning possessed a complete impression of their own success. Almost everyone involved focused completely on their own war theaters and individual battlefields. Before the Komodo War could proceed to the next stage, the fortified star systems that both states had spent centuries to build up needed to be taken down. It was not that simple to topple these locations at the border. The Friday Coalition had already known from the beginning that the hexadric hegemony would choose to overrun critical border systems in order to reach the interior of Coalition space. Since that was the case, the Coalition invested an immense amount of resources to turn those locations into one of the toughest shells to crack. Nonetheless, as long as the enemy threw enough war assets at these defensive works, even the best defenses could be overcome, no matter what the boastful news articles claimed. The only question was how many enemy mechs and bodies the defensive works grinded into pieces before they succumbed. Attacking a fortified star system was inevitably a wasteful proposition. Both states accumulated an immense amount of mechs and mech pilots, to the point that they were still in the process of mobilizing the bulk of their fighting forces. No progress could be made towards victory until one of the sides depleted their war assets first. The fortified star systems, which were located at the sites which the enemy had to pass, all served as meat grinders which had already exacted a very great toll from their opponents. One notable defensive line was the Crestfallen Stars. Made up of a line of 7 fortified star systems, it was situated right at the border between the Carnegie Group and the Vraken matriarchal dynasty. As soon as the war formally kicked off, the Hex army situated in the Vraken border system had immediately launched a major offensive against the defensive line. The war became incredibly hard-fought as entire mech army groups slugged it out in a maze of orbital defenses and mines. The sheer amount of debris and broken wrecks floating in the Crestfallen Stars already surpassed the total amount of military mechs involved in the latest Bright Visual Wars. All of the debris originated from second-class mechs, ships, and defensive works. Yet despite the huge amount of wealth floating around in space, neither the Hexers nor the Friday men invested a huge amount of effort into recovering the materials. It was too dangerous. In general, a lot of debris in contested space remained untouched until one side completely defeated the other. Only at that point was it safe to harvest all of the bounty. This reality only raised the stakes of each individual campaign and battle. If one side conquered too many star systems in the early stages of the Komodo War, they did not lose out too much in terms of materials. Instead, the winner could salvage much of neglected wealth, and thereby prolong the use of high-quality mechs. The Marikath system was one of the most heavily contested sites of the Crestfallen Stars. The Carnegie Group, which feared Hexer aggression for a very long time, invested heavily in the system's defenses. Almost every planet was ringed with orbital defense networks. An enormous figure of stealthy minefields had been littered throughout space. Millions of hidden listening posts were strewn around in random points of space. 2 opposing mech army groups, reinforced by other elements from their states, had entered into a grueling conflict that resulted in severe losses from both sides. The orbits of outlying gas giants and moons became littered with wreckage as the Hexers steadily worked their way into the inner system, overwhelming one defensive work after another. The Wrathful Dove's mech army group sacrificed over 100,000 mechs and a significant number of mech pilots to reach the doorstep of Marikath 3, the final defensive bulwark of this contested star system. If the Hexers managed to conquer Marikath 3, then the Friday men would have no way of holding on to the star system. The Opal Trident mech army group knew that, and had been trying to conserve its strength while bleeding the Wrathful Doves as much as possible. Both sides knew that the most critical stage of this running conflict was about to begin. The DOST orbital defense matrix, a ring of tightly built fortifications, defensive platforms and so on, was the final obstacle that prevented the Hexers from landing their mech troops onto the surface of Marikath 3. Over 100,000 turrets of different weapon types and calibers spat out death at the advancing mechs of the Hexers. Against a formidable defensive network such as DOST, ordinary sieges were not very effective. This was because the defensive platforms were not only clad with a huge amount of compressed armor plating made out of bulk exotics, but also featured a vast array of shield generators. Certainly, the cheap, mass-produced compressed armor plating was not very exceptional. However, unlike mechs, defensive platforms were not required to move, and therefore did not show any concern towards mobility. This meant that the armor of a typical defensive platform could easily be 10 times thicker than the armor found in mechs. As for the shield generators, while they were pricey, the Carnegie Group had built, maintained and replaced them over many years. The shield generators were also tied to a lot of power reactors as well as high-density energy storage banks. With all of these potent works, the Opal Tridents possessed a considerable defensive advantage against the Hexers. Even so, the Wrathful Doves still decided to launch a straightforward assault at DOST. They were confident they could achieve breakthrough as long as they attacked ferociously enough. A huge amount of projectiles crossed the space around the orbital defense matrix. The Wrathful Doves had decided to split their assault forces in several prongs in order to split the attention of the defenders. They committed to this plan despite knowing that the Hexer mech divisions would face off against a lot more defensive platforms. Devos maniacs, the time has come! These uptight women think they can trample over us and treat us differently because of how we were born. Let's show them what our boys are made of. For freedom and fortune! For freedom and fortune! For freedom and fortune! For freedom and fortune! The soldiers of the 363rd Devos Maniacs all echoed the motto of the Fortune Legion. As the primary mech military of the Carnegie Group, the Fortune Legion's composition and doctrines reflected the relatively open-minded nature of the coalition partner. The Fortune Legion was one of the rare military forces that openly recruited a significant number of foreigners. The Carnegie Group had the money to spare but was slightly deficient in terms of population base. Supplementing its combat forces with foreigners from other star sectors was a risky but viable solution to strengthen its numbers. Though the quality and personality of these foreign warriors were not very consistent, the Fortune Legion succeeded in its objective of trading wealth for military power. Not even the Hexers looked down on the Fortune Legion. The 363rd Devos Maniacs had stood out as one of the mech divisions that hired a prominent breed of foreigners. Many of them consisted of violent criminals and exiles. More than a few of them originated from the vicious Mountain Star sector. There, these well-trained second-class mech pilots lost out in the many power struggles between warlords. When it became inconvenient for these mech pilots to remain in Vicious Mountain, various recruiters dispatched by the Carnegie Group eagerly offered them a new life where they could redeem their honor. The foreign mech pilots of the Devos Maniacs did not enter this mech division in order to chase after something as nebulous as honor. They just wanted to shed blood. Spilling the blood of arrogant female hexers and cowardly male hexers excited the maniacs to no end. Despite the losses they suffered since the start of the war, the maniacs brilliantly used their defensive advantages to slay at least twice as much hexers. Now, an opposing hexer mech division had been assigned to break the maniacs and breach their portion of DOS. The 1345th Trivaxis Helldovs was just as ferocious of the Devos maniacs, but differed from the Friday Men Mech division in an important aspect. The Trivaxis Helldovs was one of the more premier assault divisions of the Hex army. Their space-borne mech were noticeably stronger than the mechs fielded by the maniacs. This was what gave the Helldovs the confidence to break their Friday Men opponent in a single assault. The huge offensive soon intensified as the Hexer mechs closed the distance. The Helldov mechs approached by the thousands but had to work their way through an extremely voluminous amount of defensive fire. Tens of thousands of turrets and bunkers spewed out a wide variety of attacks. Laser beams, positron beams, plasma bolts, Gauss projectiles, corrosive missiles and much more slowed down the Helldovs and inflicted fatal damage to numerous mechs. Even so, the Helldovs did not relent. Having already prepared for the offensive, the Helldovs fielded a considerable number of Space Knights. Piloted by obedient male Hexer mech pilots, these Space Knights held thick tower shields and a robust flight system that allowed them to advance while building up a significant amount of momentum. If that wasn't enough, the mechs also incorporated shield generators which helped with repelling a large amount of attacks. Hexer support mechs regularly rotated back and forth in order to swiftly recharge or swap out the depleted energy cells of the Space Knights as they advanced relentlessly. No matter how much fire these Space Knights endured, their loyal mech pilots did not halt their advance or seek to avoid danger. They pushed forward until their mechs sustained enough damage to automatically eject their cockpits. Even so, many of these male mech pilots met an unfortunate end when their cockpits ejected into space. The Devos maniacs took sadistic pleasure in shooting down the vulnerable objects. Not only would they be able to satisfy their bloodlust, they also weakened the Hex army by depriving them of bodies they could put into other mechs. Ha ha ha! These Hexers only care about protecting their women! Their boys are easy pickings! The commanders of the Trivaxis Helldovs cared nothing for the boys under their command. As cannon fodder, it was their job to attract enemy fire. By leaving their ejected cockpits exposed, the Devos maniacs focused heavily on shooting down these easy targets, thereby leaving the cockpits that held women alone. The Space Knights succumbed at a rapid pace, causing hundreds of boys to die in a span of just a minute. Nonetheless, the Helldovs did not allow the maniacs to bleed them with impunity. The ranged mechs of the Hexer mech division had already worked their way through numerous turrets and defensive platforms. No matter how much armor plating and how many shield generators they faced, it was impossible for them to hold once they became the target of hundreds of ranged mechs. The DOS orbital defense matrix began to sustain serious damage. The Devos maniacs that manned this section of the defensive works began to sustain casualties as well. As the Helldivers advanced closer, the destruction intensified. Soon enough, the Hexer melee mechs would be able to land right in front of the Friday Man mechs, thereby heralding a new and bloody phase of this grand assault. Chapter 2202 Venerable Chris Asmarin. The Battle of the Marikath system became a focal point of the Komodo War once the Hexers initiated their assault on Marikath III. The renowned DOS orbital defense matrix had taken out thousands of powerful second-class mechs, but paid a grievous price in return. Much of its surface structures whittled under concentrated firepower, thereby exposing more and more Friday Men mechs to enemy fire. The struggle between the Devos maniacs and the Trivaxis Helldovs only made up a small portion of the huge confrontation. Large amounts of broken mechs and debris sailed in every direction. Some of them slowly began to fall through the atmosphere of Marikath 3. Since much of the wreckage consisted of hard and resilient alloys, they did not burn up that much after falling from space. This meant that they crashed on the surface of the planet with considerable force. A lot of untamed wilderness endured a continuous rain of falling trash, many of which caused impacts that disrupted areas that stretched on for several kilometers. Fortunately for the Friday Men defenders, they were already prepared to block or repel the debris that fell onto cities and fortified locations. Considerable amounts of turrets shot down much of the falling objects, with the large city district-sized shields resisting anything that made it through. The defenses of the cities and fortifications on the surface were anything but average. The shield generators expended energy accumulated over several generations. Hundreds of thousands of dazzling mechs, many of which cost as much as several hundred third-class mechs, confronted each other with nothing but animosity in their minds. The Friday Men hated the bigoted and tyrannical Hexers to the core. The Hexers detested the stubborn and foolish Friday Men to an extreme degree. Neither side could live with each other any longer. After roughly 4 centuries of living in tenuous peace, the two dominant second-rate states of the Komodo Star sector finally moved to conclude the rivalry that had started at the very start of the Age of Mechs. During the assault, some portions of the DOST orbital defense matrix fared better than other portions. The Hexer mech divisions that assaulted these sections weren't too exceptional. The leaders of the Wrathful Doves essentially threw these units on several random points to split the focus of the Opal Tridents. The section which the Trivaxis Helldoves attacked was one of the more serious goals of the Hex army. The Devos Maniacs, as enthusiastically as they were in taking out Hexer mechs, were slowly beginning to realize that they failed to prevent the Helldoves from closing into melee range. Once the Hexer mechs fell right on top of their positions, much of the defensive works became ineffective. This was also why the Helldoves did not hesitate to sacrifice so many Space Knights and other valuable assets to get in close. They knew that no amount of defenses would be able to stop so many melee mechs at once. Only the melee mechs of the Devos Maniacs posed a hindrance, but this Friday Man mech division was substantially poorer in both training and funding. I was at this time when a new variable entered the battlefield. Damn you dogs! Are you so eager to let these women step on your face? Fight harder! Don't go down unless you have taken out at least 2 Hexer mechs! A radiant presence shifted into battle. It's the Untouchable! A blood-red-coated light skirmisher zipped into the battlefield with a speed that far exceeded ordinary second-class light mechs. This was the Silver Mark III, a distinct expert mech of the 363rd Devos Maniacs. The maniac who piloted this deceptively slim but incredibly mobile light skirmisher was not a Friday Man at birth. Like many members of the Fortune Legion, Venerable Chris Asmarin had initially risen up in Vicious Mountain. He even managed to break through to expert pilots, and wielded a lot of power in his heyday. Unfortunately, expert pilots could fall as well, and Venerable Asmarin took a gamble and lost. How he ended up in the Fortune Legion, and how long he planned to fight for the Carnegie Group remained unclear. Despite owing little affection to the Carnegie Group or the Friday Coalition, most expert pilots abided by clear principles. The expert pilots who originated from Vicious Mountains were famed for taking their oaths seriously. Though they were not as extreme as Kinners, even a deviant among expert pilots just as Venerable Asmarin enjoyed the Fortune Legion's trust. The reason for all of that attention became apparent as his Silver Mark III dove straight into the leading formations of Helldove mechs. When expert mechs entered the fray, they rarely chose to approach the ranks of enemy mechs by themselves. It was too dangerous. As amazing and fearsome as expert mechs might be, they were still machines in the end. The resonance shields that protected them and the excellent exotics used to increase their defensive capabilities to amazing heights could still be overwhelmed when focused upon. A typical expert mech may be able to defeat 100 regular mechs, but it was a stretch for them to withstand the attacks of more than 1,000 enemies. Yet Venerable Azmorin was bold enough to lead the charge against the Hexer mech anyway. It soon became clear why. The held of rifleman mechs, marksman mechs, and cannoneer mechs urgently received orders to fire upon the expert light skirmisher mech. None of them except for a lucky few Hexers succeeded in landing a hit. In fact, the Hexer ranged mechs landed far more accidental hits against the backs of the mechs that belonged to their own side. The Silver Mark III was not only insanely good at evasion due to its extreme acceleration capabilities, but also used the mechs fielded by the Heldovs as cover. Wherever the Silver Mark III passed, the mech stabbed out with a knife that just so happened to slip straight through the weak points of the Hexer's mechs. The expert mech moved too fast for attackers to pose a threat, and it launched its attacks so rapidly that its opponents never had the time to put up their guard. Slaughter these Hexers! The impressive martial feats demonstrated by Venerable Azmorin quickly buoyed the flagging morale of the Devas maniacs. None of the mech pilots could remain calm when they saw one of their own massacre the Hexers single-handedly. Ha! Kill those boys and uptight women! What was horrible about Venerable Azmorin's insanely swift but incredibly precise attacks was that he always managed to puncture the enemy mech's cockpit. It took a lot of force as well as a lot of accuracy to stab the Silver Mark III's dagger onto a point in the frontal armor that just allowed Venerable Azmorin to kill off the enemy mech pilot in an instant. Yet out of every stab attack he made, only 4 or so lucky Hexer mech pilots managed to escape the fate of getting torn into pieces by a mech-sized blade. The discipline and courage of the Trivaxis Heldovs was not frail. Some of the Hexers serving in this mech division even met the standards of elites, and they constantly urged their fellow Hexers to adopt the specialized tactics and formations that expressly countered these kinds of rampages. Ha! Venerable Azmorin broadcasted in the open as his Silver Mark III effortlessly sneaked up to an officer mech and left an entire squad of Hexer mechs temporarily leadless. No cage can hold me captive! No matter how many mechs you throw at me, you feminists are too slow! The Silver Mark III might not offer amazing defenses or attack power compared to comparable expert mechs, but its speed advantage was truly strong enough to offset many shortcomings. Its unique, custom flight system was not only capable of accelerating very quickly in any direction, but could also be empowered by Venerable Azmorin's true resonance, thereby achieving even a greater level of evasion. A mech that couldn't be hit might as well be invincible. No matter how much firepower the Hexer mechs threw at the Silver Mark III, the expert mech still remained unscathed even as it managed down more than 50 in a short amount of time. Where's Venerable MBs? Some of the Hexers desperately asked. We need someone to stop this uncouth mutt. The disruption caused by the enemy expert mech risked throwing the Heldovs into disarray. Once the Hexers became unable to deploy their mechs in specific formations, their overall assault against Dost would definitely lose momentum. At that time, the Heldovs would fail their mission and be met with a lot of shame by their Hexers after the battle. Such an outcome couldn't be tolerated. By the time Venerable Azmorin slaughtered over 30 additional Hexer mech pilots, the response 363rd Devas maniacs finally arrived. The male and female mech pilots of the Trivaxis Heldovs all erupted into cheer. Venerable Meisha Ambis was one of several notable expert pilots of the Heldovs. Her expert mech flew forth with speed that did not lose out too much from that of the Silver Mark III. With so many Hexer mechs regaining some of their ferocity, Venerable Azmorin knew that he could no longer defeat the Hexers so unscrupulously. I am Venerable Chris Esmerin, of Vicious Mountain, the maniac expert pilot barked. To whom do I have the pleasure of fighting? Do not speak your foul words at me, dog. Rabid animals like you should have been put down a long time ago. Since your mother refused to raise you properly, let I be the one who will teach you a lesson. Venerable Esmerin scowled with great intensity. Don't talk to my mother that way. You're the dog. With tempers flaring up, the two expert pilots ignored the inconsequential mechs around them and immediately began to engage in a high-speed duel. The Silver Mark III was almost unsurpassed in terms of mobility. Its extreme acceleration alone gave Venerable Esmerin the capital to be called the Untouchable. Yet Venerable MDs and her expert mech were not that weak either. Surprisingly, MDs managed to fend off every attack launched by her opponent, mainly because she piloted an expert light skirmisher mech herself. Her Xeon Blade Master focused more on offense than mobility. Its design and resonance materials were all geared towards increasing its attack power and attack methods. For example, with one attack pass, the arm that held one of blades began to shudder and glow in green, causing the stabs it made to be repeated 7 times in the same instance. Not a single opponent of the Xeon Blade Master remained undamaged when struck by this deadly resonance ability. Yet there was one instance where Venerable MDs failed completely. Even though the simultaneous stabbing attacks unleashed by her Xeon Blade Master covered a small area around the elusive Silver Mark III, the latter machine nimbly managed to dance between the attacks before almost managing to launch its counterattack. If Venerable Mei Sha MDs hadn't anticipated the counterattack, her Xeon Blade Master would have suffered a severe blow against its defenses. The two light skirmishers did not let this exchange of blows slow them down. Both expert mechs excelled at speed, so they quickly turned around and swapped another series of blows. The mechs surrounding them quickly gave them room and retreated from the duel. It was not as if the regular mech pilots from both sides wanted to assist their heroes. It was just that they would only get in the way if they rashly intervened. Rather than poking their noses into something that could easily lead to pointless deaths, the regular combatants instead turned back to fight each other. This gave both expert pilots the opportunity to explore the weaknesses of their opponents and adjust their fighting style. As the minutes began to pass, it slowly became apparent that Venerable Esmerin's Silver Mark III entered into a disadvantage. Its energy reserves were depleting faster than those of Xeon Blade Master. All of that acceleration and maneuvering consumed a huge amount of energy. In terms of endurance, the Silver Mark III had never been designed to excel in any battles of attrition. Venerable MDs, on the other hand, did not fight as frantically as her opponent. Instead, her Xeon Blade Master adopted a defensive posture and efficiently fended off lethal attacks while expending as little energy possible. She did a far better job of conserving her mech's energy reserves. Chapter 2203 Seeking Greatness. Duels between expert pilots were solemn occasions. Only an expert pilot could adequately restrain another expert pilot. The huge Hexer assault on Dost and Marikath III not only featured hundreds of thousands of ordinary mechs, but also a notable amount of expert mechs. Some of these expert mechs banded together and clashed against teams of the enemy expert mechs. Others were more suitable to act independently. This happened to be the case with the Silver Mark III and the Xeon Blade Dancer. Both expert mechs were designed as light skirmishers. This meant that their mobility was high enough to attack any vulnerable enemies while avoiding any stronger opposition. Now, they just happened to meet together in battle and soon exchanged a lot of blows. The attacks happened too quickly for ordinary people to track. The thinking and reaction speeds of both expert pilots had reached an insane level. Venerable Mei Sha MD slowly began to grin as the ongoing duel slowly shifted in her favor. You feral boys are all the same. You can't resist hitting your heads against the wall. Shut up, you ugly pig! You may be strong enough to fend off my attacks, but I only have to be lucky once to end your life. As a flighty and impatient expert pilot, Venerable Asmarin couldn't stomach his current circumstances. As the untouchable, the attacks launched by his opponents never landed on his mech. However, he was forced to put a lot of effort into evading the increasingly tricky attack angles. Yet no matter how many attack runs he made, the defensive posture adopted by the Xeon Blade Dancer continued to frustrate the Friday Man expert pilot. It was easier to defend than attack. While the Silver Mark III expended a copious amount of energy to power each evasive maneuver or attack, its energy cells depleted a little more. Of course, compared to an ordinary mech, the Expert Light Skirmisher mech contained a lot of high-quality ultra-dense energy cells. The cost of these custom-made energy cells was incredibly mind-boggling, but they were essential, allowing Venerable Asmarin to evade attacks time and time again. Yet his duel against Venerable MDs already caused him to expend far more energy than he anticipated. Activating so many resonance abilities and pushing his mech's flight system to the limit always demanded a price, and for the Silver Mark III that meant depleting its energy reserves at a rapid rate. Was Venerable Asmarin making a mistake? Had he foolishly decided to adopt a reckless strategy that played right into his opponent's hands? As an expert pilot, it was not as if he was stupid enough to overlook this basic reality. He dedicated his entire life to piloting light skirmishers. He was extremely familiar with the deep and complicated dynamics surrounding duels between two ultramobile mechs. Even as his Silver Mark III's resonance shield continued to get hammered by the Xeon Blade Dancer's tricky counterattacks, the former vicious mountain did not relent. He lived for the pursuit of speed. The true resonance that embraced the Devos Maniac expert mech shone brighter. The mech that had become an extension of Venerable Asmarin seemed to share in his desire and attempted to squeeze more acceleration out of its thin and light frame. Instead of backing down and altering his approach, he instead doubled down and relied even more on his superior mobility to win this duel. This was what his instincts urged. This was what his will yearned the most. Since the moment he decided to specialize in piloting light skirmishers, Chris Asmarin always focused on excelling in mobility. A mech that never got his was a mech that could defeat any opponent. He had never stopped his pursuit of speed. He single-handedly focused his entire fighting style on moving fast, not hesitating to put his life on the line for his beliefs. And for this, he was rewarded. As someone who underwent successive baptisms that transformed his life at least twice, Venerable Asmarin became even more convinced that dedicating his life to speed was the only way for him to reach greater heights. In Vicious Mountain, the warriors there believed that only the most courageous and glorious were worthy to ascend to greatness. Asmarin looked down on those who were timid, prone to calculation, or compromised on their convictions. Even if it wasn't the best choice for him to rely on his greatest strength despite getting countered by his opponent, that just meant that he wasn't fast enough. Only through reaching his limit and breaking beyond this barrier would allow him to reach a new level of strength. Only by putting his entire life on the line to achieve this breakthrough would he have hope of advancing to ace pilot. To transform himself from a demigod to a half-god was one of his greatest dreams. Though countless ordinary mech pilots felt envious that people like Asmarin managed to become expert pilots, he did not think this was the end of his journey. Expert pilots were just like journeyman mech designer. They both ranked at the bottom of the totem pole of extraordinary individuals. Each mech pilot in Vicious Mountain dreamt of becoming an ace pilot. Only by reaching this exalted rank would they have the contention to rule over vast swathes of territory, or even compete to become the head of the great Garland Empire. Even after Venerable Asmarin joined the Fortune Legion, he never let go of this lifelong ambition. As long as he utilized the Komodo War to sharpen himself and stimulate his untapped abilities, he would surely come closer to reaching his goal. If he ever advanced to ace pilot, then the Fortune Legion could no longer hold him. While he was thankful to the Carnegie Group for supporting him, Vicious Mountain was still his home. No matter what, ace pilots were welcome anywhere. Even his exile no longer had any meaning once he returned with a stronger fist than before. Yet for all his dedication towards his chosen pursuit, his Silver Mark III became increasingly more distressed. After making so many passes, his mech was clearly getting the worst end of the exchanges. Venerable Asmarin wasted an increasingly greater amount of resonance strength, and the Silver Mark III had already expended over half of its prodigious energy reserves. In contrast, the Hexer Expert Mech consumed only a fraction of its energy reserves as it mostly focused on evasion and opportunistic counterattacks. Venerable Emdes was under far less pressure, especially when she knew that her opponent was one of the brainless types of expert pilots. Ha! Venerable Emdes gleefully grinned as she continued to pilot her Xeon Blade Dancer in a way that conserved its energy reserves. You brutish boys are so easily led by your primal impulses. Wars are never decided by brawn alone. To ignore the bigger picture and the needs of your state in favor of pursuing your selfish obsession is the height of folly. Expert pilots like you always perish the soonest. The Silver Mark III did not slow down due to the Hexer Expert pilot's taunts. Instead, Venerable Asmarin grew even angrier and drove his exquisite light skirmisher even harder despite the cost. You scheming women are a disgrace to our kind. How you managed to become a demigod is beyond me. Whatever the case, with your poisonous heart, I doubt you'll ever get close to the threshold of ace pilot within your life. Venerable Emdes sneered. We expert pilots are servants of our states. We are nothing without the support provided by our betters. Barbarians like you who only care about yourselves are destructive elements in society. Attaining greater strength is a far better way of protecting your people than becoming their slave. Asmarin barked back as his attacks reached an even greater degree of intensity. His expert mech's energy reserves dipped at an even greater rate. Hee. The Hexer Expert pilot readied herself to turn the tide. She had already estimated that the Silver Mark III was getting closer to depleting its energy reserves. I'm not an idiot like you. You willingly fell into my trap, which is just the way I like it. Let me show you why I'm called the Wrathful Witch. The Xeon Blade Master finally looked ready to make a fatal move. Even as the Silver Mark III continued its futile attempts to break the defenses of the Hexer Mech, Venerable Emdes already knew this duel had been decided. An awesome amount of true resonance surrounded the entire mech. One of the knives the Xeon Blade Master held started to glow so much red that it seemed like it was dripping with fiery blood. An ominous pressure settled onto Venerable Asmarin's heart. His eyes widened a little. The interruption was just enough to disturb his attack rhythm, causing his Silver Mark III to become slightly exposed. Even though it would only take less than a second to correct this mistake, the Wrathful Witch pounced on this opportunity. Venerable Emdes would not let the Friday Man Expert Mech continue this farce any further. Once the Silver Mark III succumbed, the Devos Maniacs would lose a critical expert mech and expert pilot, thereby inflicting a severe blow to their morale. Though the 363rd Devos Maniacs fielded more expert mechs, the fall of one of their number would definitely impair their ability to stall the Trivaxis Helldovs. The Hexer Expert pilot couldn't wait to get rid of Venerable Asmarin before launching her own massacre amongst the ranks of the Devos Maniacs. Just as the Xeon Blade Dancer was about to launch its fatal resonance-empowered attack, Venerable Emdes suddenly blinked and directed her mech to dart in the opposite direction. A very powerful positron beam had just passed through the path her Xeon Blade Master would have taken if she committed to attacking the spent Friday Man expert mech. Who? There was no way that Venerable MDs could retain her calm. She had patiently conserved her battle strength and waited so long to reach this point. Just as she was about to harvest her reward, another powerful opponent arrived to forestall her victory. In contrast, Venerable Asmarin felt nothing but relief. Even though it appeared that they were all alone, they were still part of a battle between two massive forces. They were hardly the only expert pilots in the field. It made sense for the defenders to dispatch reinforcements when they noticed that Venerable Asmarin was having a hard time. This intervention basically saved him from paying the ultimate price after he lost a critical bet. However, once the Silver Mark III's sensors began to pick up the new arrivals, Venerable Asmarin grew puzzled. What is the CRC doing here? And what is up with all of these rifleman mechs? The Coalition Reserve Corps rarely appeared on the front lines. As its name suggested, it was a weaker branch that mostly concerned itself with other matters. Even so, Venerable Asmarin did not begrudge the timely intervention of the ranged expert mech. The resonance power attached to that positron beam was no joke, especially against lighter mechs. Declare yourself! Venerable MDs barked over the open channel. Since the Friday men dispatched reinforcements, why couldn't the Hexers do the same? She had no intentions of fighting two expert mechs at once. Even if the Silver Mark III had almost reached its limits, it could still play a critical role when it worked together with a powerful rifleman mech. The 1345th Trivaxis Helldovs already acknowledged her request. 2 more Hexer expert mechs should be arriving anytime soon. Even though one of them was male, Venerable MDs knew that she couldn't be too picky at the moment, especially when expert mechs were required everywhere. The impressive-looking rifleman mech at the head of a formation of lesser rifleman mechs was coated in blue. It featured golden accents and carried a very large rifle with multiple attack modes. I am Venerable Ves Larkinson of Unit L. Together with my men, we shall end your reign of terror and rid this star sector of another cancer cell. How dare you! The Hexer expert pilot felt affronted. Chapter 2204 Scara. Venerable Meisha MDs of the Trivaxis Helldovs did not share the mindset of a brute like her previous opponent. Now that she encountered a new enemy, she did not intend to make a move. No matter how much the newcomer insulted her, she still knew it would be a mistake to vent her fury at this instant. Rather than fight 1-on-2, it was better for her to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. The Xeon Blade Master's lack of activity did not escape the Friday men expert pilots. A private communication channel opened up between the Silver Mark III and the newly arrived expert rifleman mech. This Hexer is very calculating. She's definitely waiting for reinforcements. We should gang up on her and see if we can't finish her off before any help arrives. While I can't muster up enough strength to finish off the Hexer, I can still pin her down so you can land some solid blows. I don't need your assistance, Ganso replied to the older man. My Charlemagne and Unit L are enough to defeat this fly. Ganso's young voice and his arrogant declaration astounded Venerable Asmarin. Look, I may have acted unwisely earlier, but a rifleman mech like yours is heavily countered by a light skirmisher of equal strength. Even if that Xeon Blade Dancer is not as fast and evasive as my Silver, it is still a light mech that can dodge all of your attacks. You don't have to worry about me. If you want to contribute, then stay by my side and block the Xeon Blade Master if it suddenly draws close. Very well. Venerable Asmarin knew that this CRC expert pilot possessed his own pride. Just like the vicious mountaineer, Ves Larkinson wished to utilize his greatest strength in order to develop it even further. Yet, just like before, Venerable Asmarin worried whether the Charlemagne would just waste all of its strength. After all, attempting to land a hit on an expert mech that was practically made for evasion was difficult. The two Fridayman expert pilots exchanged no further words. Ganso knew that the huge battle taking place around him did not afford him the time to chat and swap ideals with his opponents. Not that he even wanted to. Hexers were incredibly repulsive to him. He harbored a special grudge against their arrogant women, though he did not let off their brainwashed boys either. The latter were already too far gone to be saved. This was a truth that Ganso only realized later as the CRC instructed him about the Hexers. If he knew this sooner, he would have treated Ves differently. The Charlemagne raised its large, oversized rifle. The Skara, the 50 rifleman mech positioned behind the expert mech, followed suit. For months, Venerable Ves Larkinson prepared this day. After so much training and exercise, he was finally able to link up with the Skara long enough to make a difference on the battlefield. His Charlemagne charged another shot. If he wanted to unleash a regular attack, then all of this accumulation was unnecessary. Yet even if the Xeon Blade Dancer boasted thinner armor than other expert mechs, they were still very resilient. Only by employing his resonance strength would Ganso have a chance of inflicting serious damage on his opponent. The Charlemagne fired. A bright, dazzling blue-white beam raked just past the position occupied by the Xeon Blade Dancer. Venerable Meisha Mds easily dodged the clearly telegraphed attack. She did not even need to rely on her intuition or extraordinary judgment. She just had to keep one of her mech sensors placed on the Charlemagne's rifle. No matter what, wherever the rifle pointed at would always be in the line of fire. Observing the enemy mech's aim and avoiding its line of fire was a fundamental skill to all light skirmisher specialists. As an expert pilot, she had long mastered this ability to an extensive degree. Venerable Ganso did not let this miss affect his mood. Against fast and evasive targets, it was normal to miss his shots. The Charlemagne continued to resonate with its mech pilots as its rifle spat out 3 more shots in quick succession. Even though Ganso employed some technique and layered those shots to make it tricky for the Xeon Blade Dancer to avoid getting hit, this kind of means was not enough to succeed. Venerable Mds was a seasoned expert pilot who had long prepared an answer against this trivial technique. If this was all the Charlemagne could accomplish, then Venerable Mds had no reason to worry. Ha! You're too young to make me break a sweat, little boy. Expert pilot or not, this little amount of skill and power is the worst I've ever seen. At least Asmarin forced me to fight seriously. Though Venerable Mds looked down on Ganso, she truly possessed the capital to do so. The resonance strength exhibited by the CRC expert pilot was noticeably weak. Yet if that was all that Venerable Ganso and his Charlemagne was capable of, then Master Huron and the CRC would never dispatch him to the front lines of the Komodo War. I was merely probing you in order to establish a baseline of your Xeon Blade Dancer's evasive capabilities, Ganso dryly announced. Even if you held back, I have enough firepower to end your life. Venerable Mds snorted. What a big tone. Greater expert pilots haven't even dared to make that claim. Do you think those toy soldiers floating behind you can make a difference? Cannon fodder can never threaten the likes of us. It seems the CRC has truly degenerated if it believes it can overcome quality with quantity. The Charlemagne prepared to fire another shot. True resonance swirled around the expert mech and its powerful rifle. What surprised both Venerable Mds and Venerable Asmarin was that the 50 lesser riflemen mechs copied the Charlemagne's actions. Though their rifles were weaker and the glows surrounding their weapons were remarkably less intense, it did not change the fact that they dedicated 15 more instances of true resonance. What? That's impossible! Venerable MDs reacted with shock. Did you field 50 expert candidates at once? How can evoke the same type of true resonance? This can't be done. I thought you were an expert pilot, Venerable MDs. Ganso sneered. Our kind is known for surpassing limitations. The Charlemagne discharged its weapon immediately after he finished those words. At the same time, the Skara unleashed 50 potent positron beams in the direction of the Hexer expert mech at the same time. Venerable Asmarin felt unprecedentedly threatened as he witnessed so many beams lighting up the local space in an instant. Though the firepower of those lesser mechs failed to match that of the Charlemagne, the hint of true resonance in power their weapons had nonetheless increased the power of their attacks to a point where they could threaten any expert mech. If a bystander like Asmarin already felt nervous, then Venerable MDs had finally lost her composure. Ganso's timing was impeccable. Though Venerable MDs had been on guard against incoming fire, the timing of it had still caught her at a slightly inopportune moment. Venerable MDs knew that the Charlemagne was the real threat out of the group of Fridayman reinforcements, so her Xeon Blade Dancer evaded the main attack above anything else. While it was fairly easy for her to do so, it was a lot harder to avoid the 50 lesser attacks. All of them just happened to be fired in a remarkably coordinated zone around her Xeon Blade Dancer. No matter where her mech attempted to evade, she would get hit by at least 3 positron beams. Even so, the Hexer did not despair. She knew enough about the armor of her mech that regular positron beams did not pose that big of a threat. However, it was only when her Xeon Blade Dancer got struck that Venerable MDs knew she had made an awful judgment error. Alarms began to ring inside her mech as 4 surprisingly powerful positron beams not only managed to pierce through its resonance shield and hit its frame, but also inflict serious damage onto its armor. This power! This time, Venerable MDs no longer had any intentions to stall for reinforcements. The Charlemagne and its entourage had become enough of a threat in her mind that she didn't think it was unwise to linger any longer. She didn't bother to bark a goodbye or offer any excuse. To her, there was nothing dishonorable about making a tactical retreat. Most of the time, light skirmishers weren't meant to clash head-on against strong opponents. Though the Xeon Blade Dancer's flight system became more active, allowing it to distance itself rapidly from the Fridaymen, Ganso had already prepared his next volley. 51 positron beams struck the location of the Hexer mech and the surrounding area. Venerable MDs turned even more distressed as the integrity of her mech's armor system declined even further. Not even Venerable Asmarin inflicted this much damage against her mech. She went all out to preserve her mech even as it continued to widen the distance. The greater the distance, the easier it was for her to evade the ranged attacks of the CRC mechs. At least, that was supposed to be the case, but 51 positron beams raining down on her position all at once was still a massive threat. Within the span of 20 seconds, the Xeon Blade Dancer's resonance shield endured a considerable amount of attacks, causing it to quickly disappear. A shield generator activated next. This was a rather unusual addition to regular light skirmishers, and even the Xeon Blade Dancer had to give up some performance in order to incorporate this highly miniaturized module. Unfortunately, its strength was insufficient to repel resonance-empowered attacks. The quasi-expert mechs of the Skara might not be able to inflict significant damage by themselves, but when they all pooled their strengths together, not even the Charlemagne was able to output so much damage unless it paid a significant price. Against such a voluminous and highly coordinated barrage, the Xeon Blade Dancer could no longer hold on any longer. It sustained too many attacks for her front and rear armor to hold. As Venerable MDs became more and more distressed, she began to exhibit more and more judgment errors. This allowed the Charlemagne to finally land a hit. Once its powerful positron beam struck the Hexer expert mech, it just so happened to strike a damaged portion which already lost a lot of armor coverage. The beam instantly penetrated past the remaining barrier and inflicted a huge amount of internal damage. The Xeon Blade Dancer jerked and froze in space. The mech had lost too many internal components to remain functional. It's over. The Charlemagne fired one more leisurely shot that caused the Hexer mech to explode. Venerable Mesha Emnes was dead. The wrathful witch that had long terrorized the Friday men during the past month had finally met her end. Those who observed Venerable Ves Larkinson in action couldn't believe what they had seen. A single-ranged expert mech accompanied by 50 special mechs had managed to take out a prominent Hexer expert pilot in a surprisingly lopsided fashion. Those mechs. Venerable Asmarin observed the Scarab with considerable doubt. What are they? They're the Scarab. They're my retinue. Are they piloted by expert candidates or something? It's classified. Before they could speak any further, 2 more Hexer mechs arrived at the side of the broken Xeon Blade Dancer. Sister Mesha! No! The Hexer expert rifleman mech and a Hexer expert space knight arrived too late. Only debris remained of the once proud expert light skirmisher mech. You! The Hexer ranged mech pointed its weapon at the Charlemagne. You have spilled an honored sister's blood. I will settle nothing less for taking your own. Die! The Hexer ranged mech flew behind the male space knight and used its thick shield and powerful resonance shield as cover. The pair worked with such coordination that the Charlemagne could not possibly gain a firing angle on the more threatening of the Hexer expert mechs. Yet this did not make Venerable Ganso distressed. Instead, he grinned. Immobile targets like these were just sitting ducks in his eyes. The Charlemagne and its entire entourage fired at the expert space knight. Even though the defensive mech was extraordinarily resistant against damage, the concentrated firepower of 50 quasi-expert mechs was much more than the Hexer expert pilots anticipated. The shield succumbed remarkably quickly, and in the end, the male expert pilot had to sacrifice his life and mech in order to buy enough time for the female expert pilot to escape alive. Though the Battle of Marraketh's system had given birth to many heroes and heroic feats, this was the first instance where Venerable Ves Larkinson made a name for himself. Defeating 2 Hexer expert mechs in his debut instantly propelled Unit L into the spotlight. Chapter 2205 Doubting Ves. The Hex army continued to contest the Marraketh system despite the setbacks they suffered when they attempted to besiege Dast and Marraketh III. Despite the willingness of the wrathful Dove's Mech army group to suffer substantial losses in order to achieve a breakthrough, the opal tridents of the Fortune Legion continued to cling on to their orbital defense line. After sustaining severe damage to their orbital defensive ring, the opal tridents managed to stall the momentum wrathful Doves, causing the Hexers to finally call off their offensive. The Fortune Legion couldn't have done it alone. Timely reinforcement dispatched by other Friday Men forces had arrived at Marraketh III just in time to assist the opal tridents. Yet even as the Friday Men mech pilots and support personnel cheered, the aftermath was ruinous for both sides. The state of the orbital defense matrix had degraded enormously. Along many stretches of the fortified ring, hardly any turrets and hard cover were left to meaningfully resist a follow-up assault. The Friday Men rapidly initiated repairs and began to jury-rig some creative solutions to make up for the damage. For example, they captured much of the floating debris from the previous battle in order to pile them into improvised walls. Yet these stopgap solutions would never be able to restore an orbital defense matrix that took decades to build back to peak condition. For all intents and purposes, it was up to the mobile assets of the Friday Coalition to fend off Hexer aggression a second time. None of the Friday men tasked with defending Dost knew whether they could last a second, third, or fourth offensive. Even the lowest member of the rank and file knew that the Hexers were determined to break the crestfallen stars. The Marikath system was too important for the Hexers to stop at this point. Reinforcements continued to supplement the Wrathful Doves and the Opal Tridents in the subsequent weeks. As much as Venerable Ganso Larkinson managed to impress the Devas maniacs by slaughtering two powerful Hexer expert mechs with remarkable ease, his contribution in the massive clash was too small to affect the outcome of the greater campaign. Ganso did not mind this reality. This was just the start. Master Huron and Lady Curver were constantly tweaking and developing the Charlemagne and the Scara in order to increase the effectiveness of the asymmetrical neural network. Even if his citizenship had changed, Ganso still considered himself a Brighter at heart. He also clung to his identity as a Larkinson. He only took part in the Komodo War because he believed this was the best way to preserve and restore the Larkinson family. If my relatives can see how much I've done for them, they'll definitely return to the light. The Larkinsons, like any Brighter, originally never wanted to turn against the Friday Coalition. If Ganso continued to make achievements and earn more prestige, he would not only have more say in how the Coalition treated the Larkinsons, but also serve as a role model for the true members of his family. Back in the Nixian Gap, Ves was completely unaware of Ganso's debut in battle. News surrounding the Komodo War's ongoing battles and campaigns were always muddled and rife with falsehood. He didn't have the time to pay so much attention to the Komodo War. Task Force Predator just entered Maynard Fields and already identified several dangerous pirate groups lurking in the vicinity. Not only that, the LMC's design department became more boisterous than ever as 6 needy mech design projects constantly cried out for attention. Just as Ves or Gloriana troubleshoots some problems in one minor project, another project encountered some problems that required the intervention of a journeyman in order to resolve. The constant rotations deprived the pair from devoting a sufficient amount of time on their 2 major mech design projects. Both the Valkyrie Redeemer project and the Cat's Paw project were starting to run behind schedule. Delegation only worked when the subordinates he put into place could cope with the workload. Sadly, the LMC was still a young mech company. No one notable had risen up from the 60 assistant mech designers to take over much of the burden. Even so, Ves was content. These problems could be overcome with time and effort. With the notable talent exhibited by each new recruit, he believed that someone brilliant and capable would quickly emerge from the pack. One welcome change took place during this time. After undergoing an extensive training regime, Calabast finally returned Lucky back into his care. Meow! The gem cat, without his harness, floated back Ves and cuddled up in his chest. How have you been? Meow meow meow. Oh, you learned a lot of new tricks? Well, I hope you won't be using it on us. Save them for our opponents. He looked up at Calabast, who placed the empty harness on his desk. I stand by my words. With your cat's combined abilities, he is practically made to be a saboteur. I enjoyed training him and putting him through his paces. He's a remarkably quick learner whenever he is serious. I thought you would keep him busy for an extended amount of time, Ves said. He's still a cat, the spy master grimaced. I don't think I can keep him interested any longer. In any case, since he's a mechanical pet, he can absorb and process a vast amount of data. Much of the knowledge he needs to know is to acquire a basic understanding of how devices work and the many ways you can sabotage them with the least amount of effort. Aside from that, we also taught him many ways to avoid detection or what to do in the event he is discovered. How confident are you that he will succeed in his job? Calabast crossed her arms and thought for a moment. I am fairly optimistic, but I am quite apprehensive towards the major pirate groups and alliances that hold the most sway in Maynard Fields. None of the established factions are easy targets, and it would only take one mistake for Lucky to alarm the enemy of hostile infiltration. What about weaker targets? Oh, that's trivial, she dismissively replied. Even pirate groups that are twice or thrice as strong as the Rust Grinders are vulnerable to Lucky's sabotage. It's only the bigger pirate organizations that are difficult to mess with. They are so big that they aren't vulnerable to a few points of failure. For example, Frostbite Fortress is truly difficult to overcome even if a full strike team of Diva operatives come fully equipped. They talked a bit more, giving VS a clearer idea of how his naughty gem cat could destroy a foundation worth billions of hex credits in a matter of hours. The most troublesome requirement was to deliver Lucky to an enemy base of ship. The second-class stealth shuttle that Calabast somehow got her hands on was a very capable vessel, but no technology was undefeatable. Who knew what crazy tricks the pirates developed to counter stealth technology? Despite their rather low-tech base, VS had already learned not to underestimate their ingenuity. As VS continued to hug his cat, he became thoughtful. Do you think it's a good idea to travel deeper into the Nixian Gap? Are you doubting your purpose? Calabast frowned. It's a bit too late to regret your decision. While I suppose you can still turn around and avoid running into greater danger, I don't believe you're the kind of person who wants to quit halfway. You know me too well. VS ruefully smiled. It's something that I have learned to take into account the hard way. She sighed and leaned against his desk. While you have a penchant for taking risks, I can't say that you are wrong. Most of them benefited you even if you had to rely on a lot of assistance. It is just that you only have to encounter one huge setback to wipe out all of your progress. Venturing too deep into the Nixian Gap is one way to do that. I truly hope you remember your limits when we get close to the core regions. I know what I can get away with, Calabast. I have a wedding to catch in a couple of months. Heh. Of all the reasons that you could bring up to reassure me that you know when to return, you just had to mention your upcoming wedding. Do you know what this says about you, kid? Nothing flattering, I'm sure. VS dryly responded. Anyway, I've been spending some time reflecting on myself. I have been considering the difficulty of earning enough merits to pay for a passage through the Beyonder Gate. With less than 8 years to go, I'm becoming increasingly less confident that Gloriana and I will be able to obtain the necessary amount of MTA merits. It is truly hard for journeymen to earn millions of merits at a time. If that wasn't the case, VS wouldn't be taking so many risks to venture into the Nixian Gap. Are you thinking about partnering up with other aspiring pioneers? Calabast grew sharp. He nodded. Preferably, I want to keep it all in the clan. Once I partner up with others in order to collectively purchase a Beyonder ticket, the Big Two expects us to share some responsibilities. I have always thought that this was troublesome. I don't want to rely on other powers. That's the entire reason why I'm so keen on keeping the Larkinson clan independent. I have been considering this scenario as well. She spoke and smiled. To be honest, I think you are obsessing too much over the potential risks. I don't think you have as much to fear as you think. If you can partner up with someone who is willing to become a member of your clan, then that would be best. If that is not the case, then you can still come to a mutually beneficial agreement with another powerful individual as long as the power disparity isn't too great. You're saying that as long as the Larkinson clan and I are strong enough, we can keep our fellow partners honest? Uh-huh. You are getting wiser and wiser, VS. All that time spent around politicians must have surely rubbed off on you. I'm impressed. Heh. It's more like I fell victim to their schemes too many times. Whatever the case, you are no longer the upstart of a few years ago. Your Larkinson clan might not be impressive compared to the might of a second-rate state, but you already have the power and ability to make deals with plenty of powerful figures. What's more, you don't have to find a partner immediately. There is still more than 7 years to go until we reach your self-imposed deadline. I believe that both you and the Larkinson clan will continue to grow rapidly over this time. You'll have much more say at that point and can negotiate better deals with more qualified partners. She made some good points. It would be grossly premature to begin searching for partners right away. What kind of partners do you think I should look out for? I have received suggestions ranging from business magnates to diplomats. Both of them sound useful. She nodded in approval. As long as they are powerful enough to treat you as an equal, they can be very formidable allies once we reach the Red Ocean. You can also consider partnering up with another prominent mech designer. No way! Ves shook his head. If I have to enter into a partnership to redeem a Beyonder ticket, then I don't want other mech designers to encroach on our territory. Gloriana and I are already enough. Suit yourself, then. Other than that, I think it might be a good idea to do something about increasing your chances of survival once you reach the Red Ocean. I am already keeping up with the developments in the Dwarf Galaxy, and one notable development is the rise of factions and alliances. That sounded interesting. Chapter 2206 Old Powers. The Red Ocean Dwarf Galaxy was only 1.56% as big as the Milky Way. As a dwarf galaxy, it held a lot less stars and therefore much less territory for humanity to conquer. That still consisted of billions of stars. Even if a large proportion of star systems contained nothing of worth, many remained that either provided ideal colonization opportunities or rich exotic deposits. This meant that from the moment the Beyonder gates between the galaxies opened up, the competition for territory had already begun. The two biggest players in this struggle for territory and conquest had to be the two old elephants in the room. The Greater United Terran Confederation and the new Rubarth Empire loomed as giants in human civilization. They existed long before the Age of Mechs and had partially adopted the MTA and the CFA in the past. Even when the Big Two rose up and stripped the Terrans and Rubarthans of some of their sovereignty, the first-rate superstates still loomed tall over human space. One of the reasons why they were called superstates was because they faintly possessed the power to rival the Big Two. No other first-rate state could match the Terrans and Rubarthans in that regard. The heritage, power, and wealth possessed by these ancient former star empires could not be matched by any other human state. Only two of them existed out of countless other states. Fourth-rate states were the lowest of the low. To consider them states at all was an insult to the word. Formally, this definition was usually applied to tiny powers who clung to one or several star systems and for some reason hadn't been annexed yet by a bigger neighbor. Third-rate states were the most numerous, and generally the most boring kind of states. They usually exerted enough power to sustain a proper government and all of the necessary institutions. Strictly speaking, third-rate states needed to colonize at least 50 star systems to be recognized as such. In addition, their gross domestic product, military power, and other parameters had to be up to standard as well. In fact, many third-rate states such as the Bright Republic and the Vesia Kingdom actually colonized many more star systems. It was just that many of them were actually underdeveloped, such as Cloudy Curtain. Second-rate states began to have a bigger sway in the galaxy. This was the point where the Big Two slightly took them seriously. The basic requirement to qualify as a second-rate state was to grasp at least 1,000 star systems and meet many other development requirements. A second-rate state should absolutely be able to crush a score of third-rate states in terms of wealth and force. The same applied to first-rate states in relation to the lower tiers. A first-rate state must easily be able to defeat numerous second-rate states with ease. In general, first-rate states only emerged in the galactic center and sometimes the galactic heartland. The wealth and force requirements to meet this standard was virtually impossible to attain in the impoverished galactic rim. Owning several star clusters was just the minimum requirement. It was much more important to turn them productive. At this point, a distinct category of states existed which did not fit in with these categories. There were certain states in the galactic rim which had managed to conquer several star clusters and ballooned in power. Yet, for all of their territory, their wealth and power paled in comparison to even the weakest first-rate state in the galactic heartland. The difference could not be overcome. Yet these humongous second-rate states were nevertheless overlords in the galactic rim. Therefore, a new and rather informal term of second-rate superstate emerged in order to describe these rural bullies. No matter what they were called, many powerful states in the old galaxy all cast their greedy eyes on the red ocean. Just because they were established and successful in the Milky Way did not mean that their dominance in their respective corners remained that way. Many other powerful states and nations had risen up in the long river of time, only to fall and be forgotten due to growing complacent. The galaxy was an extremely competitive ocean. Only by continuing to strive for greater power would states be able to keep up with their rivals. Now, a newer and smaller pond opened up. Though most of the Red Ocean was occupied by various indigenous alien powers, every human pretty much regarded it as unknown territory. Filled with rich exotics that were rare or completely unavailable in the old galaxy, every state knew that occupying a space in the Red Ocean was crucial to their growth and continuity. Incredibly powerful exotics such as phase water could completely elevate the strength of a state. If the Rebarthans eagerly harvested as much phase water as possible, while the Terrans lazily ignored the new wealth, the power balance in the old galaxy would soon shift towards the former. Therefore, it didn't matter if the big states weren't eager to colonize a distant territory hundreds of thousands of light years away. They were all forced to join this rat race, if only to make sure their rivals did not surpass them in strength. When Calabast patiently explained these dynamics, Ves gradually comprehended the layout of the old powers in the new dwarf galaxy. The ability to manufacture FTL-capable mechs in meaningful numbers is already enough to make the first-rate superstates crazy, Calabast pointed out. It stands to reason that the Terrans and the Rebarthans have already established their own structures in the Red Ocean. At this early time, many smaller powers in the dwarf galaxy have joined up with one of their umbrella organizations. Ves raised his eyebrow. That sounds rather strange. The Red Ocean is supposed to be a new start to many ambitious people. Submitting to the first-rate superstates in a dwarf galaxy where their power is subject to constraints sounds counterproductive. It's a lawless frontier out there. You should know what that means. Even with the Big Two dividing much of the conquered space into upper zones, middle zones and lower zones, that does not mean that an alliance of powers governed by either Terrans or Rebarthans could band together and gang up on smaller, isolated powers because they refuse to become a vassal. I see. Ves grimaced. He understood what was going on. Just like in the Ferris Star region in the past, a lot of pirate outfits roamed the untamed stars. However, most of their foundation was weak and many of them rarely lasted beyond a decade. The Ravian Alliance and the Dragon Alliance held the most sway there because they pooled the strength of many pirate outfits into a single, somewhat united entity. Many lesser pirate outfits actively desired to join these once prestigious alliances because the shelter they offered was a strong guarantee of protection. Ideals such as freedom, independence, and control meant nothing if that just left you weak and vulnerable. Of course, Ves also remembered that the rabid sand-men domineeringly engulfed the two great pirate alliances in an unstoppable tide of sand. The overall situation in the Red Ocean was somewhat different because every galactic pioneer possessed considerable strength of their own. However, that did not stop certain fundamental truths from applying as well. While it is still viable for galactic pioneers to mix up in the Red Ocean as independents, They cannot contest against predominant alliances for biggest prizes, Calabast explained. Ves looked skeptical. Our Larkinson clan doesn't have any plans to colonize any planets or erect a state. Can't we just roam as neutrals between their territories? Not quite. The alliances want to keep most of the benefits in their own respective clubs. If you want to remain unaffiliated, then you can only do business with other unaffiliated pioneers. In other words, the bottom feeders remained in the dirt, while the sharks and whales occupied most of the ocean. I have the feeling that you're trying to push me away from my original intentions. Why are you encouraging me to join up with one of these alliances? You know I don't like to put my safety and security in the hands of others, especially states. The only thing you can be sure of is that their rulers always look out for themselves. Caleb spread her arms in innocence. I am not forcing you to compromise your goals. I just want to inform you that the circumstances have changed and that you haven't adequately considered any alternatives when you came up with your original plan. It is well worth considering aligning yourself to one of these established alliances. The thing about them is that they are quite loose. Joining them does not mean you are signing up to become a vassal or a subject to the Terrans or Rebarthans. It's more of a club of mutual benefit. Conflicts between powers within an alliance can still occur, and hardly any rules from above are imposed on the individual members. That sounds similar to what the Rim Guardians are doing. Calabast nodded. That's because a lot of galactic pioneers are very ambitious and capable. Mind you, the Terrans and Rebarthans are both competing over them. In order to attract the most pioneers, the old powers can't be stingy with the benefits they offer. They can't act too tyrannical either. Otherwise, the pioneers will rebel and join the opposite side. It sounds like the first-rate superstates are really going out of their way to control the Red Ocean. Doesn't this go against the intentions of the Big Two? From what I surmise, the first-rate superstates aren't supposed to be able to exert so much influence. The various rules and restrictions heavily encourage the rise of newer powers that are much more fragmented and don't necessarily share any relations to any of the states in the old galaxy. There is only so much the Big Two can do to limit the ambition of the first-rate superstates. The exact dynamics between these two sides is rather complicated, but due to the many compromises they have made, the Terrans and the Rebarthans aren't prohibited from promoting their own alliances. Well, that sounds awful news to the MTA and CFA. The last thing they want to see is the two old relics from the Age of Stars and Age of Conquests rising up any further. Surely the Big Two aren't allowing the first-rate superstates to do what they want, right? The spymaster smirked. Of course not. Shortly after the Terrans and Rebarthans have unveiled their ambitions in the Red Ocean, a third alliance has emerged. Supposedly, this new alliance just started off as a loose gathering of power pioneers backed by regular first-rate states. However, there are many signs that this new alliance is actually the Big Two's response. If that isn't enough, then I'm sure that a fourth or fifth alliance will emerge in the coming decades. VS suspected that the rise of other alliances was not only meant to check the ambitions of the Terrans and Rebarthans, but also serve to fracture the Red Ocean even further. Only a divided Red Ocean allowed the Big Two to retain their absolute supremacy, just like in the old galaxy. So let me get this straight. VS breathed deeply. If we want to obtain some protection against the predation of these big alliances, we have to join at least one of them. If we want to remain outside of the ages-old rivalry between the Terrans and the Rebarthans, our best option is to join the third alliance, is that right? We still have other options, but from my analysis of the situation, I believe it is much more practical to join an alliance. We don't have to give up that much rights in exchange for protection and other benefits. Look, VS. When the Larkinson clan grows powerful enough to attract the attention of the major players in the Red Ocean, it is very difficult to stand alone. As much as he hated her argument, he knew that Calabast indeed had a point. At the Larkinson clan's current level of strength, it already possessed sufficient power to roam the galactic rim without needing to worry about too many threats. Yet the Red Ocean was a completely different place. Various old powers who originated from the galactic heartland and the galactic center held sway here. With the rise of larger alliances, it was very difficult for the Larkinson clan to maintain the same level of independence and indifference of today. Chapter 2207 The Red Ocean Promise. Only a few years had passed since the Big Two publicly opened up a channel from the old galaxy to the Red Ocean. Even as the ambitious pioneers that emerged throughout human space scrambled to colonize and exploit the vast resource-rich stars of the dwarf galaxy, politics had already reared its ugly head. Calabas grinned as she trailed her finger over her leg as she continued to lean against the desk. Whenever something valuable appears, a struggle to possess it always takes place. Sometimes, the strength disparity is too great. In this case, the strongest party doesn't have to bother with talking and can just take something by force. It's when there are multiple parties of roughly equal strength vying for dominance that things get interesting. When the price of outright conflict is too great, a balance emerges, but only between qualified powers. Obviously, the tiny Larkinson clan did not fall within this category, especially when they finally reached the Red Ocean. All of this is only relevant at least 8 years later. Ves frowned and stroked Lucky's back. I don't see why we need to consider which alliance to join right away. In fact, I'm still unsure whether we should consider this option at all when we reach the Red Ocean. Calabas remained steadfast as she crossed her arms. Even though the three great alliances only existed for a short amount of time, they are already developing their own distinct characteristics. It will be much easier to join and climb up the hierarchy if we mold the Larkinson clan according to those characteristics. In other words, as long as we prepare early, we can immediately skip a couple of steps and get ahead of the galactic pioneers who arrived sooner. That immediately caught his attention. One of his most persistent concerns was the fact that he was missing out on the beginning stages of the Great Phase Water Rush. Just 10 years of delay would already put him and the Larkinson clan at a huge disadvantage compared to the galactic pioneers who already established a foundation in the new dwarf galaxy. If what Calabas said was true, then VS could still get ahead of the first movers. Of course, everything had a price. Joining an alliance meant committing to an old galaxy faction. Even if these alliances governed its members in a looser manner in order to adapt to frontier circumstances, there was no doubt that VS and the Larkinson clan would inevitably belong to an established camp. Though VS vastly preferred to remain uninvolved in these power struggles, it was very dangerous to remain independent. It was fine for him to stick to his original course if he was by himself, but since he was responsible for leading the Larkinson clan, he had to consider what was best for his fellow clansmen. Tell me more about these alliances. VS looked up at Calabas. If you are so eager to push me into one of them, then it would be helpful to understand my options. Good idea. Let's start with the Terran Alliance. As you can imagine, the alliance founded and led by the oldest human state is very strong. The Greater Terran United Confederation's heritage is unsurpassed, but so are their rules. Does that mean that anyone who enters this alliance basically has to bow down to Terrans unconditionally? She shook her head. The stereotypes about Terrans don't entirely apply in this case. If what you said was the case, hardly any strong and highly capable pioneers will wish to join the Terran Alliance because they are also the most ambitious and headstrong. The Terrans are aware of this dynamic, and so have formed a looser regime. Oh? That sounds very uncharacteristic. From what VS knew about the Terrans, most of the power and wealth in the first-rate superstate fell into the hands of age-old ancient clans who had risen into power all the way back to the Age of Stars or earlier. These ancient clans were not only incredibly old and powerful, but also incredibly savvy about maintaining their lead. Hardly any other clans were able to rise up in the Terran Confederation because the older ones selfishly occupied all of the resources. The ancient clans of Terra still hold a large amount of sway in the Terran Alliance. However, their power and reach are deliberately constrained in order to offer many galactic pioneers the chance to develop themselves. And these pioneers fall for this trick? It's not a trick, Ves. The Terrans aren't entirely made up of fossilized relics. There are many Terrans in charge who hold different views, and they are expressly in charge. Even if that is the case, public opinion of the Terrans still isn't great. I really can't see why pioneers think the Terrans will treat them with sincerity when the ancient clans stop restraining themselves when it is no longer necessary. The Terrans never changed the way they operated throughout their entire history. The corruption, decadence, and inequality that had marred them in the past had never gone away. The contemptuous way the ancient clans of Terra treated everyone else directly led to a great rebellion that saw a huge chunk of their territories splitting off to form the New Rubarth Empire. It was only after the New Rubarth Empire rapidly rose to the point where they started to surpass the wounded Terran Confederation that the ancient clans finally started to get their act together. Even then, the ancient clans only initiated the bare amount of reforms that only modestly increased the treatment of non-aristocrats. You aren't necessarily wrong. The Terran Alliance is always at risk of becoming subsumed by the ancient clans. The reason why a large amount of galactic pioneers applied to join despite this risk is the incredible reward the Terrans are offering. What are they promising? It's called the Red Ocean Promise. Essentially, the Terran Alliance promises that in 100 years, it will elevate the 5 strongest members of the Alliance into the ranks of the ancient clans. Ves looked shocked. What? That's impossible. She grinned. It's true. These old fogies are very mindful of their credibility. The Terrans absolutely have to abide by the Red Ocean Promise, or else every galactic pioneer will turn against them. This is not as big of a deal to the ancient clans as you think it is. First, the reason why they were very reluctant to share power before is that the prosperous territories in the Milky Way are already fixed. There is not enough territory to go around. Now that the Red Ocean has opened up, there is room for new ancient clans. What about the old ones? Are they just going to let the new upstarts monopolize all of the phase water and other critical resources of the Red Ocean? Of course not. The reason why the Terran Alliance promises to elevate just 5 new ancient clans is because that leaves plenty of territories to the older ancient clans. Promising to promote just 5 Alliance members was a very cutthroat method of attracting galactic pioneers. For all of the bad reputation and criticism the ancient clans of Terra incurred, life was pretty good to those at the top. Reigning over prosperous territories and being able to afford the latest technology and pleasures in life was such an attractive lure that many pioneers would definitely vie for this quota. However, with just 5 slots, a lot of other galactic pioneers. What happens to the losers of this competition? Ves asked. The new and old ancient clans will devour their territories and colonies. The losers can choose to voluntarily become subordinate to an ancient clan or choose to evacuate their new lands and leave the Terran Alliance. I don't think the Terrans will accept any exceptions. The Red Ocean Promise was a terrible scheme, but Ves also had to admit it was brilliant. The allure of becoming the head of an ancient clan was so great that many pioneers accepted the penalty for losing this competition. This open and above-board scheme proved that the Terrans were still crafty enough to maintain their standing in human space. So, Ves. Calabas teasingly smiled at him. Are you interested in vying for the Red Ocean Promise? The Larkinson clan may be young and far behind the other competitors at the moment, but much can happen in a century. With your capabilities and the unique strengths of our clan, I believe there is a small but possible chance that we might succeed. His expression did not reflect any enthusiasm. I already told you that I have no intentions of settling down and founding my own state. Fixed territories are only shackles to me. All I care about is designing and selling mechs, and that has never changed. From what it sounds like, there is no place in the Terran Alliance for space-born clans. In 100 years, the only players left are the old and new ancient clans. Everyone else must surrender to them, which is unacceptable. He did not want to work hard to rise up in the Terran Alliance, only to throw away much of what he worked for. Even if he could part from the Terrans with amiable terms, it was very difficult to cast off the Terran stain from the Larkinson clan. I think you are being too stubborn about your aversion to colonization. The opening of the Red Ocean is one of the best opportunities to found and lead your own state from the ground up. Calabas frowned. The two argued a bit about this topic, but Ves remained stubborn. Where everyone saw endless power and wealth, he only saw greater burdens. The responsibility of leading a modest-sized space-born clan already weighed heavily on his shoulders. He did not wish to let this meaningless game distract him from becoming a greater mech designer. Becoming a star designer was a much greater achievement than ruling over his own first-rate state. A shame. Calabas eventually sighed. There are more people in the Larkinson clan who harbor the same hopes. Most of our members aren't looking forward to leading a nomadic life space for the rest of their lives. To live on open soil, build their own homes, and be part of a vibrant community is a very strong human desire. That will change in time. Ves smirked and clasped his hands. We are all new at this. I'm sure that once a few generations pass, everyone will get used to life in space. For now, we are only held back by our inexperience and our shabby ships. Once we get our factory ship and other fantastic vessels, we can finally enjoy enough room and facilities to make ourselves at home in space. This was one of the biggest reasons why luxurious ARC ships existed despite their great expense and marginal utility. They were the closest thing to floating cities or moving space stations. The open parks, vast spaces, simulated horizons, and other wasteful accommodations all gave humans the perfect living environment outside a planet. If Ves wanted to make his fellow Larkinsons stop yearning about living on a planet like a bunch of primitives, then he needed to get his hands on an ARC ship large enough to accommodate the entire clan when they were off duty. The bigger the ARC ship, the better. This was not something that Ves could obtain rashly, even with his current financial strength. He also had to prioritize the acquisition of other capital ships such as a strong fleet carrier. Expanding the clan's military and industrial power came first. Only after the Larkinsons met its fundamental survival needs would Ves be able to bring up the topic of acquiring an ARC ship. So in conclusion, you are not considering the Terran Alliance? Hell no. He snorted. I don't want to turn myself into a puppet that dances to the tune of ancient clans. My reasons for entering the Red Ocean are entirely different. For now, Ves ruled out the option of applying to become a member of the Terran Alliance. The Red Ocean promise was just a giant trap in his eyes. Chapter 2208 Rising Empire. The Greater Terran United Confederation may be an old and decrepit power to many people, but it had withstood the test of time. With the opening of the Red Ocean, the Terrans would never be foolish enough to alienate all of the galactic pioneers that ran wild in the dwarf galaxy. Unlike back at home, the Terrans did not possess an overwhelming lead this time. The Terrans, Rebarthans, and every other power from the old galaxy had to start from the beginning. This meant that none of them could act as domineeringly as they did back home because they simply didn't have enough strength to back up their demands. The separation of several 100,000 light-years was unsurpassable in ordinary times. The Beyonder Gates remained the only channel for the old power to extend their reach into the Red Ocean, but only barely. The gates fell into the hands of the Big Two, and they made sure to make it as difficult as possible for the Terrans and Rebarthans to dispatch an enormous amount of troops in the Red Ocean. The first-rate superstates weren't meant to divide the Red Ocean between themselves. Due to the inability to dispatch sufficient combat forces to impose their will on the Red Ocean, the Terrans and Rebarthans had to take a step back and leverage the strength of other pioneers. Hence the reason why they bothered with putting up a friendly face in order to attract pioneers to join their respective alliances. Even though the Terrans couldn't help themselves from exposing their rotten behavior, they were at least cunning enough to do it in a way that would attract many ambitious pioneers. Joining the ranks of the ancient clans of Terra that had long led one of the most prosperous states of humanity was an irresistible temptation. Very rarely did newer ancient clans rise up. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been called ancient. The existing ones were simply too strong to budge from their rock-hard positions. Only rarely did an excessive amount of decadence, infighting, and incompetence open up an opportunity for a smaller Terran faction to rise up and topple the weakened ancient clan. Yet the amount of times this happened was very small. In fact, it hadn't happened once during the Age of Mechs. In the end, the great stability and continuity of the ancient clans of Terra reflected both their strength and wisdom. How do the Rebarthans measure up, then? Ves asked, curious of how the rising power responded to the antics of their greatest rival. Calabash reached out with her hand, luring Lucky away from Ves. She caressed the gem cat. Meow. Lucky was acting all cute under the attention of a woman's caress. The Rebarthans are much more straightforward. They haven't released anything convoluted like the Red Ocean promise. The Rebarth Pact they set up is simply a defensive association at heart. Anyone who signs up to the pact will receive a measure of protection from the Rebarthans. Members are free to choose what they want to do next. It's that simple? Ves raised an eyebrow. Of course not. The new Rebarth Empire values strength, ability, and ambition. The Rebarth Pact is a bit hollow for now, but there are already signs that greater possibilities are in store. One of them would be to cooperate with one of the Rebarthan princes. The imperial household of the new Rebarth Empire was immense. The Star Emperor held absolute power, and his will reigned supreme. At least that was supposed to be the case. In practice, the new Rebarth Empire was so huge that it was not very realistic for a centralized government to control every aspect. One of the ways the Rebarthans split everything up was to divide territories and responsibilities to one of the many descendants of the Star Emperor. The current Star Emperor was merely 300 years old, which was very young in the highest echelons of power. Many of the humans who collectively ruled over human civilization were actually remnants from the Age of Conquest. The horrors they lived through and the lessons they learned from those dark days still affected the way that human space was being run to this day. Anyway, the Star Emperor was a vigorous ruler who spawned a lot of children. How many of them existed, no one knew, but it was well known that the figure definitely surpassed 1,000. If those Rebarthan princes ever grew up and established their footing in the empire, they eventually became worthy enough to set up their own principality. A Rebarthan principality was merely an administrative division where a Rebarthan prince held greater sway over a territory within the empire. However, this meant that the Rebarthan princes obtained real power. Now, according to Calabash, some of those Rebarthan princes had come up with the bold idea to erect some new principalities within the Red Ocean. What makes this different from the Terrans? Ves grew confused. Those Terran principalities were easily comparable to the ancient clans of Terra. Calabash smiled. The Rebarthans hate it when they are compared to the Terrans. They explicitly do things differently. You have to remember that the new Rebarth Empire is a lot more centralized than the Terran Confederation. Unlike the latter, where the ancient clans are roughly on par with each other, the former is led by a single central authority, the Star Emperor and the Imperial household. The Rebarthan principalities cannot grow strong enough to challenge the Star Emperor's authority. Then what are these princes doing in the Red Ocean in the first place? She shrugged. They are also extensions of the imperial household. Even when they are constrained, their wealth and power is unmatched by every other Rebarthan faction. They offer the most opportunities to galactic pioneers who are willing to work for them. Galactic pioneers can choose to align themselves to a Rebarthan principality or to pledge to them. The latter is permanent, but the former is more of a mercenary relationship. Though Ves felt somewhat wary towards these mighty Rebarthan principalities, they didn't sound as tyrannical as the ancient clans. He did not reject the option of joining the Rubarth Pact and establishing a cooperative relationship with a Rebarthan principality. In exchange for doing some chores, the Larkinson clan would enjoy strong protection. However, it couldn't be that simple. What's the catch? Well, obviously, pledging to a Rebarthan prince means becoming his vassal, which I don't believe you are interested in. If you choose to align to a Rebarthan prince, then you will still be able to gain a lot of benefits. Aside from turning you into an enemy of the Terrans, you will also be pulled into the power struggle between princes. While they aren't always violent, you will definitely experience suppression from those who are aligned with other princes. No thanks then. I can't care less about those princes. Ves shook his head. What about remaining neutral? Then you're still okay, of sorts. You will miss out on the fantastic rewards and support provided by the Rebarthan factions, but you will at least be accepted by everyone in the pact. The Rebarthans have left plenty of room for independent development, and that has attracted the appreciation of many galactic pioneers. Oh? No tricks? Not as far as I know. Calabas looked confident. The Rebarthan style is very different from the Terran style. The new Rubarth Empire is a meritocracy to some extent. While it isn't a perfect society where anyone capable has the chance to rise to the top, the social structure is not as rigid as that of the Terran Confederation. This is by design. Therefore, in the Rubarth Pact, every member has the chance to develop as they wish. As long as they are capable, they can grow however they wish. No coercion. No promises. Ves liked their style. If everything that Calabas said was true, then Ves did not mind so much if he and his clan sheltered under the umbrella of the Rebarthans. There was another reason why Ves regarded the Rebarthan with some favor. The Larkinsons are descended from Rebarthans, he noted. Many Briters are, though they come from a faction that is at odds with Rebarthan culture. Of course, it was unrealistic for the Larkinsons and the descendants for anyone who left the new Rubarth Empire to crawl back to the first-rate superstate and be recognized as one of its subjects. Officially speaking, Ves was not a first-class citizen and certainly not a Rebarthan. Trying to rely on his ancient blood ties to the Empire to get into the good graces of the Rebarthans was impossible. Therefore, it was really pointless to think about it. Ves and the Larkinson clan had to approach the Rubarth Pact as complete outsiders, and lessers at that since they emerged from the Galactic Rim. Calabas looked hopeful at Ves. The new Rubarth Empire is still considered as a rising power in the Age of Mechs. However, the lack of a great motivator such as the Red Ocean Promise means that the galactic pioneers who join the Rubarth Pact are generally inconsistent. Many weak and middling pioneers who just want to enjoy the protection of a first-rate superstate have joined the pact without really harboring greater ambitions. I'm sure the Rebarthans have a plan to increase the unity of its pact, but that might take some time. This stood in contrast to the Terran Alliance, which most assuredly attracted the strongest and most ambitious galactic pioneers. This meant that the average strength of each pioneer was definitely considerable, or else there was hardly any reason to join the alliance. However, since Ves did not really harbor any great ambitions in this area, he did not mind becoming one of the Pact's middling members. If he truly needed some shelter, and as long as the Rebarthans didn't push him around, it might not be a bad idea to accept this option. This was not his only viable choice, however. There's a third alliance as well, I believe. Calabas nodded. The Red Ocean Union is still very new and much of its structure still needs to be worked out. On the surface, it was set up by many first-rate states in order to present a united front against the first-rate superstates. Collectively, this means quite a bit, but because these first-rate states are so scattered, it's hard to implement a single regime. If that's the case, doesn't that mean this so-called Red Ocean Union is nothing but a paper organization? That is what it looks like for now. But if you believe that the Big Two are secretly offering their support, then I'm certain that the Red Ocean Union will become a force to be reckoned with in a couple of years. Even if that was so, the fact of the matter remained that the Red Ocean Union didn't appear to have anyone strong enough to govern it properly. Ves initially held high hopes for this so-called Red Ocean Union, but in the end it turned out to be a pile of loose sand. Then again, who knew what the Big Two would do to support the Union? The Red Ocean Union might look completely different in 10 years. Since the Union wasn't properly set up yet, Calabas did not mention anything important. That's all for the 3 major alliances of the Nixian Gap, she said and began to push herself off the desk. You can read the remainder on the Galactic Net. Just remember that you can start on developing your clan early in order to gain a head start in joining one of them. For example, if you have the ambition of adding your Larkinson clan to the Terran Confederation, then it would help if you implement some of the policies and customs that are prevalent among the existing ancient clans. Please don't joke, Calabas. The same goes if you want to become a member of the Rubarth Pact. In fact, the culture and the policies of the Larkinson clan already match the Rubarthan standard to a greater degree. If you implement just a few more key adjustments, I think our clan will definitely enjoy a lot of favor from the Rubarthans. She was right. Chapter 2209 Discount Rubarthans. Long after Calabas left his office, Ves remained introspective. Meow? Lucky crawled upon his shoulder and poked his smooth-shaven cheek that was as soft as a baby's bottom. Ves reached out with his hand and pushed his cat away. Do you think we've become Rubarthans without realizing it? If someone from the outside looks at how we run the clan, then there's at least a 60% resemblance to a Rubarthan equivalent. His cat tilted his head. Meow. Don't underestimate this degree of similarity. It only takes a few more rule changes and cultural shifts to bump that up to 80%. If the Larkinson clan reached that point, then it would pretty much become a discount Rubarthan organization. The only reason why Ves couldn't push his clan even closer to the Rubarthan standard was because he lacked the amazing amount of wealth, tech and resources to implement the most extravagant policies. Even so, it was already pretty good to be able to fit in with one of the greatest human states to such an extent. The new Rubarth Empire emerged as an explicit rejection of Terran philosophy. Its ideology had spread throughout human space for a very good reason. Its pursuit of meritocracy, its worship for actual strength, and its rejection of inherited authority had allowed the Rubarthans to quickly catch up and slightly overtake their former overlords. With such a stellar example of what their ideology was capable of, many other states throughout the galaxy copied the Rubarthans to a varying extent and mostly became stronger due to these reasons. Even all the way at the border of human space, both the Bright Republic and the Vesia Kingdom avidly adopted the societal revival theory. Whether purposefully or not, both states warred against each other every generation with the expectation of conditioning and strengthening their fighting forces. Yet the Rubarthan philosophy also had its downsides. The central premise of this thought was that people were surrounded by enemies and needed to become strong enough to deal with them. Those who adhered to this philosophy had to be prepared to pay a heavy price in order to survive in a hostile galaxy. The cruel price is often paid with human lives, Ves muttered. Wasn't that what he was doing as well right now? In his personal pursuit of strength, he did not hesitate to drag his fellow clansmen into the Nixian Gap in order to bloody them and refine them into crack troops. Just because no one died so far did not mean that Task Force Predator would be able to escape the gap unscathed. Now that they had entered Maynard Fields, the Black Cats had already identified many pirate organizations in this zone that could easily give his forces a run for their money. The fact that VS did not feel bothered about the possibility of suffering a substantial amount of losses meant that his personal philosophy had already shifted in this direction. He felt rather mixed about that. On one hand, the new Robarth Empire was a role model to many humans in the galaxy. On the other hand, he did not identify himself as a Robarthan. He was a Larkinson, and the clan he built and shaped was supposed to develop its own identity. The fact that the clan unintentionally imitated the Robarthans to a very strong degree was a bit unfortunate. This is going to be problematic. VS frowned and bent his head in thought. Out in the Komodo Star sector and the Galactic Rim, there was no need to pay much attention to this resemblance. The Larkinson clan was situated so far away from the Galactic Heartland and Galactic Center that no one would tie the Larkinsons to the Robarthans. They were just too far away. Yet once he entered the much smaller Red Ocean and mixed up with many powers with connections to the first-rate superstates, this resemblance would definitely affect the Larkinson clan's treatment. Even if the Larkinson clan tried to remain unaligned or join the neutral Red Ocean Union, others would still suspect that the clan was in the camp of the Robarthans. This is a huge issue, he concluded. If he did not want his clan to get entangled with the Robarthans, then he needed to change the culture and policies of his clan. Yet that was unacceptable to VS. The values and principles that underpinned the clan was the source of its strength. VS had grown up with some of these ideals, and acquired the rest through his experiences in his life. He believed it was absolutely necessary for the Larkinson clan to hold on to its current philosophy. That left him stuck. If he was unwilling to change his clan, then did that mean it was stuck with its Robarthan association? He frowned. Calabas likely brought up the issue of alliances in the Red Ocean because she must have recognized this latent problem beforehand. If VS and the Larkinson clan naively entered the Red Ocean while remaining unaware of this issue, then they would likely get into a lot of trouble. Hearing about the complex political considerations in the Nixian Gap made him feel as if this shark pool was much more dangerous than he thought. As a response, he developed a faint yearning to acquire a qualified diplomat. As long as he hired or partnered up with someone who could navigate the various interests off the Big Two, the first-rate superstates, the alliances carving the Red Ocean and the pioneers following their ambitions, then VS did not have to worry about leading his clan into a dead end. It's stupid to remain independent, he sighed in resignation. Without the protection of an alliance, the Terrans or the Robarthans can easily use their overwhelming might to squash my clan like a bug. There is no way we can resist their might. Joining the Robarth pack sounded like a great way to gain solid protection. Yet the price of doing so was great. By aligning his clan to the Robarthans, VS could basically forget about doing business with the Terrans and their allies ever again. As a mech designer, VS really did not wish to exclude any customers. He already knew how awful it was to get blocked from a huge portion of the market when the LMC's products were pulled from the shelves in every Coalition Alliance space. Therefore, VS would much rather join the Red Ocean Union even if it sounded a bit weak and scattered. Yet perhaps it was too late. VS could already predict that if the Larkinson clan in its current incarnation entered the Red Ocean, every outsider would treat them as Robarthan vassals. This is too frustrating. Diplomacy was not the Larkinson clan's strong suit. In fact, none of his clansmen possessed any meaningful experience in it. Though VS could instruct the clan to recruit capable diplomats, he wasn't sure whether that was enough. He resolved to keep an eye out for any notable diplomats in his travels. Anyone who was competent enough to navigate the complex relations of the Red Ocean and could turn enemies into friends was worth befriending. That was something to consider for later. For now, he had enough issues on his plate. As Ves resumed his design work, several days passed as the fleet quietly traversed through Maynard Fields. Though the forward scouts dispatched by the flagrant vandals and other forces found sporadic traces of battles and pirate activity, the task force hadn't encountered any actual pirates. The population density of the various zones of the Nixian Gap wasn't all that high. Weeks might go by for someone to encounter a pirate group. If this wasn't the case, the peacekeeper outfits would never dare to venture too deep. It was just that the Larkinson clan actively traveled to the coordinates to as many pirate groups along the way as possible. Now that the task force stopped seeking out enemies on its own accord, Ves felt unaccustomed to spending so many days in peace. Fortunately, he did not spend all of that time in vain. The tranquil days allowed him to focus fully on his mech design projects. All 4 minor projects chugged along very nicely. The attentive supervision from Ves and Gloriana helped them remain on track and prevented any of the assistant mech designers from getting stuck too long. Of the 4 minor projects, the Crystal Lord Mark II and Sanctuary projects achieved the greatest progress. The former used the original Crystal Lord as a template, so the Mark II version was actually more like developing an upgrade variant than designing something completely novel. Still, the project generated a considerable amount of consternation to Ves. The original Crystal Lord design was one of his babies, and he wanted the second edition to stay true to its roots. This meant that Ves had to find a way to preserve the alien character of the original design. Its design spirit, the Crystal Leader, was a barely sentient empowered spiritual fragment that wasn't all that strong. Yet Ves never thought about replacing it. This was disrespectful to life. Some people treated their wives as clothes and did not hesitate to change to better ones as they grew wealthier or more successful. Not Ves. Even if he lamented the Crystal Leader's weak foundation, it was not as if there were ways to resolve this problem. For example, Ves was pretty sure that he could empower the ancient and almost forgotten spiritual fragment if he was willing to expend some of the life-attributed energy derived from a drop of serum. Yet was it worth it for Ves to expend such an extremely precious resource just to empower a low-value design spirit? From a cost-benefit perspective, it made a lot more sense for Ves to break up the Crystal Leader's spiritual fragment, blend in some ingredients that weren't too costly, and form a completely new spiritual product that was at least an order of magnitude stronger and possessed much better growth prospects. Whenever he considered this option, he felt disgusted by it. Ves truly cherished his design spirits, at least the ones he had friendly relations with, and he believed it was wrong for him to treat them as replaceable commodities or pieces of equipment. Therefore, even if he had to pay a greater price, Ves felt more and more inclined to nurture the Crystal Leader and all of his older design spirits. One consideration that justified this choice was that spiritual entities grew in strength and sophistication over time. Replacing an outdated design spirit with a newer one meant throwing away all of that accumulation. Perhaps the difference wasn't so big in just 5 to 10 years, but when a design spirit continually performed the same duties for 50 years or longer, they might have achieved a qualitative improvement that could not be matched by any newborn spiritual product. A rueful smile appeared on his face. Isn't the Ouroboros a great example? Even though the circumstances wasn't entirely the same, as the Ouroboros was a physical mech as opposed to an intangible mech design, the principles shouldn't be too different. Life accumulated strength through the passage of time. Therefore, even if the Crystal Leader wasn't particularly impressive, its unique origins and history might produce something completely unsurpassed in the distant future. When Ves settled on keeping and investing in the Crystal Leader, He knew that he had to retain the alien character of the Crystal Lord line. No matter if it was the Mark II or the Mark XII version of the mech, its design had to incorporate a significant amount of alien tech in order to stay true to its nature. Ves encountered another problem at this junction. With the original Crystal Builder technology losing its competitive advantage in the current generation, how could he possibly meet this demand? It wasn't as if Ves could randomly approach one of the many asteroids floating in the Nixian Gap, trigger some sort of hidden alien teleportation device, and be ported over to the ruins of another long-dead crystal-using civilization. "Maybe there is another way to get my hands on what I need," he muttered. Chapter 22:10 Alien Tech. Human technology reached an extremely high level. Thousands of years of research and development had elevated the human race's mastery of various fields of science and engineering to an astounding level. As far as Ves was aware of, no alien race in the galaxy could surpass the modern human race when it came to the breadth and depth of technological development. However, it was no secret that most of humanity's technological gizmos traced their roots back to alien tech. Simply put, humanity did not invent all of the tech from scratch. They stole it from aliens and adapted the tech for their own purposes. The FTL drive that served as the most commonly used means of traversing the stars was the most iconic example. None of the powers hid these truths. Perhaps some might find shame that their race had plundered a lot of tech rather than develop them on their own, but human civilization probably wouldn't have dominated the Milky Way if it tried to keep itself pure. These days, much of alien-derived tech had been fully mastered by human scientists. Some, like FTL drive tech, still had traces of alien influence, while others, for example anti-grav tech, had progressed so far that they became unrecognizable by their original alien developers. In general, human civilization tried their best to convert alien tech into human tech. A lot of inventive alien races developed very strange scientific principles that were very difficult for humans to understand even after several centuries spent on deciphering them. While the effects of their tech might sometimes be great, humans preferred to work with something under their control. Therefore, the use of alien technology was heavily discouraged in human civilization. This was part of a deliberate cultural policy to keep human space as human as possible. Even though their race had conquered a lot of alien territory during the Age of Conquest, almost no trace of alien buildings, monuments, and other visible traces remained. This was on purpose as the human conquerors wanted to retain their human ways as much as possible. Each visible alien influence risked contaminating human culture, thereby making some people more sympathetic or aligned towards the aliens that were still their enemies. It was very understandable to go to such great lengths to wipe out every trace of alien heritage in human space regardless of their priceless historical and cultural value. From the lens of institutional isomorphism, making human society as human as possible strengthened their race's own belief in itself. It also made it easier to keep humans as vigilant and hostile towards aliens, as familiarity often tended to breed complacency. Therefore, with regards to alien technology, it was quite an unwise marketing decision to design a mech with alien influences. This is the other reason my Crystal Lord never sold that well. Its alien appearance with its weird hole-filled head along with its alien crystals turned the mech into something of an oddball. Even if its overall performance and features were quite nice for a premium rifleman mech, the fact that it did not conform entirely to market tastes would inevitably limit its appeal. So what? Ves confidently smiled. A good mech will sell regardless of how ugly it looks. As long as the Crystal Lord Mark II can provide the same degree of value as a Desolate Soldier or a Doom Guard, it can definitely attract plenty of demand. Now that the LMC's mech catalog features some big sellers, Ves faced much less pressure to design a guaranteed bestseller. It also helped that the LMC expanded its design capacity to 6 concurrent design projects. This provided Ves with a lot of leeway, as his mech company did not have to allocate all of its activities to developing future cash cows. Out of the 6 projects in the pipeline right now, Ferocious Piranha and the Sanctuary projects ought to cover the LMC's commercial needs. It was important to keep the company's mech catalog fresh and to show continued signs of life. Otherwise, the market would begin to wonder whether the LMC had declined like last time. Once he recognized that he didn't have to treat the Crystal Lord Mark II design as a purely commercial project, Ves felt liberated. If he was allowed to pursue his desired vision for this mech, he was certain he could turn it into a great mech in its own way. He just had to get his hands on some good alien tech that could build on the crystal tech he used in the Mark I version of the Crystal Lord. This is a bit difficult. He frowned. It wasn't as if he could find such sophisticated knowledge and technical specifications by trawling through the galactic net. He needed to approach someone. One option would be for him to inquire with treasure hunters. However, there was no telling who got their hands on alien tech or not without insider knowledge or access to a black market or something. The other option would be to knock on the doors of the MTA. The amount of alien tech the association accumulated over its entire history was definitely massive. There was bound to be some strange crystal-based tech in its archives. Ves hesitated for a moment. Instead of making a choice, he began to concentrate his mind in order to make contact with the Crystal Lord's design spirit. The Crystal Leader had come a long way since its formation a year ago. Though its spiritual strength hadn't grown much stronger, the salvaged remnant that barely possessed any thoughts of its own had grown considerably more sophisticated. Though it was not as lively as Kalanxo or Prophet Ilvain, the former Crystal Golem had connected with tens of thousands of mech pilots over the years. All of the spiritual feedback of humans filled up the gaps in the spiritual entity and turned it a little more human. In a sense, Ves could already describe the Crystal Leader as a hybrid between a human and a Crystal Builder alien. This just happens to match the Crystal Lord concept even better. Ves became more committed to this course of action. Regardless of how awkward it was for him to approach the MTA with his request, he decided to go through with his plan. He left his stateroom and entered the isolated chamber which held the dark brake module. After turning it online, he began to make a call towards the MTA. He half hoped the other end of the line connected to the association's department that handled technology and licensing requests. Unfortunately for him, the physical projection of a familiar woman appeared. "Mr. Larkinson, what brings you here today?" Master Willix greeted with some familiarity. Ves tried to maintain his composure. Though he feared this might happen, he estimated that there was already a 90% chance that she would appear. This sticky MTA master mech designer had shown up too much for him to believe that her visits would stop anytime soon. Since he was already mentally prepared for her appearance, he quickly managed to suppress his discomfort. "I have a request," he stated. He proceeded to summarize his current intentions and problems. He emphasized the importance of the Crystal Lord design in his heart, and inquired whether the MTA was familiar with the Crystal Builder race whose tech still powered the original version of his rifleman mech. Master Willix looked serious. "This is not a straightforward request. Normally, we don't release alien tech of any kind to mech designers or the public. The only companies that are eligible to work with alien tech are research institutions and development companies that are capable of using it to fuel the research of human tech. Is there no means to get the alien crystal tech that I want, ma'am?" "Not quite. I haven't finished yet, Mr. Larkinson. While it is usually not done, I have the authority to release the tech you want." She looked around a bit to make sure the chamber was devoid of other people. "Since we are speaking over a private MTA network at the moment, I can reveal something that you normally aren't supposed to know. Some of the alien technology our association hoards isn't left alone. Some of them work on such amazing principles that we still can't replicate these applications with purely human technology. Ves widened his eyes. Does that mean the association is still researching them, Master? In a sense. Not all alien tech is worthy of further research. One of the goals of studying them and deciphering them is to understand how they work so that they are replicable. In the course of this research, sometimes we manage to achieve greater effects. This isn't difficult to accomplish when we blend human innovation in native alien tech? Does that mean that some research has been performed on alien crystal tech? Willich smiled. I am familiar with your crystal lord design. The implementation of alien crystal technology within the frame and rifle of the mech are inspiring design choices. In truth, the race that was originally invented is already known by our association. While I am not allowed to say much about them, they were actually quite impressive in their own way. Eons in the past, this small, diminutive race of aliens rose up with their excellent affinity and mastery of crystals, electromagnetic radiation, and even more unusual applications. The ruin that Ves once found in the heartland of the Bright Republic all those years ago was not an outlier. The crystal builder race used to be present in many more star systems. Then, the methods and scientific principles employed by the Luminar race are somewhat strange and difficult to grasp, Willich said. The research group that is in charge of exploring the technological advancements of the Luminars have only deciphered a fraction of how the distinctive alien runic programming works, but the researchers have already made some modest gains. In my judgment, these gains should be sufficient to provide you with what you desire for your second edition of the Crystal Lord design. So the MTA already labeled the Crystal Builders as the Luminar race. Ves had to admit that was a much more elegant-sounding name for these manipulators of crystals and light. Ves gulped. Can I obtain this tech? Master Willich smiled in a slightly intriguing manner. As I have stated earlier, your current status and accomplishments does not allow you to access these sensitive files. However, in light of your development and accomplishments, I am inclined to make an exception for you. The fact that you have contributed materially to defend humanity against the Sandman race proves that you are not an alien sympathizer, so it is doubtful that you are unduly obsessed with the extinct Luminar race. With all of the negotiations he went through in his life, how could Ves not recognize that Master Willich wanted to obtain something valuable in exchange? If she asked him on how to teach her to add spirituality to a mech design, then she could just forget about it. There was no way that Ves would do something so stupid. It wasn't worth it to hand over one of his precious trade secrets in exchange for a marginal improvement of one of his lesser mech designs. Perhaps she saw that Ves did not feel comfortable about the trade. She made a surprisingly simple request. When Mr. Armelon and I last visited you, we couldn't help but notice the ubiquity of the glows of your product. In fact, I was pleasantly surprised but a bit puzzled that you have managed to attach your glows to a statue rather than a mech. The statue is the source of the glow, Master, Ves commented without saying anything more. Is it possible for you to imbue your glows to multiple fixed objects? She asked. Our association possessed a considerable interest in these glow-empowered items of yours. We are already aware of the so-called loyalty medallions that are proliferating through the branches of the LMC. They are quite compact for what they are capable of. If you do not mind, we would like to obtain these. Totems. I call them totems. That is a very apt if controversial name for them. If you can provide our association with a totem of every glow you have made, then I will authorize you to access some of our research in the relevant Luminar race tech. Do you find this trade agreeable? The MTA wanted Ves to provide them with a totem for every glow he made? What the hell did they want to do with them? Wasn't it enough to acquire some of his mechs? Chapter 2211 MTA Research. Totems were associated with savage, primitive religions in humanity's ancient past. Some alien races also developed religious worship into some kind of spirit or god that was represented by some sort of decorated object. Of course, these days totems were regarded as products of superstition in much of the galaxy. Only a few religions utilized them in their rituals. Frankly speaking, a highly secularist organization like the MTA should have no business with totems. Ves doubted Master Willix was interested in them because she wanted to worship any proto-gods. Considering the MTA insatiable hunger for knowledge, Master Willix and her fellow colleagues would definitely research them as much as possible. Ves felt rather chilly at this prospect. How much would Master Willix be able to decipher from the glow of a totem? Perhaps the only reason why he didn't panic any further was because he couldn't really stop the MTA from poking its nose in his business anyway. If they wanted to study an LMC mech in great detail, they could just purchase a bunch of copies and subject them to all sorts of examinations. The MTA archived most of the design files and schematics of the LMC's commercial mech designs. Many of the notes that Ves had left behind possessed hints towards the mech's interactions with an unknown entity. The fact of the matter was that the MTA could already get its hands on a bunch of applications of his design philosophy. Crafting a bunch of totems for the MTA did not sound like a big deal if that was the case. It was not as if the glows attached to totems were different from the glows attached to mechs. If the MTA truly wouldn't get much useful out of researching his totems, then Ves did not mind accepting the trade. Ves did not immediately accept, though. He frowned as a couple of concerns weighed him down. First, the MTA's research capabilities were very formidable. They were also aware of spirituality in the form of psionic power, and probably developed their own understanding of this phenomenon. This made it dangerous for Ves to underestimate the association's research prowess. Second, the wording used by Master Willix made it clear that the MTA only authorized him to access some of its research on luminar tech. How much would he obtain? Would it be enough to achieve a substantial performance boost with the Crystal Lord Mark II? How practical would it be to implement this tech? What exactly will I be able to work with? Ves asked the physical projection. Your description of your offer sounds rather vague. I don't have enough information to determine whether I can obtain what I need. Master Willix activated another projection that depicted a lab test. You can see for yourself. This is some of the gains that one of our research groups have made over the last 2 decades. The second projection depicted a completely empty white room. A standardized dummy mech built to average third-class specifications rested at one end of the testing chamber. A mech-sized laser rifle apparatus was affixed at the other end of the testing chamber. A lot of numbers and labels scrolled through the view. Ves only partially deciphered the technical readouts. Eventually, the rifle fired a powerful laser beam that instantly hit the dummy mech. Ves estimated the energy level of the laser beam, and the damage it was supposed to inflict. If his read on the situation was correct, then the concentrated laser beam should have penetrated halfway through the frontal armor of the dummy mech. His eyes widened as the area struck by the rifle looked a lot more damaged than he thought. After performing some rapid mental calculations with the help of his implant, he estimated that the damage of the laser beam was actually 30% more potent. How is this possible? More efficient energy conversion, mostly, Willix answered. Compared to comparable commercial laser rifle models, the rifle in this demonstration is capable of converting much more electrical energy into useful damage output. Less energy is wasted in the form of heat, which has the added side effect of considerably decreasing the heat generation of the weapon. While this effect was also present in the original Crystal Lord design, it wasn't as drastic as the MTA's demonstration. A 30% boost in efficiency over modern, new generation laser rifles was huge. As long as the cost of this crystal laser rifle wasn't too excessive, it would definitely be able to empower the Crystal Lord Mark II to a considerable height. Seeing that the lab test of the crystal laser rifle made a powerful impression on VS, Master Willix switched to another piece of footage. The Luminar race not only excels at outputting energy damage, but is also proficient in defending against it, as you surely already know. The same crystal laser rifle as before now pointed its muzzle at a large crystal block. VS could faintly recognize the odd alien circuits formed inside the crystal block through unknown means. When the laser rifle fired a beam that was exactly as powerful as the one in the previous lab test, the block absorbed the laser beam without any issue. Hardly any heat got released. The large crystal block perfectly absorbed the entire laser beam without any complications. While VS was already familiar with this phenomena, the laser rifle wasn't done yet. It continued to fire laser beam after laser beam at the same block. The large crystal continued to accumulate energy as a result. It began to glow brighter and brighter in white. When the laser rifle stopped firing, the crystal block suddenly released all of the captured energy at once in the form of a magnificent white light beam. The beam struck another target placed in the chamber, causing it to sustain a devastating amount of damage. Though the original Crystal Lord was capable of performing the same feat with its central crystal, the capacity and damage output of the crystal block vastly exceeded what his old mech design was capable of. Not even his gold-labeled Crystal Lords could release such a powerful beam. In fact, even accounting for the increased mass and volume of the crystal block, its devastating counterattack already surpassed the threshold of third-class mechs. His breath shivered. Was this attack strong enough to threaten a second-class mech? Willix nodded, thereby confirming his radical guess. The Luminar crystals possess very interesting properties that allow them to function as great counters to many pure energy attacks. The crystals are highly effective at storing electromagnetic radiation and to a lesser extent thermal energy. The energy is then repurposed and homogenized in a form that allows the crystal to discharge the energy at once as a coherent attack. VS became incredibly excited by what he saw. This tech had the potential to elevate the Crystal Lord Mark II into a true beast on land. The meager applications that VS came up with on his own paled in comparison to what the MTA accomplished after performing dedicated study into crystal builder technology. Though VS had become incredibly dazzled at what he saw, he knew he couldn't allow himself to get too hyped by the potential benefits. There had to be a catch. "This is very impressive," he said. "I'm concerned about their costs, though. Will implementing these Luminar crystals in my mechs double their price? If that is the case, then it is very hard to justify their implementation into my Mark II design." Master Willix faintly shook her head. "I have already taken your circumstances into account. The demonstrations that you have seen today will not unduly add to the cost of the mech. The Luminar crystals will only add around 300,000 hex credits or so to the production cost of your mechs. The real challenge is producing them. Very advanced production equipment is required to synthesize these crystals." VS narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "What kind of equipment do I need?" "They are out of reach." "If that's the case, then how can I possibly produce these powerful crystals?" "We can come to an arrangement. Every MTA branch that has reached a certain scale can synthesize these crystals and supply them to the LMC or any of the third-party manufacturers that produce your Crystal Lord. You only need to pay the requisite cost to the branches." This condition made VS lose the wonder he gained from witnessing the impressive lab tests. This arrangement made the LMC too dependent on the MTA for the supply of Luminar crystals. VS figured that they must have figured out a way to create the crystal cube that activated Luminar crystals. Perhaps they even developed a better version of the crystal cube that VS still stored in his vault. Though he resented the arrangement proposed by Master Willix, he already understood that he wouldn't be allowed to produce the luminar crystals themselves. Once the production methods leaked, alien crystals filled with inscrutable alien runes and circuitry would probably show up everywhere in the galaxy. The MTA already bent its rules by a considerable degree by allowing VS to play around with them in his new Crystal Lord Mark II design. If VS and Gloriana hadn't continually impressed the MTA with successive accomplishments, there was no way that Master Willix was willing to accommodate his request to this degree. This only made him feel more worried about the price she demanded. For some reason, Master Willix and the MTA really wanted to get their hands on his totems. At least VS possessed some very desirable bargaining chips. Since Master Willix valued them so much, he was curious whether he could milk the MTA further. The way you speak about luminar crystal technology suggests that the researchers working on it have probably developed more applications, right? You are correct. Don't think about obtaining anything more, Mr. Larkinson. Your Crystal Lord Mark II doesn't require additional features. What about scaling up the luminar crystals so they become capable of empowering second-class mechs? This time, Master Willix chuckled a bit. The main reason why you are eligible to work with luminar crystal technology at all is because it is mainly relevant to the lowest class of mechs. It is an entirely different matter to allow you to incorporate second-class luminar crystals into second-class mechs. The difference that this can make is enough to destabilize the second-class mech market. The MTA may offer a lot of tech in the form of component licenses to mech companies and mech designers, but it also held a lot of it back. This kind of alien tech that was clearly superior to conventional human tech was truly dangerous to human society if it started showing up everywhere. VS already knew he had to revise the availability of the Crystal Lord Mark II in order to avoid ruffling the MTA's feathers too much. He would likely have to jack up the price of his product so that its amazing performance was paired with an even more excessive price. He thought for a while. It was trivially easy for him to craft a bunch of totems that were pretty much useless other than their glows. It hardly cost him anything for him to do so. This entire trade sounded too easy, in fact. Yet from what he saw, the luminar crystal technology truly fit the Crystal Lord Mark II to an amazing degree. VS was not worried whether the Master Willix made the wrong selection or whether the MTA attempted to scam him in this trade. With so many pros and so few cons, logic dictated that VS accept this deal. Even his emotions urged him to say yes. There was just one more issue he needed to clarify. He addressed Master Willix once again. I can provide the MTA with a number of totems once I return from the Nixian Gap, but I won't provide you with every glow. Some of the more obscure ones, such as those attached to my virtual mechs, and those utilized in competition mechs, aren't within my reach anymore. To be honest, VS could probably reproduce some of them, but he simply couldn't be bothered to. He didn't want to hand over too many totems to the MTA, and this sounded like a nice excuse to limit what they received. That is not a problem, Master Willix replied. We are mainly interested in your stronger glows. Let us form a list. They entered into a quick discussion. Eventually, VS agreed to provide totems that carried glows that represented all of the commercial mech designs of the LMC as well as a few commission and private mech designs. In his opinion, he was giving up a bit too much of the latter two categories, but Master Willix was fairly insistent. Eventually, VS reached out and shook hands with Master Willix's physical projection. It's a deal, she said with a smile. It's a deal, VS replied with a mix of excitement and resignation. Chapter 22:12 Research Frenzy. As soon as VS and Master Willix struck their deal, they transmitted a large data packet to the Dark Break module. Due to the great security of the MTA's private network, there was hardly any risk of third parties intercepting the sensitive data. That did not mean that VS could subsequently leak the research data on luminar crystals on his end. To minimize the chance of leaks and theft, the files I have sent to you will remain locked within the Dark Break module, Master Willix's physical projection stated in a severe tone. One of the functions of this device is to guard the data it stores in its data banks. Every means of directly and indirectly capturing the data will fail. If any of the research files on luminar crystals ever ends up in the hands of others, you will not escape the consequences. VS nodded nervously. I understand, Master. I have no intentions of spreading this data around. The MTA truly valued the research it performed on luminar crystals and deemed it very undesirable if it spread around. This was why the association insisted on keeping it to themselves, to the point where the LMC wasn't even allowed to synthesize more advanced versions of luminar crystals. All of these precautions only heightened his interests. From his brief stay on the Starlight Megalodon in the past, he had become exposed to the CFA's incredibly advanced research activities at the time. VS had gotten lost in all of the mind-boggling projects involving a lot of high technology. The MTA shouldn't be any worse when it came to research and development. The big two were in constant competition to each other, and technology had always been the key to human growth. VS looked forward to seeing how much he could elevate the Crystal Lord Mark II project with this research data. One additional concern suddenly came to mind. Oh, Master Willix, about the research data, will Gloriana be able to access it as well? It would be inconvenient for me to be the sole person who can study these files. I have already taken this into account, she said. I will send Miss Woden a notification informing her that she is permitted to enter the restricted library of the MTA's branch on Synapse 6. She will be allowed to study the same research data that your Dark Break module has received at her leisure. That would make the work on the Crystal Lord Mark II design a lot more convenient. With the two lead designers working on the same foundation, VS wouldn't have to clash so much with his fiancée when it came to pushing his design choices. Mentally, VS had already elevated the priority level of the Crystal Lord Mark II project. With some shiny new tech in hand, he became a lot more passionate about turning the second revision of his land-bound rifleman mech into a groundbreaking product. Of course, even if VS and Gloriana became more involved in its design, the design teams assigned to the project still had to work just as hard. Once Master Willix's physical projection said goodbye and disappeared, VS manipulated the interface of the Dark Break module in order to access the newly received files. The large device began to hum before outputting a very strong interference field. VS blinked as he felt his body becoming ill at ease. He knew that all of his devices, from the Calm on his wrist to the Vulcanite multiscanner on his tool belt, were probably rendered helpless. Ah! VS suddenly held his hand overhead. My implant! Not only did this powerful localized jamming field interfere with the operation of electronic devices, it also acted like a remote implant limiter. His blood briefly chilled as he realized the scary potential of this functionality. Despite all of the upgrades and additions to his Archimedes Rebel implant, it was still rendered helpless by this seemingly omnipotent field. Even if it doesn't affect my implant directly, it is more than enough to block the interface between my brain and my implant. Fortunately, he already experienced what it was like to lose access to the functions of his implant a month ago. He quickly performed the same tricks he used to cope with the loss of his most important mental augmentation and regained his composure. Let's see what the fuss is all about. Once the Dark Break module's jamming function came online, VS finally laid his eyes on the coveted research data. The moment he read the first couple of documents, he instantly became engrossed. Though much of it already referenced knowledge and scientific terms that were beyond his ability to understand, he found out that the data package also contained selective knowledge that briefly summarized the MTA's understanding of certain subjects. Ves found out that while it was incredibly difficult for him to digest this knowledge, they were just understandable enough for him to slowly build up his systematic understanding of crystals and laser technology. He couldn't help but erupt into laughter. Ha! I've got more than just a bunch of experimental data on luminar crystals. I've received the context around this research as well. In other words, he obtained much of the theoretical background needed to make sense of some of the fundamental aspects of luminar crystals. As Ves quickly skimmed all of the files, he understood that while he didn't receive enough learning material to turn him into a comprehensive specialist in the relevant fields, he should at least be able to elevate all of his existing sub-skills on crystals and laser weapons. He knew this must have been the handiwork of Master Willix. She likely possessed a very good grasp of his current knowledge base by studying his mech designs. It shouldn't be that difficult for her to figure out what he lacked, and what he was capable of learning through self-study. This was a very profound benefit to Ves. Even if he decided not to add any luminar crystals in his other designs, he could still elevate their offensive performance by a small extent. In fact, some of the research is also useful in enhancing my understanding of other directed energy weapons. This meant that Ves would be able to apply a portion of his gains on the pulse submachine guns of the Valkyrie Redeemer and the positron beam cannons of the Cat's Paw. As long as he mastered all of the knowledge contained within the data package, Ves would definitely be able to gain as many benefits as spending at least 100,000 DP on various sub-skills. He suddenly frowned as he felt the pervasive interference field subjecting his body to an invisible internal massage. The sudden loss of access to his implant vastly impacted his learning efficiency. If he could activate his implant, then even if he couldn't digest all of the knowledge in a short amount of time, he could still store all of the documents he laid his eyes upon in the vast memory capacity in his mind. I'm not resigned to this reality. Ves wanted to see if he could circumvent the Dark Break module's blockade. The Dark Break module might possess an insanely powerful jamming function, but if there was one thing he learned, it was that no tech was perfect. Rather than sitting down and learning the knowledge on luminar crystals and laser weapons the honest way, he instead began to pull out all sorts of devices in order to see if he could cheat the process. Nothing worked, though Ves already expected that. No comm, sensor, scanner or any other device worked properly in the range of the field. He even tried to open the hatch of the secure chamber in order to stand outside. While he managed to exit the localized jamming field, he could see nothing but indistinguishable colors when he looked at the bubble enveloping the chamber. His sensors only captured static when trying to record the weird phenomenon. Since normal solutions didn't work, Ves began to employ more esoteric means. He first had the bright idea of bringing in a chunk of B-stone. Sadly, for all of its amazing potency at blocking and interfering with spiritual energy, it exerted no effect at all. The B-stone acted like a completely normal rock in front of the Dark Break module. Though this harebrained experiment failed, Ves nonetheless grew thoughtful at this result. The B-stone's lack of interaction with the Dark Break module proved that the latter only acted against technological means. What about spiritual means? What if Ves came up with a way to record data in spiritual fashion? A miniature explosion erupted in his mind. From his theoretical understanding of spiritual engineering, there was no fundamental reason why this was not possible. Ves had already found out a way to turn spiritual energy into fixed spiritual constructs. As long as he was able to perform this trick in his own mind, he could leverage his engineering and software abilities to replicate a method to capture and store data in spiritual form. He slapped his forehead with his palm. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Ever since he discovered he could program the spiritual foundation of his mech designs, he only thought about using this new approach on his work. He had yet to turn this insight to improving his own spiritual ability. For a long time, he engaged in spiritual engineering like an old blacksmith or craftsman who created products through manual labor. Now, he suddenly realized that he could upgrade himself to a modern engineer and software programmer who could develop much more sophisticated spiritual applications. He performed a quick experiment on the spot without taking any precautions. He concentrated his mind and began to shape the loose spiritual energy in his mind like clay. Just like manipulating the spiritual foundation of a mech design, he was able to mold the spiritual energy, though it was a lot more runny and difficult to keep into shape. It was no different from a temporary spiritual projection at this point. Without turning it into a fixed structure, it would quickly fall apart once he lost his focus. The key is to make it fixed. He already knew the trick to doing that. From his current shallow understanding of spiritual constructs, all he needed to do was to concentrate specific attributes into the projection. Ves possessed multiple spiritual attributes. Due to his design philosophy, he possessed a pretty abundant mix of attributes related to both mechs and life. His choice was clear. Compared to the chaotic and changeable nature of life, the mechanical rigidity and precision of mechs was much more suitable to be applied to a software-like spiritual construct. Though it took some effort, he eventually filled his projection with mech-attributed spiritual energy. Though the concentration of mech-attributed spiritual energy floating in his mind had decreased by a minute degree, the construct had successfully taken shape. Even as Ves gradually relaxed his focus, the construct made with the spiritual energy of his mind still exhibited the same properties of the spiritual constructs of his purgatory envoy design. This meant that from today onwards, he could truly embark on developing semi-permanent or permanent spiritual augmentations. The potential of this single innovation was enough to change his life. In fact, Ves already believed he could also apply this same trick to other people's minds as long as they possessed at least some spirituality. As Ves cautiously performed more experiments with creating spiritual constructs in his mind, he began to harvest a lot of new insights. His understanding of the nature of spiritual energy increased by leaps and bounds as he figured more and more rules from the interactions he witnessed. With each new construct, Ves felt as if he added more and more structure to his mind. Instead of letting most of his loose spiritual energy freeload aimlessly in his mind, he could put them to more productive use and develop all kinds of specific spiritual augmentations. Yet the more he got caught up with his experiments, the more the proportions of his spiritual attributes became unbalanced. His life domain became more dominant, while his mech domain continued to weaken. As soon as Ves noticed it became harder to draw upon additional mech-attributed spiritual energy, he suddenly snapped out of his research frenzy. He felt his mind had undergone huge changes in a short amount of time. He looked at himself in horror as he realized he had inadvertently changed his personality. As soon as he thought about his progress on his various mech design projects, he discovered that he had become a lot less fluent in working on them. It was as if his intuition and familiarity with mechs had suddenly disappeared. This is bad. He instantly deconstructed all of his experimental spiritual constructs. He did not dare to shatter them apart. Instead, he carefully unraveled them so that the mech-attributed spiritual energy gently flooded back in his mental space. Ves sighed in relief once he found that his fluency in mech design returned to normal once he unmade every spiritual construct. That was dangerous! Chapter 22:13 Safer Method. Ves retired back to his stateroom after he conducted his reckless experimentation. He shoved all considerations about his mech design projects and luminar crystal technology aside for the moment. Compared to these ordinary concerns, the new insights he realized just a moment ago had significantly expanded his understanding of spiritual manipulation and spiritual engineering. He opened up another new door in these fields. Even though he only took a single tentative step inside another room, he could already foresee the countless possibilities and great potential of this pivotal breakthrough. First, the ability to create spiritual constructs with his own spirituality meant that he could imbue himself with the same kind of triggered abilities and other artificial functions as his mech designs. Essentially, he could treat himself as an empty system. By using up some of his free spiritual capacity, he could program some spiritual software programs to add permanent abilities and augmentations to his mind. For example, he could construct a permanent spiritual eye and ear that remained functional even if VS did not concentrate at all. This made it vastly more convenient to observe his surroundings and to pick up hidden presences that could circumvent regular sensory organs and devices. This was just the simplest application. He could program much more elaborate and complicated spiritual constructs, thereby augmenting himself even further. VS might not be a biotech expert or a traditional spiritual sorcerer, but as a mech designer it was enough to approach it as a hardware or software engineer. He could use his vast understanding of mechs and the components and technology that made them work to selectively create spiritual components that operated in a similar fashion to mech parts. This was something that he had already come up with but couldn't execute. Now that he proved that he could form spiritual constructs in his minds, he was finally free to revive this idea. However, just like real mechs, his spirituality was limited by its capacity. Now that he looked back at his earlier experiments in a sober and more objective fashion, he realized that forming more and more spiritual constructs slowly altered the balance of his spirit, which in turn affected his mind and personality. He was literally rewiring his personality and capabilities back then. When he discovered that he had become a lot more clumsy at designing mechs, he had become incredibly frightened. VS was a mech designer. The ability to design mechs was of paramount importance to him. He could never stomach the idea of crippling his talent and affinity for mech design just because he wanted to create a couple of spiritual augments. Fortunately, the process was reversible. So far, he had never seen any spiritual constructs decaying by themselves, but it was not that difficult for him to unravel them, especially since he created them in the first place. All in all, VS had managed to avert disaster. What made VS today him was mostly due to the mix of spiritual attributes in his mind. A large portion of it was locked in his design seed, which was basically fixed and unmovable. VS speculated that even if he expended all of his loose spiritual energy, he would still retain some of his talent, personality, and capabilities. He still felt uncomfortable after losing just a modest amount of his fluency in mechs. Every difference counted, so he felt a lot more reluctant to create spiritual augments and leave them floating in his mind. It was difficult to come up with a spiritual augment that was useful enough to offset the loss in mech affinity. However, VS already developed some ideas to mitigate the harm. The most obvious one was to just create a spiritual augment when needed and keep it for as long as he needed it. Once it lost its purpose, he could just unravel it in order to recycle his spent spiritual energy and attributes. It was very troublesome to do so each time he needed to make use of a specific spiritual augment. He had to manually program the spiritual augment from scratch, which could take minutes, hours, or even entire days depending on its complexity. He grinned. I can probably circumvent this process. Now that he had left the range of the dark break module's interference field, he regained access to his cranial implant and restored his partially digitized mind. The sudden boost to his cognitive functions reminded him that he could store and retrieve as much data as he wanted from his implant. Therefore, he only had to design a spiritual augment once and store the design in his implant's vast digital storage space. Once VS wanted to conjure up a sophisticated spiritual eye, he could instantly retrieve the template and fill it up with single attribute spiritual energy. While the new process wasn't instant, at the very least he didn't need to reinvent the entire wheel from scratch every time. This was the best approach he came up with. From his unsavory spiritual experimentations on William Urbish, Ves learned that the spirit of an individual was incredibly important. Just a minor change could permanently distort or damage someone's personality. Currently, Ves did not desire to change who he was. His career was on an upwards trajectory, and his long string of successes in the past proved that he was already on the road of success. Why should he attempt to fix something that wasn't broken in the first place? Ves was happy with himself. While he wasn't perfect, he accepted and embraced who he was, warts and all. His strengths and weaknesses defined him as a person, and it shouldn't be simple at all to alter the very fabric of his life. However, that did not mean he could apply these changes to other people. This is the second major implication of my discoveries. Leaving aside the utility of spiritual constructs, Ves could already tell he could employ them as a much less destructive and much more controlled way of altering people's minds. If he made these realizations a year ago, he wouldn't have mutilated and corrupted William Urbish's mind and spirit so much. He could have simply created some sturdy but inert spiritual constructs and stuffed them with most of the attributes related to fear, cowardice, and timidity. By bottling up those undesirable traits, he effectively removed them from the board in William's mind. This meant that his personality would shift in a direction where he naturally became more capable of piloting a mech without getting frozen by his own fears. Ves wouldn't have ended up with the mute and taciturn silent William if that was the case. His eyes lit up as he thought about the potential of regulating other people's spiritual attributes. Most norms didn't possess enough spirituality to make any meaningful changes. In fact, he was deeply reluctant to alter even a single pinch of their spiritual energy at all for fear or wiping out their sentience. It was a different case to those with spiritual potential. As long as he did not decrease the overall level of spirituality in someone's mind too drastically, they would still be able to remain stable while their personality underwent substantial changes. He thought back on all of the people with spiritual potential on his staff. For mech pilots, the strength of their spiritual potential was not enough. The purity also mattered. Usually, this meant that the more single-minded and dedicated someone became towards a certain pursuit or ideal, they became more likely to achieve a breakthrough in their chosen profession. To mech pilots with spiritual potential such as Casella Ingvar and Ayman Ingvar, Ves might be able to induce both of them to become expert candidates if he purified their spiritual potential. By bottling up various irrelevant spiritual attributes, their spiritualities became less polluted by distractions, thereby allowing them to become much more focused on a chosen pursuit that was compatible with their spiritual attributes. This is an interesting interaction. In his theoretical framework of mech pilots, those with spiritual potential usually started their advancement after they consciously shaped and altered their personality. Through discipline, training, and other purposeful activities, they honed their will until it gained a quality that enabled to fuse with spirituality. In other words, the mind shaped the spirit. This was what was supposed to happen. Almost every Larkinson expert pilot, and other expert pilots in existence advanced step by step by honing their minds and wills first. Even those who only became expert pilots accidentally, such as Venerable Pelican, had already developed a very strong will and obsession. What Ves came up with subverted the normal process. He theorized that if he changed someone's spirit first, it would result in a specific change in personality. These changes in personality, which narrowed the thought patterns of the individual in question, would then circle back and affect the evolution of the spirit. To put it simply, the spirit shaped the mind, which in turn shaped the spirit. If Ves could develop this process and turn it into a practical and proven method, then he may have finally invented a way to artificially create high-ranking expert pilots and mech designers. His heart beat faster as he realized the great promise of this method. Wait! This is also dangerous! There was no guarantee it would work as smoothly as he thought. Messing with someone's spirit was literally the same as messing with someone's personality and sense of self. Minds and spirits were so complicated and interconnected that a single change might induce a lot of unanticipated changes. Ves would never subject his own clansmen to the reckless experiments that he was already forming in his mind. The risks were too great. Yet the temptations of this possible new method was too great. Even if he wanted to withhold the use of this method because the MTA already paid too much attention to him, it would nonetheless be helpful to keep this option in reserve. One of the benefits of developing a safe way to foster expert pilots and journeyman mech designers was all of the missions he could complete. The Rim Guardians and the MTA issued a lot of missions related to helping people breaking through. The mission related to William Urbish was hardly unique. Ves knew that there were much more merits he could earn as long as he attempted to fulfill them with his new method. If not for the fact that he would attract too much suspicion, he wanted to log into the Rim Exchange right away and snap up all of those missions right away. He vigorously shook his head. I need to control myself. He still had to develop this ability further, but he did not dare to experiment on himself or his Larkinsons. He did not believe it was wise to hire volunteers from local states and subject them to life-changing and potentially damaging experiments. I still need test subjects, though, he sighed. It's best to get a lot of them. I need to perform a systematic study to test the limits of this method. Where could he get his hands on hundreds, if not thousands of humans who he could mess around and get rid of without getting into trouble with the authorities? It wasn't as if there was some giant superplanet floating around in the Nixian Gap that just happened to offer a huge population of degenerated people who no one cared about. Wait a second. There's always pirates! As the ultimate scumbags of the galaxy, pirates had forsaken all of their rights as a human. The Big Two explicitly stripped them from all of the protection they afforded to other humans. Ves would not get into trouble at all if he used a bunch of pirates as test subjects. If some of his harmful experiments ever got exposed, at most he would suffer some damage to his reputation. He would not get in any legal trouble as long as he properly documented proof that his test subjects were recognized pirates or members of outlawed organizations. Why didn't I realize this sooner? The Nixian Gap is filled with test subjects. Chapter 22:14 The Scientific Method. The moment he conceived of the possibility of using lawless pirates as test subjects, Ves eagerly wanted to get his hands on them. The more test subjects he had access to, the more progress he could make towards his study in artificially cultivating high-ranking mech pilots and mech designers. As long as he developed a method and confirmed it was safe, he could apply it to anyone with untapped spiritual potential. Even if they did not break through on the spot, Ves at least paved the way for them to advance smoothly. As for those who already developed themselves to an extent such as Janzi, Joshua, Tusa, Commander Dice and Commander Orphan, Ves might be able to purify their will and spirit even further so that their chances of breaking through their respective bottlenecks increased. If he completed his experiments quickly enough, he didn't have to wait until he returned to civilized space to foster the first expert pilots of the Larkinson clan. He could encourage the formation of one of them while he was still in the Nixian Gap. The thought of adding bona fide expert pilots to his force makeup almost turned him drunk. Of course, an expert pilot without an expert mech was like an emperor without clothes. The true might and majesty of a high-ranking mech pilot could never be expressed with a mundane mech that did not incorporate any resonating materials. However, The emergence of just a single expert pilot would have a very effect on the morale and confidence of all of his combat personnel. His fellow Larkinsons would fight a lot harder if they knew that an expert pilot was in their midst. Their admiration and worship to those who underwent apotheosis was so high that the expert pilot did not even have to enter battle in order to enhance the battle performance of other mech pilots by 20%. Still, it was a bit of a stretch to expect that he could raise an expert pilot in a matter of weeks. He was far from reaching this point. Though the method he conceived sounded nice, it was based on a lot of unproven assumptions and shaky homemade theories. While Ves was very confident in the theoretical framework on spirituality that he built up step by step, a good scientist should never peddle untested solutions. "I'm a bit of a bad scientist," he shrugged and admitted to himself. Many times, he became so excited by his innovations that he immediately implemented them into his work without properly testing them. Even if it worked out most of the time, didn't mean he was vindicated. If Ves wanted to become a more effective and respectable researcher, he needed to respect scientific method and follow it earnestly. The scientific method could be framed in many different ways, but Ves preferred to split it up in 5 stages: observation, question, hypothesis, results, and conclusion. For example, in this case, his initial observation was that forming spiritual constructs in his mind altered the distribution of spiritual attributes in his mind. This led to various questions. One of them went as followed: was it possible to induce individuals with spiritual potential to advance to a higher rank? After forming a question he wanted to answer, it was helpful to gain some direction by forming some guesses. Usually, this was the stage where he was supposed to hit the books and read up on the research performed by others. However, since Ves did not have access to a single textbook on spirituality, he could only resort to his own theoretical framework as a basis. By applying his knowledge on spirituality, he could easily form a hypothesis that could be used as the core of an experiment. In this case, his current hypothesis went something like this: the key to inducing people to advance to a higher rank was to alter their spiritual attribute makeup. Now that he made this statement, he needed to back it up with proof. In this case, he needed to conduct a range of experiments. Since his experiment involved changing people, he needed to get his hands on people. Usually, scientists who wanted to experiment on people had to go through a lot of trouble. Conducting simulations could only do so much because no model perfectly replicated the functioning of human physiology and mentality. Even cloning humans was problematic because these human-shaped meat bags exhibited various deviations from normal human functioning due to their lack of sentience. This was especially problematic when it came to matters of the mind. Normal biotech experts still preferred to experiment with cloned bodies if there was nothing better at hand, but Ves already ruled out this option. Clones possessed no spirit. This was something that Ves had already ascertained. That left him with the ethically dubious option of performing his experiments on actual, living humans. This was a little bit problematic in human space. Every scientist and researcher had to abide by lots of laws that served to enforce a standardized code of ethics and customs onto them. Even if these laws weren't always enforced, didn't mean it was okay to treat random space peasants as lab rats. The only exception to this rule was pirates, but even then many research institutions openly refused to experiment on them. Civilized humans should never lower themselves to the standard of scum. If Ves was still in civilized space, he would have to be a lot more circumspect about his intentions if he wanted to preserve his reputation. He had no concerns in the Nixian gap. Not only was it sufficiently isolated to prevent any news from proliferation, it was also filled with an abundant amount of viable test subjects. Frankly, Ves couldn't have traveled to a better location in the Nixian gap to perform human experiments. He rubbed his smooth-shaven chin in thought. Perhaps this explains why some peacekeeper outfits venture into the Nixian Gap while bringing along some research teams. It's very risky for those researchers to conduct their experiments in a lawless region, but as long as they gain their desired results, it is worth the risk. Results. This was what VS was after. Performing experiments was not an end in itself, but merely a means to an end. However, not every research result was equal. They varied in accuracy, precision, relevance representation, quantity, and so on. In general, the more thorough the experiment, the higher the quality of results. When it came to developing a promising but risky method of facilitating the advancement of his talented personnel, VS was not okay with performing a simple and rudimentary experiment. I need to abide by a higher standard this time, VS urged himself. I'm a journeyman mech designer. I will probably shame my university teachers if I perform a sloppy test. This meant he couldn't settle on results of spiritually altering a couple of pirates. He needed to perform the same procedure at least 100 times, and he should develop variations of the same method and apply it to their own separate batches of test subjects as well. How many test subjects does that take? VS shuddered at the daunting figure required to obtain proper research results. He needed at least 1,000 test subjects. It's not a problem to get my hands on 1,000 pirates. A typical established pirate group such as the Rust Grinders already numbered that much. Aside from the hundreds of mech pilots, they also employed a larger number of support personnel. The problem was that not every pirate equated to a qualified test subject to him. He could only test his current hypothesis on pirates with spiritual potential. The good news was that, as far as he knew, the proportion of humans with spiritual potential was unchanged in the pirate population. What truly made high-ranking mech pilots and mech designers rare in regions like the Nixian Gap was their poor discipline, training standard, and other factors. There was a lot of untapped potential in the pirate population. The bad news was that the population density in the Nixian Gap was very low. VS estimated that it might take at least a year to obtain 1,000 qualified test subjects. He couldn't afford to waste that much time. He still had 5 months left before his wedding with Gloriana took place. Perhaps I should compromise a bit. Maybe obtaining 100 qualified test subjects is sufficient. Though the quality of his research results would definitely drop if he experimented on so little people, it was better than nothing. I'll have to direct my task force to actively hunt down some pirate groups. The more pirates we capture, the more my experiment can progress. Once he experimented on enough test subjects and gained some satisfactory results, he should have made enough gains to answer his hypothesis. This was the final conclusion stage. Not only would he be able to answer his original question, he could also formulate new observations, each of which might spark follow-up experiments. I think I'm overlooking something along the way. He pressed his finger on his lips. Oh well, it's not important. VS knew what he had to do now. His eyes sharpened as he hungered to conduct his experiments as soon as possible. He impulsively activated his comm in order to call Major Vol. VS? Why are you calling at this moment? Stop avoiding the pirate groups along the way. If they're weak, pounce on them. If they're slightly stronger, pounce on them. If they're too strong, bring it up to me and we'll prepare a proper plan. Major Vol's projection frowned. You sound different, VS. Why order this change? I need to get my hands on a lot of living pirates, VS truthfully answered. This is important. Prioritize seeking out pirate groups that are weak but very numerous. The strength and wealth of the pirates are of no consequence. Only the amount of bodies matter. Just do as I say. Coordinate with Ophelia Cronin and Calabast. The sooner we capture some pirates, the better. You don't have to go through great lengths to avoid killing them if they pose a threat to us, but don't kill off anyone who surrenders. Just place them into custody before I have the chance to inspect the captives in person. Major Vo frowned deeper, though he refrained from indulging in his curiosity. Do you have any specific requirements for the captives you desire? Preferably, try to preserve the lives of mech pilots and mech designers, but any pirate will do. Quantity matters more. After passing some additional instructions, Ves ended his call with Major Vo. There was no need for him to pay close attention to this matter at this point. He trusted his subordinates to enact his orders faithfully. Ves smiled and mentally patted himself on his back. Unlike with his previous experiments, he intended to hold himself to a much higher standard of scientific rigor. Only by trying out his methods on as many test subjects as possible would he be able to obtain reliable and accurate results. He turned towards Lucky, who was lying on his deck with his belly facing the ceiling. How many test subjects do you think I need to experiment upon? Meow. That sounds too few. Meow. Oh, I would love to, but it's too difficult to get my hands on so many pirates. Meow meow. Ah, you have a point. Roaming pirate fleets usually don't have that many people, but it's a different story for pirate bases. The larger ones are especially notable for their larger populations. I can acquire loads of test subjects after capturing a base. The biggest problem was that no fixed pirate base was weak. Only pirates who were strong enough to defend themselves against peacekeepers and rival pirates possessed the capital to plant their flag on a desirable location. This meant that if he wanted to reach his goals quickly, he needed to imitate his father. Even though Ves didn't have the help of his mother, he could at least rely on Lucky to take over her role. His eyes gleamed brighter as he stared at Lucky with appreciation. His cat nervously flicked his tail. Meow? Chapter 22:15 Spiritual Templates. As excited as he was to explore a viable method to artificially induce the breakthroughs of mech pilots and mech designers, he couldn't do anything without test subjects. In the Larkinson clan's previous clashes against pirates, Ves admittedly paid little attention to the treatment of captives. Some pirates fought to the death. Others just wanted to flee as far away as possible. None of them met a good end. Only those who despaired against the Larkinson clan's might and lost all hope dropped to their knees to offer their surrender. As pirates were humans who had turned their backs on human civilization, they never received good treatment. The Peacekeeper Association formulated a standard code of practice. Pirates who violently resisted the peacekeepers deserved death. Pirate commanders and officers also deserved death, but it was preferable to take them into captivity and bring them back to the Peacekeeper Association. The intelligence they held was often valuable in understanding the circumstances of the Nixian Gap, and the bounties on their heads made it worthwhile for peacekeepers to take the risks of capturing them alive. As for the support personnel who were often kidnapped and forced into a life of piracy, the rules were a bit murkier on that. Officially, the peacekeepers had to take them into custody and bring them back to civilized space to put them to trial. If they were culpable for crimes against humanity, then they were put to death. If they were just innocent people forced to service a mech or something, then they had a chance to live. However, Ves knew that in practice the peacekeeper outfits weren't so diligent and discriminating. Holding captives was a considerable burden, and the peacekeeper outfits didn't really receive that much rewards for bringing them back so that they could go on trial. Therefore, the more humanitarian peacekeepers tended to wipe out any violent pirates on a ship but leave the innocents alive. This was not really a good solution. Those innocents stranded on ships that usually didn't possess any FTL drives were still trapped in the Nixian Gap. They either fell victim to another pirate group or turned pirates themselves. Therefore, the more ruthless peacekeepers simply disappeared these tainted and unwanted people. They never showed up again, and it wasn't hard to imagine what it took to vanish them from existence. Perhaps the only former captives who could gain a new life were well-trained engineers and other notable technical talent that was very hard to come by. Anyone who didn't meet this standard simply wasn't valuable enough to retain. Was this unjust? Probably. Did anyone care? Nope. In deep space, and especially in vast, isolated regions such as the Nixian Gap, different rules applied. The commander of the fleet, or the highest leader, assumed absolute authority. It was too impractical to apply the laws of civilized space in a region of space where they never took hold. Each fleet turned into a moving own sovereign domain that applied its own laws however they wanted, though within a couple of limits. This was the risk that people had to accept when they ventured into lawless space. In any case, Major Verl was in overall command over Task Force Predator. When the question of dealing with captives came up, he decided to act leniently, and simply allowed the innocent captives to take control over the useless pirate ships that the Larkinsons viewed as trash. It was likely that most of those captives and ships would fall into the hands of another pirate group, but the gesture at least allowed most of the Larkinsons to sleep peacefully at night. Ves did not begrudge Major Verl's decision, seeing as he did it in order to retain the Larkinson clan's sense of righteousness. However, Ves regretted the executions of so many violent pirates. All of them were destined to die anyway. They could have paid some of their debts back to society by donating their spirits to him so that they could contribute to pivotal, life-changing research. It was the ultimate way to atone for their sins. Next time will be different, he vowed. Calabast already identified a juicy target that would potentially yield a lot of living test subjects if the task force managed to capture the site intact. It would take some time to get there and perform the necessary scouting in order to plan their assault properly. Until then, Ves had no choice but to return to his more mundane mech design work. I almost forgot about the luminar crystal research, he belatedly realized. He still wanted to record and digest all of the research documents that Master Willix prepared for him. In order to do it quickly and waste as little time as possible, Ves cautiously resumed his experiments with spiritual constructs. This time, he acted with much greater care. He aimed to create the smallest and simplest spiritual construct that could capture what he saw in a spiritual file. The less mech-attributed spiritual energy he expended, the lower the impact on his mentality. To simplify the construct as much as possible, he decided to go as low-tech as possible and merely aimed to create something that could capture visual data in an analog format. It was the spiritual equivalent of an ancient film camera. Surprisingly, the process went smooth. Ves borrowed many elements from the spiritual eye taught by Goldie to interpret visual data with spiritual means. He actually spent most of his time on defining the format of the spiritual file in order to make sure it didn't spawn some uncontrollable horror. When Ves tested out his spiritual camera by snapping a picture of Lucky munching on a bar of briar alloy, his imaginary new device expended some of its mech-attributed spiritual energy to spit out a spiritual file. When Ves accessed the file and interpreted it through a special means, he was able to recall the exact image of Lucky eating a piece of alloy in pretty good fidelity. Certainly, the image that popped up in the forefront of his mind wasn't perfect. Its resolution and clarity looked very shabby compared to the images that could be captured in near-perfect detail by modern optical sensors. However, this result was already sufficient enough for Ves to declare this small experiment a success. With this trick, no jammer can stop me now! The follow-up step was easy to process. Due to the partial digitization of his mind, he could easily convert the spiritual file in his mind into a digital format which his implant was able to process in many different ways. If VS captured a picture of a bunch of text, then his implant would automatically be able to strip it all and compile them into a proper document. At that point, VS could leverage the combined might of his organic intelligence and his implant's data processing capabilities to absorb the knowledge in rapid tempo. Perhaps Master Willix estimated that VS would take 6 months to absorb all of the knowledge on luminar crystals. With this measure, VS could shorten that by just 1 month or less. He could easily internalize the most relevant knowledge that was most applicable to the Crystal Lord Mark II project within a week. He couldn't help but grow smug at the fact that he succeeded in doing something he wasn't supposed to do. Every time he circumvented a rule, he felt incredibly pleased. The application of the spiritual camera was only useful in specific situations since his implant could do a much better job. However, this was just the start. By developing a greater variety of spiritual augments such as a spiritual calculator or a spiritual radar, he could essentially regain some of the functions afforded by implant when it was ever rendered inoperable for some reason. This meant that in a design duel where the mech designers had to wear implant limiters, VS could easily boost his productivity by 50% or higher by making use of spiritual augments. Still, there's a limit to what I can do, he frowned. The biggest downside was that each spiritual construct removed some mech-attributed spiritual energy from the table. This lowered his overall ability to design mechs. VS had to weigh carefully whether the benefits brought by a spiritual augment outweighed the price he paid. To minimize the impact on his mentality as much as possible, VS stored the design or template of his spiritual camera into an encrypted file on his implant. He loaded up the template from his implant and used it to construct the spiritual camera in just half a minute. I need to practice this process and speed it up even further. When VS stepped back into the isolated chamber that held the dark break module, he activated it again and commanded it to project the Lumar crystal research data. A familiar interference field spread into the entire chamber again. He had already braced himself for the loss of access to his implant. It only took him a short amount of time to regain his composure. He smiled as he viewed one of the documents of the data package. While his implant and his comms still weren't able to do anything, his spiritual camera remained fully functional. VS cautiously began to scroll through the document. He snapped the shutter of his spiritual camera every time he stumbled upon a new page. His mind gradually became filled with dozens of spiritual files. Due to the rudimentary nature of the camera and the inefficient, unoptimized properties of its output, VS temporarily lost a substantial amount of spiritual energy. This forced him to halt the process. When he stepped outside the chamber, he quickly regained access to his implant, allowing him to convert the spiritual files into digital files. After that, he re-entered the chamber and continued to record more pages. This process went on for many hours. To save on time, VS did not even bother to read any of the text. He only looked at it long enough to snap a picture before scrolling to the next page. VS had lost track of the amount of times he stepped outside the chamber to initiate the conversion process. His legs received a lot of exercise that day, and he probably looked very weird to others. If Master Willix was observing him from the sensors embedded in the dark break module, she might probably be thinking that he had gone crazy. Of course, she might also suspect that VS employed a means of defeating the dark break module's jamming function. This was something that VS already took into account. He knew that Master Willix was quite tolerant compared to many other officials within the MTA. He bet that a relatively minor issue like this was not really worth investigating as long as he abided by the spirit of their deal. As long as he refrained from leaking the research data to the public, It didn't really matter what method he used to. Over the course of several days, Ves finished the recording process. After that, he rapidly expanded his knowledge base. Not only did he learn a lot of unique aspects on luminar crystals, but he also deepened his understanding of some very specific fields. Several of his sub-skills such as crystallography, directed energy weapon optimization, rapid-fire laser weapon operation and optics advanced by leaps and bounds. As one of the holy lands of human high technology, the MTA's grasp in this field was incredibly comprehensive. The theories that Ves absorbed were substantially greater in quality than the theories taught by Clarion University's textbooks. Only the knowledge directly provided by the system came close. His eyes gleamed as he began to see laser weapons in a deeper way. As much as he didn't want to, he couldn't help but gain a bit of appreciation for Master Willix and the MTA. Perhaps it wasn't so bad to cooperate with the association after all. As long as he didn't give away anything valuable, he didn't mind conducting some more trades. It could even substitute some of the benefits that Ves usually derived from the system. In fact, it wouldn't be too inaccurate to say that the MTA actually functioned like a public version of the Mech Designer System. Ves froze when he made this realization. Is this a coincidence? Chapter 22:16 Chronolords. In Maynard fields, those who possessed the capability to establish a base and maintain possession of it were strong. Roaming pirate organizations that only possessed ships were usually dependent on raiding and other risky activities to maintain their existence. Obviously, this was a very unstable means of survival. If possible, pirates vastly preferred setting up a base in a resource-rich area so that they could earn a more stable form of living. Not only did they need to take part in risky attacks, but they could also settle down and form something that a pirate could call a home. Sometimes, the line between pirate and colonist blurred. However, that did not stop Ves from targeting these powerful pirate bases. Everyone in the Nixian Gap was fair game in his eyes. It didn't take too long before Task Force Predator entered the territory claimed by a long-established pirate group called the Chronolords. The fleet did not dare to venture too deeply. If the Chronolords discovered the presence of a strong fleet in their backyard, they would instantly raise their guard. A careful scouting operation commenced. To reduce the vigilance of the Chronolords, the flagrant vandals resorted to a simple trick. They took some pirate mechs captured in some of their earlier battles and modified them a little bit before sending them forward. While they were not as easy to hide as the regular scout mechs of the flagrant vandals, their low quality shouldn't arouse as much vigilance. Some time passed before the flagrant vandals obtained long-range scans that depicted the surroundings of Ziford Base. Built into an asteroid and surrounded by other asteroids, Ziford Base was a very defensive fortification that was home to tens of thousands of people. Not all of them were strictly pirates. A large number of shabby mining vessels roamed the asteroids, floating in a wide perimeter around Ziford Base. Each of them were tasked with mining the relatively abundant amount of cavanite deposits. Most of their crew consisted of slaves. The Chronolords established Ziford Base in this specific location because they discovered that the local area just happened to offer a lot of cavanite. The pirate group used the earnings they made from their mining operation to continually invest in their mechs, and most notably their fixed defenses. They were much like the Mountain Kings in that regard. According to Calabast's intelligence, Supreme Lord Rhoda was a cautious and relatively patient leader. He maintained a low profile and a tight grip on the Chronolords. There were plenty of pirate commanders who possessed a lot more ambition and went to a lot of extremes to climb to power. Not so for the so-called Supreme Lord. Aside from giving himself a ridiculously inflated title, Rhoda did not leverage his growing power to fight for better territory but instead invested fully in turning Ziford Base into a strong fortification. Most rival pirate groups did not show any eagerness in conquering Ziford Base. First, anyone who attacked it would suffer severe losses. With 1,200 mechs and very strong base defenses, the cost of attacking the Krona Lords would definitely hurt. Second, it was pretty much an open secret that Ziford Base hid even more surprises in the dark. If a truly powerful enemy arrived, the Krona Lords would definitely bring out something powerful that allowed them to punch above their weight. Third, it was not unusual to rig a base up to blow if worse came to worst. Sometimes, pirates refrained from doing so because once someone hacked their way to the hidden self-destruct mechanism and activated it, everyone would instantly die. However, there were always pirates who were daring or stupid enough to install a self-destruction mechanism. No one knew for sure whether Supreme Lord Rhoda was one of them, but no one dared to take the risk. Fourth, Cabinet could be found in many more places in Maynard Fields. There was no need for most ambitious pirate groups to attack the highly entrenched Krona Lords when there were plenty of softer targets. The asteroids in the vicinity of Ziford Base weren't valuable enough to justify the loss of thousands of mechs and other assets. Due to this formidable amount of deterrence, the Krona Lords managed to withstand the test of time. Ves and every leader in the fleet knew that assaulting Ziford Base was too risky. Certainly, the MTA placed some bounties on the Krona Lords and Supreme Lord Rhoda, but the amount of merits he could earn was not enough to compensate for the huge amount of losses his task force would incur if it initiated a direct assault. It's very likely that not even the second-class mechs of the Penitent Sisters can withstand the trump cards of the Krona Lords, Calabast warned him during an initial briefing. If the pirate groups of Wreckage Paradise are any indication, then we will definitely suffer serious casualties for the very first time. It's worth it as long as we don't lose too many lives. Ves spoke. Not only will our troops gain a lot of tempering for attacking such a powerful opponent, a pirate organization as long-lasting and successful as the Krona Lords must have accumulated a lot of treasure. The spymaster looked exasperated. We aren't pirates, Ves. Why are you so insistent on attacking the Krona Lords when they aren't worth that many merits? We should be bypassing this obstacle and resume our original goal of tracking down and rescuing Salak Reva. You don't understand. I don't want to hear any doubts. Just make it happen. If you're so worried about the losses we might incur, then work harder to make sure we obtain a complete understanding of Ziford Base. Both of them turned to Lucky, who had just been outfitted with the Misfortune harness. A handful of slim, custom-built gadgets that were meant to facilitate his first infiltration had been mounted onto its exterior. Lucky truly looked the part of a commando cat this time. Meow. Ves caressed Lucky's head. I know you're nervous, but think of all of the exotics you can eat. Just make sure not to take a bite out of everything in your first deployment. You can't let them discover anything amiss. Just roam around and perform as many scans as possible. Hack into any critical computer systems that look important enough and keep your eye out on any dangerous hidden defense mechanisms. Above all else, try your best to sniff out any self-destruction mechanisms. Meow meow. He already knows what to do. Calabast smiled and picked up the black-clad mechanical cat. I'll take him to the stealth shuttle so he can sneak up to Ziford Base. It took more than a day for Lucky to perform his mission. Not only did the stealth shuttle had to sneak into the defense perimeter of the Krona Lords undetected, Lucky had to cover a lot of ground. It was not enough to infiltrate and make recordings of the interior of the main base. Lucky also to sneak into the smaller bastions surrounding the main base. On top of that, the gem cat turned commando cat must also infiltrate the biggest ships of the Krona Lords to be sure that they didn't hide any surprises either. Task Force Predator shifted to a greater state of alertness while Lucky was gone. Ves grew nervous as he thought of his cat venturing deep into a dangerous pirate stronghold. If anything went wrong, Lucky would definitely suffer. Though Ves was somewhat confident of his gem cat's survival abilities, the uncertainty of the situation still weighed heavily on his mind. He cared too much about Lucky. He even began to regret the decision to use Lucky in this capacity. While it made a lot of sense in theory, his sentiments towards his cat caused him to feel a lot more worried than if he dispatched a bunch of random clansmen. "I'm sorry, Lucky," he quietly whispered. "No one else can do what you can do. For now, I can only rely on you to perform this mission." If possible, he wanted to train some disposable clansmen to perform this infiltration mission instead, but Calabast already told him it couldn't be done. Not even Diva could equal Lucky when it came to intruding into highly guarded facilities. Only Lucky possessed the ability to turn intangible and phase through solid obstacles. Though Ves temporarily gained the same ability in the past, it quickly faded for some reason. In fact, now that he recalled the incident, both of them gained this ability when they stumbled across an unknown installation of the Crystal Builder race. The technology utilized by this extinct race and their ability to manipulate space and other properties to such a strong degree was very impressive. "There's more to this alien race than I am aware of," he muttered. During the entire operation, the Black Cats worked hard to keep an eye on the Krona Lords. The disguised pirate scout mechs not only kept a constant eye on Ziffert base, but also deposited stealthy sensors as well as other devices in order to glean more insights from their observations. When the stealth shuttle carrying Lucky finally returned, Ves quickly met up with his cat again. "Haha, you made it back alive!" "Meow!" Ves smiled as he clutched Lucky and checked him for anything amiss. Fortunately, there were no signs of battle damage. The only change was the absence of various gadgets. The abundant amount of scans that Lucky had made as well as the data he managed to copy from some of the data banks provided the task force with a wealth of pertinent information. The Black Cats as well as other analysts became incredibly busy as they built up a complete overview of Ziffert base and all of the secrets it hid beneath the surface. Major Verl and the mech commanders already obtained a complete blueprint of the pirate base. This was enough for them to begin their planning for a major assault. This time, the Larkinson clan would not hold back. This time, the 302nd class mechs of the Penitent Sisters would play a key role in the upcoming battle. It became clear why this was necessary when Major Verl and Calabast both reported to Ves in his stateroom. Calabast handed over a data pad that outlined all of the hidden weapons of the Krona Lord. According to Lucky's extensive scans as well as the private logs of Supreme Lord Rhoda, Ziffert base doesn't contain any self-destruct mechanisms. It's not rigged to blow. Ves visibly sagged in relief. "That's good news." "Not quite. The reason why Ziffert base doesn't have any self-destruct mechanisms is because the Krona Lord already has other means to destroy their base." When Ves glanced at the data pad, he looked puzzled. "They have 3 trump cards?" "Yes, and all of them are strong. The first major threat we must face are the Alpha Mines. These are 27 asteroids spread around the perimeter of Ziffert base that are secretly filled with exotic enriched nuclear explosives. The most impressive feature of the Alpha Mines is that they incorporate a lot of sensor-dampening materials. This means that hardly any sensors will be able to detect the potent warheads buried in their center." Ves winced at the thought. "Even we would suffer great losses if any of our mechs carelessly pass by those asteroids." None of their previous long-distance scans detected those dangerous Alpha Mines. This was a very egregious oversight. Even Calabast looked upset. "It's clear to us that our means of detecting danger is inadequate. The threat of the Alpha Mines isn't confined to Ziffert base. We might easily pass by a random coordinate, and suddenly lose several light carriers because they strayed too close to a mine that an unknown pirate group has planted there. I'm already in touch with Commander Chansey of the Penitent Sisters to see if her mech technicians can fabricate more second-class sensor arrays. That sounds prudent. The 27 Alpha Mines was one of the most destructive tools available to the Chrono Lords, but hardly their own means of resisting a vastly more powerful force. Chapter 22:17 Omega. The second hidden weapon is the so-called Beta ships. Major Vos spoke up. The 5 seemingly derelict pirate vessels that are parked outside of Zifford Base are not as innocuous as they look. When we showed the scans of the ships to Fleet Commander Cronin, Commodore Iverne, and some of our chief engineers, they all reacted with shock. VS flipped through the contents of the data pad until he came across the detailed blueprints of all 5 Beta ships. They were roughly similar ships. Their corroded and cheap exterior were actually false coats. Underneath their ugly outer layer, the layers below actually consisted of larger amounts of carbonate alloys. What was remarkable about the Beta ships was how solid they were and how little functionality they contained. The ships featured very little interior spaces. Instead, many places that should have held compartments were actually filled up with solid carbonate alloys. To call them ships was a stretch. They were mostly solid ship-sized objects that possessed a very minimal crew complement. The only meaningful functionality they contained was the oversized sunlight propulsion systems strapped to their rear ends. These Beta ships are essentially ship-sized rockets. VS reacted with horror. He scanned through the performance parameters of the Beta ships. Though they took some time to accelerate forward, once they got going, their momentum was immense. Even if hundreds of mechs fired all kinds of weapons at the approaching Beta ships, the latter incorporated so much solid materials that it was impossible to destroy them in a short amount of time. While these ship-sized torpedoes were exceptionally resilient, agile vehicles such as mechs could easily dodge out of their way. The problem was that they contained just enough maneuverability to ram into ships. As long as the Beta ships built up a sufficient amount of momentum, not even the second-class combat carriers of the Penitent Sisters could survive a solid collision against a Beta ship. Major Vro looked grim. The Alpha mines are targeted towards large groups of mechs, while the Beta ships are meant to take out key starships. The combination is enough to shatter the assault of forces much stronger than ours. VS was both horrified and confused at the sheer amount of effort and resources the Chrono Lords invested in these countermeasures. How the hell can a bunch of pirates build so many destructive weapons? It's very plausible that the Chrono Lords are able to construct so many Alpha mines and Beta ships. They have been entrenched in this region for over 70 years. That is enough time to build a destructive weapon every couple of years. From lucky scans, it's clear that they weren't built at the same time. This is the advantage of an established pirate group. The longer they are able to cling to a territory, the harder it becomes to dislodge them from their fortifications. The scariest implication of her statement was that Zifford Base wasn't even the strongest pirate base in Maynard Fields. Frostbite Fortress and several other pirate sites possessed a much higher reputation. As VS continued to scroll through the data pad, he froze yet again. What the hell is this? Major Vo coughed. The Omega laser is the latest and most technologically advanced weapon at their disposal. The main base contains a buried weapon hardpoint that is able to fire incredibly powerful laser beams. It is powered by several dedicated power reactors and is linked up to a large amount of energy cells. The engineers who studied the blueprint of this huge weapon estimate that it is powerful enough to fire 12 cruiser-grade laser beams. In other words, the Omega laser outputted a comparable amount of damage to a single shot from the main weapon of a warship. While the weapon wasn't as powerful as an actual MTA warship weapon, its power and scale still surpassed that of any weapon wielded by a Mech 1. Is this Omega laser supposed to counter mechs or ships? Ves asked. Both. It can fire in multiple configurations. In its most basic form, it fires an ultra-powerful concentrated beam that can bore a hole straight through the hulls of several light carriers. The operators can also switch it to a wide-area mode to wipe out hundreds of mechs at close range, or a splitting mode that allows it to take out a large number of mechs at a distance. The data pad clattered onto the surface of the desk. Though he knew that pirates were quite creative when it came to cooking up rule-breaking weapons, the Omega laser vastly exceeded his estimates. This cruiser weapon is too advanced. While I can believe that the Chrono Lords have trained or captured enough engineers to build the Alpha mines and Beta ships, the schematics of this Omega laser is not just a scaled-up laser cannon. As a mech designer and someone who recently absorbed a lot of new knowledge on laser weapons, he could tell that the design of this superweapon not only used up a lot of valuable exotics, but also incorporated technological principles that most journeymen shouldn't even know. Neither Major Vol nor Calabast had many answers. The records of the Chrono Lords deliberately avoid as many references to their trump cards as possible, so we don't have the full story behind the Omega laser. Not a single log written by Supreme Lord Rhoda mentions the laser, despite the fact he occasionally references the Alpha mines and the Beta ships. From the indirect clues we have gathered, it's likely the Chrono Lords performed a secret transaction with one of the other major pirate groups of the Nixian Gap. This meant that there was a very powerful pirate group that secretly supplied other Nixian pirates with taboo-busting weapons. Once VS gained a good grasp of the 3 secret weapons of the Chrono Lords, he sighed and leaned back on his chair. What is the chance that the Chrono Lords are hiding additional surprises? Fairly low, Calabast instantly replied. Lucky has scoured all of the major places that can hide anything that can threaten our troops. The biggest risk is that the Chrono Lords have seeded more Alpha mines or comparable traps in the local asteroids, but we have gathered sufficient clues to believe this is not the case. Just to be sure, my black cats have specifically configured our sensor arrays to scan for the specific sensor signatures and unique signs of the Alpha mines. Now that we are aware of their existence and know what they are made of, it's a lot easier to detect them in the asteroid field. We have already double-checked and confirmed the placement of all 27 Alpha mines. That sounded good. VS found that it was quite enjoyable to be surrounded by capable leaders. Every time VS was about to bring up a concern, Calabast or Major Verl would quickly reply with an answer that made it clear they were already working on the problem. Despite the great impact of these hidden weapons, Major Verl actually looked optimistic. One of the key rules to warfare is to know your enemy. In my long career in the Mech Corps, I'm used to working with much less information. The intelligence we have gathered is so extensive that we have practically stripped all of the clothes of the Chrono Lords and taken scans of their naked bodies. We know almost every significant detail about their defenses and combat troops. Now that we know of their trump cards, we can specifically target them before we initiate our main assault. VS turned to Calabast. I take it that Lucky is needed to sabotage all of these weapons? She nodded. That and more. Our analysts have already detected that it is trivially easy to disarm the Alpha mines as long as Lucky can slip in. He just has to cut a couple of sections to render them inoperable. The biggest challenge here is that Lucky has to do this to all 27 mines, which will take a lot of time. How long? Half a day. The Beta ships are much easier to disable due to their smaller numbers. For all of their might, the 5 ships aren't deadly if they can't even move. Lucky just has to sabotage a few critical sections of their propulsion systems to turn them into actual floating husks in space. If VS could sneak aboard one of these so-called Beta ships, he could accomplish the same. What about the Omega laser? I'm sure you can tell that it is no different, Calabast replied. This is a large and powerful weapon, but it relies on a lot of key components to function. Disabling just a handful of them is enough to knock it offline. There are two problems, though. First, the weapon contains a fair amount of redundancies, and the Chrono Lords have stocked up a fair amount of spare parts that the weapon crews can swap in a short amount of time. Second, the weapon is constantly checking on the conditions of its systems and subsystems, and to our surprise it's not easy to circumvent these procedures. If the routine check stumbles upon anything amiss, the Chrono Lords will go on full alert. Ves frowned. The Omega laser was not comparable to average pirate products. Even its security systems were impossible to compromise in a short amount of time. So we leave the sabotage of the Omega laser for last? She nodded. That's the plan. We will just let Lucky sabotage the outer defenses and the trump cards of Ziford base first. If nothing goes wrong, he will slowly work his way inwards. Aside from disabling the trump cards, Lucky will also be tasked with sabotaging various power reactors, defensive installations, ammunition depots, data banks, life support systems, starships, base systems, and so on. Along the way, he'll also be on the lookout for any senior pirate officers. If Supreme Lord Rhoda is close, assassinating him will likely deal a very severe blow to the morale of the Chrono Lords. That sounds quite a lot for a single cat to handle. It's not as difficult to accomplish as you think. Lucky will be making several trips to the stealth shuttle in order to load up on gadgets, poison, and timed explosives. The fact that the first infiltration failed to trip any alarms was a hopeful sign that this second operation would proceed smoothly. So far, aside from the ridiculously powerful Omega laser, the Chrono Lords didn't possess anything advanced enough to detect a second-class stealth vehicle. The more Ves learned about their plan, the more hopeful he grew. The impact he received from learning about all of the rule-breaking weapons in the arsenal of the Chrono Lords had faded. He even began to look forward to the reaction of the Chrono Lords when they found out that their attackers had already disabled all of their hidden weapons beforehand. Such a realization would definitely strike another huge blow to the confidence of the pirates. Once they finished going over the plan, Ves moved on the last point on the agenda. By the way, what kind of plunder can we expect from capturing this base? Well, Ziford base has stockpiled a large amount of Canavit bars, Calabast answered. Though the wealth isn't impressive to the Larkinson clan, it's the most widely accepted currency in the Nixian Gap, which will definitely be useful in our subsequent operations. Cavanit was not an exceptionally valuable exotic. Ves did not look enthused. Skip the bulk materials and get to the good stuff. Have you found any B-stones? Surprisingly, Lucky did stumble across 3 of them. Your cat found each of them in the bedrooms of Supreme Lord Rhoda and 2 other senior officers. 3? Are you sure? They're smaller than the last rock you obtained, but they are still sizable. This was fantastic news. The more B-stone he obtained, the greater his defenses against spiritual phenomena. Since Ves was unsure whether he could even obtain B-stones outside of the Komodo Star sector or in the Red Ocean, gathering them all up was one of his highest priorities. Chapter 22:18 Agent Lucky. A stealth shuttle quietly approached a seemingly random asteroid floating in a field of asteroids. It elicited no disturbance in its voyage. With hardly any strong light sources in the periphery of Ziford base, hardly any light or other radiation shone in the shuttle's direction. Even if someone shone a spotlight at the shuttle, there was no way it would become visible. Through a combination of highly sophisticated stealth technologies, light and other energy seemed to pass straight through the shuttle's structure without revealing anything. Even other forms of detection such as gravitic sensors and more esoteric hardware were also hoodwinked. Perhaps the only major threat that could shred the stealth shuttle's facade was if something physical flung straight into its chassis. However, even there the shuttle readied a response. The vehicle expertly manipulated the ubiquitous space dust and particles released from asteroid collisions. If someone thought that a low-tech solution such as throwing huge volumes of sand in space would successfully reveal the passage of invisible objects, then they were sorely mistaken. Second-class stealth technology already incorporated hundreds of different solutions to common means of detection. The Chronolords completely missed the fact that a stealth shuttle and a certain commando cat had entered the depths of their sanctum. Now, Lucky would be making another trip. Inside the interior of the shuttle, racks and racks of gadgets occupied much of the space, leaving little room for the mechanical cat and the pair of black cats assigned to manage the equipment. A black-clad woman studied the projection that provided her with a wireframe map of Ziford Base and its security perimeter. With one huge asteroid at the center, several smaller asteroids chained around it, and a decent amount of pirate mechs patrolling beyond, it seemed daunting to approach this formidable fortification. Lucky flicked his tail nervously. Meow. It will be fine, Agent Lucky. While we are on a tight schedule, don't hesitate to skip certain tasks if the risk of discovery is too great. Meow. We are nearing our first objective. Your first task is to disable the 27 alpha mines that are spread in the outer perimeter of the pirate base. We have already uploaded the schematics of the alpha mine and which components and subcomponents you need to disable. Meow. Hardly any of the mechs on patrols paid much attention to their surroundings. The stealth shuttle halted right next to the asteroid that hid a devastatingly powerful nuclear payload. Lucky phased right through the shuttle hull and quickly dove straight through the asteroid as if all of the rock was nothing but air. The brief exposure in space did not trip up any sensors. Neither the alpha mine nor the mech patrolling a few kilometers away noticed anything due to the misfortune harness that Lucky currently wore. Once inside, the commando cat instantly recalled the schematics of the alpha mine and quickly phased to the center of the big rock. Eventually, he came very close to the explosive warhead and the components built to regulate its activation. Lucky flitted around and swiped his claws several times. With each attack, his claw only phased back into existence long enough to cut through certain wires, demolish tiny subcomponents, or ruin critically important processors. Normally, an alpha mine frequently checked the condition and operation of all of its systems and components. As soon as one of them malfunctioned or became irresponsible, the mine was supposed to transmit a discrete signal back to Ziford Base. It just so happened that Lucky destroyed one of the transmission mechanisms first. Shortly after that, he destroyed the various redundant systems that were supposed to check the integrity of the alpha mines. Once Lucky tore apart all of these safety systems, he was free to destroy some of the more essential mechanisms. Though he only spent 2 minutes of time to tear apart all of the key components, the alpha mine no longer posed a threat. Even if some pirates accessed its interior and replaced the broken components, it would take too much time to repair them all. There was no way the Chronolords could finish the task in the middle of a battle. Lucky phased out of the inert asteroid and dove straight back into the stealth shuttle, which had already shifted to a different position out of caution. Though the Chronolords didn't possess any sensors that could pick up the stealth shuttle, Lucky was different. After eating some CFA gadgets and an entire CFA shuttle a few years ago, his detection ability was on par with first-class technology. Even if the tech he assimilated was outdated, the Big Two's equipment at the time was still significantly more advanced than anything a second-rate state was capable of developing. Therefore, to Lucky's sophisticated, multidimensional miniaturized sensor suite, the shuttle stood out like a sore thumb in space. When Lucky phased back inside the shuttle, the vehicle quietly flew to another alpha mine. In the meantime, Lucky draped himself over the lap of the back cat officer in order to offer himself to gentle caresses. Meow. Good job, but this is just the beginning. It took many hours to sabotage all 27 alpha mines. While Lucky only needed minutes to covertly disarm each of them, the mines were spread around many kilometers apart from each other. Though it was easy to traverse this distance in the open, the stealth shuttle had to rely on very unobtrusive means of propulsion in order to avoid whipping up any disturbances. Just because the chronolords were unlikely to detect the intruder did not mean that the shuttle pilot could act careless. In the end, sabotaging the alpha mines turned into a chore more than anything. The chronolords placed them a fair distance from Zifford Base as the pirates did not wish for their explosive packages to impact their mechs and assets. Lucky and the Black Cats considered this step to be a warm-up phase. Now that Lucky was tasked with sabotaging the beta ships and the various carrier vessels of the chronolords, the stealth shuttle had to fly much closer into Zifford Base's security perimeter. At this point, if the pirates ever detected the stealth shuttle, it was unlikely for the craft and its crew to escape death or capture. You need to act with much more care from now on. Just a single mistake can spell the premature end of this operation. Meow. The stealth shuttle approached one of the several derelict-looking ships parked just outside the defensive asteroids. If anyone looked at one of the disguised beta ships, they would have instantly dismissed it as a threat. Its corroded, pockmarked exterior made it seem as if the chronolords had retrieved them from a battlefield but didn't bother to fix them up. Due to all of the other space junk dumped in and around Zifford Base, the beta ships blended in well. It was only when Lucky phased through the solid cavernate alloys that made up much of the structure that the scenery changed. Lucky entered a clean compartment that hummed quietly. Various ship components lit up around him, signifying that the beta ship was constantly active but put on standby. A Skeletron crew comprising of just a single engineer and a handful of other pirates were secretly stationed on the ship. Due to lack of systems on the beta ship, the Cat did not need to mess with too many components. As suicide ramming vessels, the beta ships almost solely relied on its oversized and upscaled sunlight propulsion systems to perform their sole job. While their propulsion systems incorporated a lot of redundancies, that only meant that Lucky had to spend a bit more time. Sabotaging a ship was different from disarming a mine. Lucky had to render the beta ships useless underneath the noses of a small but active crew. Still, after the engineers of the Larkinson clan pored over the detailed scans and schematics of the beta ships, they formulated a precise plan. Lucky merely had to follow all of the steps to complete his job. First, he quietly disabled all of the sensors and inspection modules that watched out for irregularities. Then he began to tamper with the various systems that regulated the propulsion systems. Finally, he uploaded some malware to the beta ship's various control systems. He did not do anything to the crew. It wasn't necessary to assassinate or poison them when the beta ship already couldn't be fixed. It took several hours for Lucky to be brought to all 5 beta ships as well as several other pirate ships to perform his meticulous sabotage. The chronolords owned interesting carrier vessels. Most of them originally started off as light carriers, but the pirates had gradually upgraded their internal structure and exterior hull with cavernate alloys to strengthen them in a comprehensive manner. After so many upgrades, the vessels couldn't be categorized as light carriers anymore. However, their resilience still fell short of purpose-built combat carriers due to the inherent inadequacies of the original ship class. The chronolords just called them medium carriers in their internal documentation. Regardless of how they were called, they were large vessels crewed by hundreds of pirates. It was a lot harder for a little commando cat to remain undetected while he sneaked inside. While he wore his misfortune harness, he became nigh undetectable to regular detection methods. By spending most of his time phased through solid materials, not even the unalert crew members noticed any signs of an intruding cat. Even so, Lucky had to act a lot more delicately to sabotage the ship. His main task was to tamper with the propulsion systems in order to prevent the pirates from retreating. Lucky also tampered with various other systems. By installing some timed explosives and messing with some other components, the Chrono Lords aboard the medium carrier were definitely going to suffer when the assault commenced. Due to the lack of time, Lucky couldn't mess with too many essential components. With each sabotage he performed, the chance of discovery increased. It would have been ideal if the mechanical cat could tamper with the mechs fielded by the Chrono Lords, but there were way too many of them. They frequently went on patrol and received a lot of inspections. With so many ships to visit, Lucky could only stay for 10 minutes at most before he had to leave. It took a long time before Lucky visited all of the ships in the vicinity. The stealth shuttle then proceeded to bring him closer to the defensive asteroids placed around the main base. These defensive outposts featured numerous turrets and missile launchers, but they weren't too important. The main role of these defensive asteroids was to act as solid obstacles. Their sheer bulk stopped many means of striking Ziffert base directly from long range. Despite their importance, the defensive asteroids offered plenty of solid mass for Lucky to remain undetected as he phased from compartment to compartment. He not only tampered with the power systems, but also dropped a few surprises in the chambers that stored a lot of missiles. After Lucky successfully compromised the functioning of all of the defensive asteroids, did the shuttle bring him to his final destination. Upon entering Ziffert base, Lucky began to visit various important sections of the large base. He managed to remain completely undetected as he paid a visit to various power generators, security centers, ammunition storerooms. During his sabotage, he also started to approach some of the more important-looking pirate officers. He didn't claw out their necks for fear of alarming the pirates. Instead, he dipped his paws with some poison and tapped very lightly on the skin of his targets. The slow-acting poison would remain dormant within the bodies of the victims until they became more active. Once their excitement surpassed a certain standard, the poison would quickly act up and cause the victims to die or lose their consciousness. Sadly, Lucky hadn't managed to bump into Supreme Lord Rhoda himself. Ziffert base was actually pretty large and the pirate commander could be everywhere. As time began to run out, Lucky finally reached a hidden base section which stored the latest and arguably the most potent secret weapon of the Chrono Lords: the Omega Laser. An elite crew of weapon technicians and operators kept a very close eye on its various systems. Due to the meticulous design of this superweapon, it was impossible for Lucky to sabotage it with impunity like before. Chapter 2219: The Battle of Ziffert Base. A projection of Ves sat on a prominent chair inside a command center aboard the Red Feather. The Scarlet Rose was already cramped for space and could not accommodate all of the people and equipment needed to exert adequate control over the Larkinson clan's combat forces. Therefore, Major Verl decided to transfer to the Red Feather and command the battle from there. Since Ves did not play a major role in the upcoming attack, it was better for him to remain in the Scarlet Rose, which was a lot more secure. The projection of Ves observed the large map of the Ziffert base. Various elements in and around the base were marked with red to signify sabotage. It actually took several days for Lucky to visit so many sites, but as far as the Larkinson clan was concerned, the wait was worth it. With so many important sections marked in red, the Chrono Lords were in for a very nasty surprise. Major Verl glanced at the projected timer. So far, the stealth shuttle hasn't transmitted any covert transmissions, which means that the sabotage is still happening on schedule. There are only 15 minutes left before the Omega Laser is compromised. A long time had already passed since Lucky left the Scarlet Rose. Those who were aware of the sabotage operation continually worried for its success. Lucky had to visit many different sites and sabotage hundreds of different key components. Anything could go wrong in the meantime. If the sabotage operation hit a setback, the shuttle should have transmitted a very weak but specific signal. If the pirates found out that something was wrong, they would have triggered an alarm. So far, neither of these two options happened. The pirates remained as clueless as ever while the shuttle remained completely silent in order to minimize the chances of detection. The lack of reactions and the inability for the Larkinsons to determine what was actually taking place generated a lot of worries in their minds. Only Ves exuded a bit more confidence. His projections silently made the Larkinsons in the command center feel as if everything was in control. Unlike them, Ves possessed an extra means of checking up on Lucky's condition. Though the turbulence and space warping in the Nixian gap added some difficulties, Ves was nonetheless able to track Lucky's overall presence in the Larkinson network. He had placed the Larkinson mandate on his lap, allowing him to maintain direct contact with the Golden Cat. Through her active bond with Lucky, she was able to track what the Gem Cat was doing and convey what she learned to her creator. Nya. 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 Ves smiled. Major Verl, are our troops prepared to initiate the assault? Every mech we intended to deploy has already been launched in space, sir. The commander of the upcoming battle replied. We can commence our attack at any moment. 25% of the mechs of Task Force Predator would be held back in reserve in order to defend the fleet and be ready to respond to any emergencies. That meant that the Larkinson clan committed 1,400 mechs to the assault. Even though the attackers slightly outnumbered the pirate mechs, none of the Larkinsons dared to take this battle lightly. Sabotage or not, there were plenty of other defenses that Lucky didn't have the time to tamper with, so the Chrono Lords still enjoyed at least some defensive advantages. Their mechs weren't as shabby as the machines fielded by nomadic pirate groups. With a foundation stretching more than 70 years, the Chrono Lords had the time, resources, and patience to build up a strong core of mechs and mech pilots. The pilots received an abundant amount of training and rewards from the Chrono Lords. The mechs they piloted incorporated higher quality Cabinet alloys as their core means of protection. The officer mechs and elite mechs were even clad with compressed armor plating. Therefore, the quality disparity between the mechs of the Larkinson clan and the mechs of the Chrono Lord was substantially reduced. Ves idly realized that it wasn't strictly correct to equate the Chrono Lords with the pirates he was familiar with. The Chrono Lords did not really engage in actual piracy. Instead, it was better to describe them as colonists who settled down in a mineral-rich area in order to earn a living by mining and selling valuable materials. Do you think the Chrono Lords are pirates? He suddenly asked. It seems to me that they are just minding their own business. There are far more notorious pirate groups in the Nixian Gap that we could target instead. It's a bit too late to ask this question, Major Vol responded. Besides, the Chrono Lords may not engage in pirate raids themselves, but they are facilitating the ones that do. Ending their mining and trading activities will inflict a small but measurable blow to the Nixian pirates. Less pirate raids will occur in civilized space. Besides, we have already confirmed that the Chrono Lords have egregiously broken several important taboos. The Big Two will be happy to get rid of this stain. That reminded Ves to get in touch with the MTA in order to report all of the taboo weapons the Chrono Lords had accumulated. With so many alpha mines and the egregiously powerful Omega laser, the offenses they committed were a lot more severe than the offenses committed by the Rust Grinders and the Mountain Kings. This meant that Ves might be able to earn more than 100,000 MTA merits this time. If he was merely aiming for merits, then launching an attack against such a powerful pirate base still wasn't worth it due to the risks he incurred. Fortunately, there would be other gains. As the timer slowly ticked down, the forward scouts finally reported some activity at Zifford Base. Heightened activity detected! Ships are moving into more defensible positions while additional Chrono Lord mechs are being launched into space. The amount of signal transmissions in and around the base has skyrocketed. Major Verl turned to the projection of VS. Sir, permission to commence the assault? VS nodded as he gripped the Larkinson mandate tighter. Go for it. Commence the assault! The space-borne mechs that had already deployed in space began to emerge from behind the asteroids they huddled behind and advanced boldly in the direction of Ziffert Base. In order to remain undetected, the combat forces had to traverse a lot of distance before they entered the pirate base's security perimeter. However, the emissions from their activated flight system stuck out like a sore thumb, especially when more than 1,000 mechs approached from a single direction. Even though the various mech companies and mech squads maintained some distance from each other in order to make them less susceptible to wide-area attacks, the huge wave of emissions quickly tripped the long-range sensors of the alarmed pirates. After the Omega laser detected something amiss, the entire apparatus sounded a huge alarm. The crew in charge of guarding and operating the Omega laser became alarmed, but just as they were about to crack open the huge weapon in order to inspect the damage, a quick succession of black-clad claws swiped across the necks of every pirate. Over 24 weapon operators and guards lost their lives in quick succession. Even if they detected an intangible dark shape zipping in the chamber, Lucky moved too quickly, and even if someone managed to land a hit on him, his intangible form allowed him to ignore all physical projectiles and most energy attacks. Meow! Lucky domineeringly phased back into the material realm. His misfortune harness was completely unaffected by the scuffle. Aside from the blood dripping from the tip of his front paws, there was no sign that the gem cat had just harvested a couple of lives. The cat looked longingly at the Omega laser before orienting his body in the direction of the main base. The sabotage of the Omega laser did not mark the end of his deployment. If everything went as planned, the general assault had just commenced, which meant that Lucky could still play a useful role. Since the Chrono Lords tried and failed all of their defensive systems, they would soon find out that there was a saboteur in their midst. Lucky's mission was to take advantage of the turmoil and wreak even more havoc inside Ziffert Base. He no longer needed to evade detection as much. As long as he kept himself safe, he was free to kill every important pirate he saw and tear apart any critical systems in his way. Meow! As Lucky tormented the unfortunate pirates stationed at Ziffert Base, from the outside more and more pirate mechs hastily deployed into space. The Chrono Lords were under attack. The aged but vigorous form Supreme Lord Rhoda had been inspecting one of the medium carriers when a large number of alarms bombarded his ears. He initially headed towards the hangar bay in order to return to Ziffert Base, but once the base defenders warned him that there were hostiles present, he changed his mind and entered the command center of the ship instead. Give me a status report. What is the state of our defenses? My lord, our defensive bastions report numerous signs of damage. 80% of our turrets are inoperable and 90% of our carrier vessels are immobilized. What? The Supreme Lord panicked. Why can't our ships move? Our engineers have just detected signs of selective sabotage on every ship. Their propulsion systems and several other systems are not working. Suddenly, the air in the command center and the rest of the medium carrier got sucked away. Across the hull of the ship, several ports inexplicably opened up, causing them to vent all of the air and oxygen. Many compartments automatically closed up to stop the leakage, but they moved too late. This wasn't necessarily a disaster, though. Since each Chrono Lord was supposed to wear at least an underlayer vaxxit, helmets formed over their heads. Supreme Lord Rhoda just happened to wear a much higher quality vaxxit, but even he became frightened out of his wits at the sudden disturbance. "Milord, 55 crew members on this ship have lost consciousness. They weren't wearing their vaxits. Damn it! Those lazy gits!" Pirates were pirates, after all. No matter how much Supreme Lord Rhoda tried to instill discipline in their men, they were still rule breakers at heart. Many of them didn't like to sleep in them, so they just removed them before going to bed. While several comrades managed to supply air to the unprotected crewmen in time, others weren't so lucky. What was worse was that this phenomenon took place in several more ships. Hundreds of unsuspecting Krona lords had already died or suffered from severe oxygen deprivation before the enemy even entered into battle range. Suddenly, various explosions started to detonate inside the defensive asteroids and Ziffert base. More emergency notifications started to flood the communication channels. Some of the explosions even caused some base sections to fling rock and debris into space. "Tell me what just happened!" "Our missile storage compartments have just detonated. Ziffert base and the bastions have just suffered severe internal damage. Most of our missile launchers can only fire a small number of volleys before running dry. Wait, we just lost contact with the bastions. Their communications have just lost power." A litany of bad news poured into Supreme Lord Rhoda's ears. The sheer amount of harmful incidents taking place momentarily overwhelmed the normally seasoned and stable pirate commander. His fists clenched as he felt as if an invisible hand cruelly stripped everything he had built away from him. How could the Krona lords be so vulnerable to attacks from the insides? Their security protocols should have been thorough enough to thwart any intruder. His experience quickly compelled him to pay attention to the assets he had left instead of the ones he lost. There was no use obsessing over his crippled ships and defenses. At the very least, their mechs were still functional. In addition, the Supreme Lords still had some secret weapons in reserve. Wait! The initial alert that Rhoda received came with a code that he immediately associated with the Omega laser. If the unknown attackers had been able to cripple his base defenses to such an extensive degree, then his secret weapons may have all been tampered with as well. This single realization immediately caused him to contact a number of trusted pirate officers. At this point, he threw all caution out of the wind. "Arm the Alpha mines and arm up the engines of the Beta ships." The responses he received were anything but hopeful. "The Alpha mines aren't responding to our signals." "Forgive us, Supreme Lord, but the propulsion systems of our Beta ships are wrecked." The Supreme Lord's heart sunk even further. "Milord, we are detecting hundreds of incoming mechs. No, make that 1,000. The pirate leader's face turned fierce. "Alert our mech pilots. We are not going down without a fight. Ziffert base shall not fall today." Chapter 22:20 Invincible Mechs. The Battle of Ziffert base started off with discord. Many Krona lords had the illusion that their base had just been visited by hundreds of invisible and completely unnoticeable infiltrators, assassins and saboteurs. The sheer extent of the sabotage affecting so much vital equipment and parts couldn't have been done by a single covert strike squad. Far too many systems that the Krona lords depended upon to guard their base had all failed. Some never came online. Others blew up once their power levels rose. The remainder worked normally, but the pirates in charge of operating didn't know whether they remained that way. A huge wave of distrust spread amongst the pirates. Some of the more suspicious ones even started to eye each other with distrust. The sheer depth and breadth of the sabotage caused them to think that a massive conspiracy might be afoot. What if the sabotage hadn't been performed by a large number of invisible enemies? What if it was an inside job instead? Once this thought entered the minds of Supreme Lord Rhoda and many other pirates, they all shuddered with fear. If this was the case, then at least hundreds of Krona lords were in on the conspiracy. When the officers in the command center began to panic and issue extreme orders, Supreme Lord Rhoda stood up from his chair. "Stop! Look, I share your concerns, but this is no time to persecute our own men. Station all of our guards at critical sections and tell them to keep an eye on every slave and crew member. Tell our officers and supervisors to summarily execute anyone who stirs trouble or spreads panic, but don't act out when everyone behaves. We are the Krona Lords. We are better than this. Trust in your fellow brothers." His orders quickly imposed some order in the ranks of the Krona Lords. While the pirates were still disturbed by the sheer amount of defense systems, none of them wanted to roll over and die. As long as their mechs could still fight, there was still a chance of repelling their heinous attackers. With Supreme Lord Rhoda exercising calming leadership, the fighting forces of the Krona Lords slowly regained their order. All of the training put into them caused them to shrug off the chaos and focus on the upcoming battle. The energy emissions their sensors had detected were coming closer and closer. Soon enough, the pirates learned who possessed the audacity to attack one of the older and more entrenched pirate groups in Maynard Fields. The Larkinson clan. Who are they? Wait, aren't those fellows supposed to be running wild in Wreckage Paradise? Look at those 200 mechs in the front. Those are Hexer mechs. Ah, second-class mechs, and so many of them. We're doomed. Pipe down or I'll cut down your mech right this instant. Hexer mechs or not, our defenses are far more formidable than you think. What defenses? They're all gone. The order and calm imposed by Supreme Lord Rhoda partially unraveled as soon as the pirates detected the presence of the penitent sisters. In contrast to the upheaval taking place among the pirates, the combat forces of the Larkinson clan remained under tight control. Hundreds of avatars of myth flew in neat, slightly dispersed formations. Their spotless gold coating along with the large amount of glows proliferating throughout their ranks caused them to build up a considerable momentum as they advanced. The Avatar commander decided to lead his forces into battle. Despite the risks, Melker was still a mech pilot, and he did not wish to command from the rear. The Speed Demons and the Bright Companions took part in the attack as well. The former had already split off from the main force in order to approach the pirate base from the flanks. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson knew he wasn't as close to the clan patriarch as the other expert candidates in the clan. He hoped his upcoming battle performance would raise his reputation. "We are the sword and spear of the Larkinson clan," Melker transmitted to his men. "Make our clan patriarch proud and watch out for your fellow clansmen. For the clan! For the clan!" As for Joshua, the golden boy of the avatars, he and his bright companions attracted a lot of attention. The quint surrounded by a dozen bright warrior mechs distinguished themselves from the other avatar mechs by the red stripe running vertically across the middle of their mechs. Joshua insisted on adding the stripe in order to represent his conviction and reinforce the assault role of his bright companions. The stripe ran from the top of their mechs, went past the third eye on their foreheads and cut straight through the front of their torsos until they ended at the lower waist. Today, Joshua decided to outfit most of his bright warrior mechs with the swordsman mech configuration. This was the best loadout for large, protracted battles and chaotic brawls involving hundreds if not thousands of mechs. A couple of bright warrior mechs in their Space Knight configurations gave the bright companions some insurance. "Stay together and follow my lead. We will target every enemy officer mech and cause as much disruption in their ranks as possible. If you can't keep up, then fall back, but I expect each of you uphold the honor of the bright companions. For the clan! For the clan!" Commander Magdalena Larkinson's son was too old to take part in the battle, but she didn't need to. The living Sentinels already fielded plenty of capable mech pilots and mech officers. After clashing against several smaller pirate groups, the rookies of the Sentinels rapidly matured. The officers and seasoned veterans also became more proficient in guiding them and exercising their leadership over them. The Sentinel commander was confident that none of her men would be making any rookie mistakes in this battle. Commander Orphan of the Flagrant Vandals and Commander Dice of the Sword Maidens flew side by side as their forces were situated in the rear of the main force. This was not a sign of disfavor to them. Instead, Major Voil held great trust in the experience, composure, and veterancy of the two mech forces. Unlike the Avatars and Sentinels who still had much to go before they matured, the Vandals and Sword Maidens were old hands in battle. Therefore, Major Voil assigned the two to act as troubleshooters. If the Chrono Lords put up much greater resistance than anticipated somewhere, then the Vandals and Sword Maidens were ready to intervene in an instant. Neither Orphan nor Dice opened a private communication channel between their mechs. It wasn't needed. Outside the Larkinson network, they were already connected to each other through another spiritual bond. Commander Orphan savagely curled her lips. It's been a long time since we last fought side by side. I still remember our days on Aeon Corona 7. Faye. Dice snorted. We lost too many good sword maidens on that cursed planet. We got to bond with the big lizard, but you're right. A lot of Vandals died as well. Let's make sure that none of our fellow clansmen suffer the same fate. I'm not sure we'll even get to make our moves. Commander Orphan grimaced. Those penitent sister mechs can wipe out the pirates by themselves. Let's not get overconfident, sister. The penitent sisters are strong, but no Nixian pirate is a pushover. It wasn't as bad back in the Ferris Star region, but even there it was unwise to drive a pirate into a corner. Ha! You're kidding, right? The entire base of the Chrono Lords is falling apart around them. I heard that all of their fancy superweapons are offline. With their mechs and the few intact turrets they have left, what can they possibly do to beat those invincible penitent sister mechs? This time, the penitent sisters would be taking part in the battle. The exiled Hexers felt rather mixed about this deployment, but Commander Valerie Chansey, who commanded her sisters from the surly cockatrice, thought slightly differently. After experiencing the birth of the superior mother, her views on her employer had changed. There was something very special about Ves Larkinson that distinguished him from other boys. What is your connection to the superior mother? Are you truly just a boy? She inwardly wondered. Soon enough, the assault force entered into combat range. Even though a lot of asteroids still blocked the line of sight of many mechs, some of them already started to fire their weapons. The pirates, though considerably less organized, responded in kind. The quality disparity between the two sides immediately became apparent. The Chrono Lord mechs and turrets weren't individually powerful, but they had numbers on their side. Even after Lucky sabotaged a lot of defensive systems, a decent amount of turrets as well as a considerable number of bunker mechs still remained intact. Those fixed defenses increased the damage output of the pirates, thereby causing the approaching Larkinson mechs to be met with a rain of fire. Space Knights and other sturdy mechs such as the Bright Warriors took the lead. The more vulnerable Rifleman mechs and light mechs huddled in the rear. This caused most of incoming attacks to deal negligible damage. As the distance shortened, the pirates started to land more solid hits, but that didn't necessarily boost their confidence. The ranged mechs of the attackers hit much harder. The Larkinsons mostly fielded premium mechs, so their rifles inflicted considerably more damage. Their mech pilots possessed considerably greater skill as well, so their shots accurately pounded the cabinet armor plating of the pirate mechs even at longer ranges. However, it was the penitent sister mechs that made their presence felt. Their ranged mechs fired much more powerful laser beams, positron beams, and Gauss rounds at the Chronolords. Hardly any Chronolord mech could withstand a direct hit. "You idiots! Don't fly in the open! Get into cover!" Supreme Lord Rhoda commanded. The pirates enjoyed an immense defensive advantage. Even if most of their defenses had been knocked offline, the solid Cabinet alloy barriers still offered a lot of protection against ranged attacks. The Chronolords significantly reduced their rate of losses after their mechs all took cover behind an asteroid or defensive fixture. The Penitent Sisters didn't waste their firepower on the rabble, though. Instead, they directed their firepower towards higher priority targets such as the armored turrets and fortified bunkers that were clad with heaps of Cabinet alloy. Even with the prodigious damage potential of the Hexer mechs, the Penitent Sisters still had to concentrate their fire and fire continuous shots to neutralize all of the fixed defenses. The Chronolords had mined way too much Cabinet over the decades and put some of them to very good use. So far, the battle progressed within expectations to the Larkinson clan. Major Vrol observed the Chronolord movement closely, but saw no sign that they were pulling out some hidden superweapon that Lucky's prior reconnaissance had overlooked. That did not mean that Ves and Major Vrol were ready to relax. Anything could happen in a battle of this scale, let alone smaller ones. The extreme amount of scouting, preparation, and sabotage they conducted may have given the Larkinson clan some huge advantages, but until the pirates surrendered or lost their ability to fight, the Larkinsons still maintained their vigilance. As the exchange of fire between the two sides became more intense, both sides suffered more and more damage. The Chronolords exhibited enough coordination to focus their ranged firepower on a handful of mechs. Once they learned that the Penitent Sisters' mechs were too tough to be taken down in this fashion, they focused their ire on the avatars of myth, but especially the living sentinels. As the most numerous but weakest-looking mech force, the sentinels endured the brunt of pirate attacks. Many of the mechs targeted by the pirates sustained severe battle damage and were forced to fall back prematurely, much to the regret of their mech pilots. Some of the Sentinel mech pilots were even forced to eject their cockpits. As for the Chronolords, their assets succumbed at a significantly higher rate. With the Penitent Sisters methodically thrashing their fixed defenses, the Chronolords felt more and more dread at the incredible power of so many second-class mechs. "They're unstoppable. I didn't sign up to fight Hexers. We'll all die before we can kill a single Hexer." As morale amongst the Chronolords continued to drop, a change occurred on the battlefield. A fleet of pirate ships emerged from the other side of Zifford Base. Their markings and colors differed from that of the Chronolords. A substantial escort of hundreds of mechs surrounded the vessels. Some of them consisted of medium carriers, while others of them were large transports. Supreme Lord Rhoda's eyes lit up. "Ha ha! You arrived early, my old friend." It turned out that one of the Supreme Lord's trading partners had dispatched its supply fleet early. This unscheduled arrival completely floored Ves and Major Vrol. Chapter 22-21 Lord Drojan. This was awkward. Just as the Larkinson clan innocently went out of its way to undermine and assault a pirate base, a number of outsiders arrived and caught Ves in the act. Prior to the assault, the Larkinson ships and mechs had largely remained together and at a distance from Zifford Base. Task Force Predator aimed to leverage the advantage of surprise, and for that to happen, the Larkinsons had to stay well away from the Chronolords. Due to various reasons, the Larkinsons only opted to dispatch scouts in order to keep an eye of the surroundings of the main fleet. This was a compromise decision that allowed the task force to monitor its own surroundings, but effectively remained blind to all but one of the approaches to Zifford Base. This meant that an unknown pirate trade convoy had managed to approach Zifford Base without alarming any Larkinson scouts. The new arrivals had already detected signs of battle just beforehand. Their light and medium carriers calmly disgorged mech after mech. In the end, the full escort of the trade convoy consisted of 300 mechs, which was not a negligible figure. Worse yet, these 300 mechs appeared to be a lot more formidable than the mechs fielded by regular outfits. The rank-and-file machine was roughly equivalent to a mid-range commercial mech. As Ves studied the preliminary sensor data, he became aware that the mechs were clad with a tougher cavernate alloy that blended cavernate with considerably more expensive exotics. Careful, Major Vol. The escort mechs of that pirate convoy are equivalent to mercenary mechs. They're not equal to the mechs of the living sentinels, but if their mech pilots are any good, they can give us a run for our money. 3 mech companies looked different than the rest, though. Their purple and orange exterior featured considerably more ornate frills and decorative features. They looked as grand as an honor guard, and from the long-range scans their armor plating consisted of high-quality compressed armor. "Those are bridge mechs," Ves gasped. The roughly 120 elite pirate mechs may not be equal to second-class mechs, but they performed considerably better than typical third-class mechs. As Ves analyzed the elite mechs further, he picked up a lot of indirect clues. The elite mechs utilize a very advanced and rather wasteful alloy formula. Whoever produced the armor has blended a lot of cavernate with a lot of exotics and blended them together in a simple manner. After compressing it, the resulting armor plating is very strong, but its price-to-performance ratio is quite awful. It's uncompetitive in civilized space. He scanned the armaments of the mechs next. Their weapons are nothing special. They are largely last-gen weapons, but their laser rifles seem odd and contain modules that I'm not familiar with. Investigate them thoroughly. He analyzed the other features of the mechs, such as their flight systems. The remaining systems are not very remarkable. The relatively low-tech base of the pirate industry constrains the local producers from fabricating components that are too complex or use up exotics that are very difficult to source in greater amounts. The mobility of these mechs are average or below average. Ves continued to rattle more and more details at a rapid pace as the scanners continued to supply him with more detailed data. The expert analysis he provided gave Major Verl and the other mech commanders an increasingly more thorough impression of the new arrivals. All the while, the battle against the Krona Lords still raged as hot as ever. The Larkinson mechs did not let up on their assault, while the defenders did not cease fire just because they met with some friends. A battle never ended easily once the first shot had been fired. The penitent sisters fought with fury and overwhelming force. Their ranged hexer mechs unleashed devastating fire that rapidly chewed up the cavernate alloyed barriers that the Krona Lords used as cover. Dozens of Krona Lords' mechs had already succumbed. An even greater number of fixed defenses got knocked out in rapid succession. Barring any surprises, the Larkinson clan would likely be able to attain an overwhelming victory against the Krona Lords. The morale of the pirates had constantly been sagging prior to the arrival of the trade convoy. Yet now that the new arrivals boldly kept traversing towards Ziford base, it became evident that the 300 mechs of the unknown pirate force did not mean to shy away from this conflict. "Who are they?" Ves frowned. The projection of Calabast emerged in the command center of the Red Feather. "I can answer that. After scanning the markings and colors on the exterior of the mechs and ships of the new arrivals, I can conclude with a high amount of confidence that they are part of the Alidus Alliance." Ves immediately looked alarmed. "What? Isn't that the pirate alliance based in the core regions that built the Gravata Narlax?" He remembered what Master Willick said about the Gravata Narlax. She was a heavy cruiser that was completely built from the ground up by the Alidus Alliance. Though her technical sophistication probably wasn't high, the raw power she was able to bring to bear was more than enough to cement the Alidus Alliance's footing in the dangerous and contentious core regions of the Nixian Gap. They're the Alidus Alliance, no doubt. In fact, Alidus is a regular customer of the Krona Lords. In the complicated web of Nixian pirate relations, you can also say that the Krona Lords are backed or at least supported by Alidus. Calabast explained in a grim voice. What is strange is that according to the trade logs we've obtained from Zifford Base, the trade convoys dispatched by the Alliance aren't scheduled to stop by in a couple of months. It takes time for Zifford Base to accumulate a notable amount of cabinet, so the trade convoy that has arrived today won't be able to return to the core regions with full cargo holds. We can investigate this issue another day. Major Vril cut her off. The presumed flagship of the trade convoy is hailing us right this instant. VS, do you want to take this call or shall I address the pirates in your stead? Let me take the call. You just focus on commanding the battle. The Krona Lords are still putting up a fight, and we are already starting to lose some mechs. Make sure our forces are ready to battle those Alidus mechs. Their continued approach is not a good sign. Normal bystanders never headed towards an ongoing battle unless they wanted to meddle in it. After straightening himself up, VS accepted the hail. A projection of a fierce-looking pirate leader appeared into view. The huge and formidable-looking man boasted a bushy and messy black beard. He wore an excessively pirate outfit that straightforwardly showed off his battle accomplishments in the form of trophies. The blackened bones, tarnished insignia and faded medals hanging from the Alidus commander's uniform spoke of a long and vicious pirate career. During his previous travels through the frontier, VS learned that pirates didn't maintain any detailed records on the galactic net. Mostly it was because their access to it was very intermittent. Instead, they resorted to the more practical method of sprucing up their uniforms and adding trophies to them. The more junk a pirate wore on his body, the more battle accomplishments they accrued. Intruders. The pirate's gruff voice spoke. The Nixian Gap is not a playground for civilized folk like you. We have heard of you, Larkinson clan. Your infamy in Wreckage Paradise has spread throughout the periphery of the Nixian Gap. Not even the strongest peacekeeper outfits are as brazen as your fleet. Do you think that anyone can get away with beating up our kind without retaliation? If you know what is good for you, then retreat immediately or offer up your necks. The Krona Lords are not yours to take. Shortly after the pirate commander made his demand, Calabast spoke to him through a private channel. The man you are speaking to is Lord Drojan, a trusted subordinate of Lord Hivex. He has a formidable reputation in battle, but he isn't known to be reckless. The sensors of his vessels should have gained a good impression of our exposed combat forces. Since he has chosen to adopt an aggressive posture, he must be confident he can deal with the penitent sisters. I see. VS already had a feeling it wouldn't be that easy. Is Lord Drojan confident because he is leaning on the strength and reputation of the Alidus Alliance? Calabast was very capable in reading people. No. Lord Drojan isn't bluffing or exuding a sense of false bravado. He is truly confident in his own ability to resist our forces. That means he's hiding something else. Scan his mechs and ships for anything dangerous or unusual. We need to know what gives this fellow so much confidence. He turned back to Lord Drojan and quickly considered his response. While the Gravata Narlax was insanely strong, the heavy cruiser was nowhere to be seen, along with the remainder of the Alidus Alliance's formidable main fleet. VS smirked. Lord Drojan, you underestimate our resolve. The Nixian Gap may be infested by your kind, but you are but rats hiding in a dark hole. To claim this space as yours is folly, and we are not afraid of your feeble threats. The Krona Lords are already history from today onwards. Either get out of our way or join them in hell. You insolent brat! Lord Drojan shouted as he lost his temper. I will warn you one last time. Leave the Krona Lords alone or we will crush you and your pretty mechs. Lord Hivex has personally commanded me to gather as much cabinet and other minerals as possible and his will is absolute. Though Ves found it curious to hear that the Alliance Alliance sought to gather as much materials as possible, he had no plans of backing off. The 300 mechs fielded by Lord Drojan were still manageable, and even if the trade convoy fleet possessed any surprises, they shouldn't be too extreme. "Talk is cheap," Ves stated. "Fight us at your own peril. We are not afraid of the Alliance Alliance." The communication channel closed. Lord Drojan had made his choice, and so had Ves. The 300 mechs advanced shortly afterwards. The Alliance mechs circled a bit around in order to attack the Larkinson mechs from a flank. The crossfire they would soon be able to establish with the Krona Lords would put the Larkinson mechs at a slight disadvantage. "Sir, our scanners have picked up elevated activities in the bow sections of 3 different Alliance vessels." A visual feed quickly came into view. The forwardmost armor plating of the 3 biggest medium carriers slowly started to slide apart. Each of the ships had bared their fangs and exposed their formidable-looking warship-grade weapons. Ves didn't need the help of an analyst to realize what those weapons were capable of. "Those are destroyer-grade laser cannons. Their designs are similar to Ziffert Base's Omega laser." It turned out that the Alliance Alliance were the original suppliers of the latest trump card of the Krona Lords. In exchange for a huge amount of cabinet, Alliance provided their trading partner with one of their taboo products. A sensitive exchange like this did not take place between regular trading partners. It spoke of a deeper cooperation between the Krona Lords and the Alliance Alliance. Though Ves grew vastly more concerned as those laser cannons started charging up, he at least took comfort in the fact that they shouldn't be as powerful as the Omega laser. The Krona Lord's secret weapon was not only several times larger, but was also embedded into a huge asteroid base. The medium carriers of the Alliance Alliance didn't look all that impressive. Much of their capacity was already taken up by the pirate mechs they were supposed to transport. This meant that the forward-mounted laser cannons should be significantly constrained in terms of power supply and heat management. That said, when those laser cannons finally discharged 3 powerful laser beams, the seemingly invincible Penitent Sisters mechs had been struck. The momentum of the Hexer mechs abruptly stalled as the mechs that had been struck exhibited severe damage. The Penitent Sisters suffered their losses as both the mechs and the pilots inside had died. Chapter 22 Archons. Both the Larkinson clan and the Krona Lords reacted with astonishment as the bow-mounted laser cannons succeeded in doing the impossible. They managed to overwhelm the defenses of second-class mechs. Not only that, the incredibly powerful laser beams even destroyed the Hexer mechs. The threat level of the Alliance trade convoy fleet had abruptly been raised. Ves, Major Vol, Calabast, and many other Larkinson leaders exhibited considerable surprise at the daring of the Alliance Alliance. It wasn't enough for them to construct their own heavy cruiser, but they also armed their other vessels. Even if only 3 of the Alliance ships boasted a laser cannon, the mere presence of one of them was enough to step on the toes of the big 2. These Nixian pirates truly held no respect towards the rules that governed human space. A couple of more mechs started to launch from the pirate carriers as the 3 laser cannons already started to charge up for another shot. With his extensive expertise in laser weapon technology and his existing understanding of the Omega laser, he deduced some more details. "Those warship-grade laser mounts are powerful only by virtue of their size, not their technological superiority. Their energy output is strong, but it takes a very long time for them to safely discharge another full-powered shot. The laser mounts aren't installed on the ships in the form of turrets, but are instead recessed deep in those bow cavities. While they are better protected against enemy fire, the medium carriers have to rotate precisely in order to hit a solid target. As long as all of our mechs take evasive actions, there is a decent chance that those laser cannons will miss. If we can put those armed ships under pressure, then they can't bring their big guns to bear." While those laser cannons were very powerful, as long as the Larkinson clan focused their fire on them, it was not impossible to disable them. The mere threat of doing so should already be sufficient in suppressing the Alidus fleet. During this entire time, Calabast had been looking up the intelligence the Black Cats had gathered on their new opponents. There has been a lot of talk over the years about the Alidus Alliance arming their starships with warship-grade weapons, but there have been few confirmations. Word of a so-called judgment laser has spread in some corners of the galactic net. I suppose they are true, she reported. Despite parading around a heavy cruiser, Alidus normally refrains from showing off anything else. It is rather uncharacteristic for this pirate alliance to expose these weapons just to reinforce a rather modest trading partner. Certainly, it would hurt customers like Alidus if Ziford Base no longer existed. However, there were more suppliers of Cabinet in the Nixian Gap, so it was not as if the Krona Lords played an indispensable role. Yet Lord Drojan did not hesitate in confronting the Larkinson clan. He even decided to expose his trump cards at the beginning in order to prove to everyone that the penitent sister Mechs were mortal. As Major Vrol received more information, he came up with a revised battle plan to deal with the changing circumstances of the battle. Commander Melker, reorient your avatars of myth towards the Alidus fleet. Your men will be required to suppress those judgment lasers. Knock them out if you can. Disperse your forces and attack those recessed weapon mounts from multiple directions. Those medium carriers can't possibly shield their judgment lasers from every angle. Understood, Major. Commander Melker acknowledged. Commander Magdalena, your living sentinels should cease their current advance. Instead, pivot them around and pivot them towards the incoming Alidus Mechs. Hold back the reinforcing pirate Mechs. Wipe them out if you can, but pull them into a stalemate if you don't. Either is fine. Commander Orphan and Commander Dice, your current instructions are still valid. Hold back and observe the battle lines. If the Krona Lords or Alidus Alliance are close to overwhelming some of our forces, move in and spoil their plans. Commander Chansey, while the majority of the Krona Lord Mechs are still intact, you have done a good job at demolishing their remaining turrets and fixed defenses. Your penitent sisters should be able to defeat the rest of the Krona Lords by themselves. Commander Cinnabar, assist the penitent sisters in dismantling the Krona Lords. After that, focus on securing or cleaning up the remaining resistance in or around Ziford Base. Force the pirates into surrender. The string of orders along with the illusion of control that Major Vrol conveyed quickly caused the Larkinson combat troops regain their composure. Even if the Alidus Alliance brought some judgment lasers, the Larkinson clan were still strong. Send in some of the reserves. Have them circle around and block the probable escape route of the Alidus trade convoy. Since they have chosen to throw their lot in with the Krona Lords, then they should stay here to the bitter end. The battle intensified as the formations of Larkinson Mechs started to split up. The majority of the Mechs oriented towards the Alidus Alliance ships and Mechs. Only the penitent sisters along with a modest number of battle criers continued their attack run on the Krona Lords. Despite being outnumbered by more than 3-1, none of the penitent sister mech pilots lost confidence. Now that the Krona Lords had lost all of their fixed defenses, there was nothing from stopping the penitent sisters from targeting the pirate Mechs. Supreme Lord Rhoda didn't have the time to catch up to Lord Drojan. He was shouting orders after orders in an attempt to find a way to stop the penitent sisters. He would rather face thousands of Avatar and Sentinel Mechs than confront a couple of hundred penitent sister Mechs. At least with the former his forces could still make them bleed. Without the Alpha Mines, Beta ships and Omega Laser, Rhoda found that his Krona Lords were completely unequipped to stop the penitent sisters from drawing closer. Once the Hexer Mechs entered melee range, the cover that his Mechs relied upon to stall their defeats would play no role anymore. Only the judgment lasers of the Alidus Alliance could save his Krona Lords from destruction, but their allies were too preoccupied to come to the aid of Ziffered base. Around 400 Avatar mechs confronted 300 Alidus mechs. From the furious exchange of range volleys to the intense collision between melee mechs, the two forces seemed to have met their match. Commander Melker, who piloted a rifleman mech and simultaneously commanded his men from the rear, saw that the Alidus mechs were actually piloted by very skilled pirates. Along with skill, the Alidus mech pilots also possessed an abundant amount of battle experience. None of their mechs showed any signs of panic or loss of control. What was worse, the pirates also exhibited close cooperation and coordination. Though none of their battle tactics, formations, and maneuvers were sophisticated, the Alidus mech force fought like a well-oiled machine. In comparison, the Avatar mech pilots were a lot more inconsistent and not nearly as stable. The battle-hardened pirates largely compensated for their inferior mechs by exhibiting much greater grit. The battle between the elite components of the two forces was a sight to behold. The Bright Warriors, which were all clad with briar alloy, were all being constrained by a slightly larger number of elite pirate mechs. However, once the avatars began to adjust to the rhythm of the pirates, the glows of theirs started to make a difference. The confidence of the Avatar mech pilots constantly swelled while the pirate mech pilots came under varying degrees of mental pressure. The regular Alidus mechs already started to flag, but the elite mechs remained steadfast. Calabast quickly identified this strong unit. "Those elite pirate mechs are part of the Alidus Archons." "Who the hell are the Archons?" Ves asked. "They're the 10% most skilled mech pilots in the service of the Alidus Alliance. They are renowned for their battle prowess, brotherhood, fearlessness, and powerful mechs." Their mechs were far better than any other pirate mech that Ves encountered so far. The wealth and power of the Alidus Alliance had made it possible for its mech production facilities to fabricate mechs that reinforced its dominance. As Ves studied the performance of the Archon mechs, he began to recite their properties. "The elite mechs are bridge mechs. Their offense, defense, and mobility are all superior to premium and premier third-class mechs. They are not second-class mechs and can still be defeated by our avatars." He zoomed in on the Avatar mech company led by Captain Casella Ingvar. She had opted to take full advantage of the defensive prowess of the Bright Warrior mechs in order to block and entangle the Archon mechs as much as possible. "Our Bright Warriors possess a decisive advantage in defense. The Archon mechs aren't nearly as tough, though their shells will need to be hit many times in order to crack them open. Their weapons are fairly powerful though, and they pose a significant threat to our regular mechs. Their slight advantage in mobility makes them elusive as well, and it is difficult to pin them in place." "What are their vulnerabilities?" Major Vol asked. Before Ves could answer, the Alidus rifleman mechs suddenly changed their firing mode. Much different beams of energy spat out from the muzzles of their weapons and struck the lighter armored ranged mechs of the Larkinson clan. "Alert! The Alidus ranged mechs are firing gamma lasers." "What?" The mechs struck by intense, high-energy gamma rays exhibited signs of immediate debilitation as a significant portion of energy rays has bypassed the armor plating and began to deposit a multitude of energy throughout the interior, including the cockpit. Ves banged his fist against his armrest. "Those depraved pirates! The Alidus Alliance have gone too far. Only the most depraved degenerates of the galaxy make use of gamma laser weapons. Do not let up on them. We must wipe away this stain before they can unleash their destruction on innocent people." Many members of the Larkinson clan were truly horrified now. The use of gamma laser weapons crossed yet another line. The sheer brazenness of the Alidus Alliance had exceeded all proportions. "Pull the disabled mechs back. Suppress those Alidus ranged mechs. Don't let them fire on our vulnerable mechs," Commander Melker quickly commanded. The bright warriors were capable of blocking virtually all of the destructive penetrating rays of gamma lasers, but the problem was that the Ves Larkinson mechs were doing their best to keep them busy. The Avatar's mechs were roughly on equal ground to the Ves mechs at the moment. While the superior defenses of the former would ultimately ensure they would get the upper hand, the ferocious, well-trained Ves mech pilots had already reaped some Avatar lives. Though Major Vro looked concerned at this awful turn of events, he did not panic just yet. This was because a single mech company of black-coated mechs had finally circled around and begun to charge the high-threat riflemen mechs armed with grazer rifles. "Sisters!" Commander Dice yelled as her powerful mentality seemed to spread across her entire mech. "Ready your blades!" The gamma laser mechs immediately recognized their own peril. They stopped pressuring the Avatar mechs and brought their weapons to bear against the charging swordsman mechs. As the pirate mechs unleashed an extremely energetic volley of gamma lasers, the sword maidens reacted in a surprising fashion. Instead performing evasive maneuvers, they instead swung their blades in a blocking position just before the pirate mechs fired their weapons. Surprisingly, all 40 swordsman mechs managed to block the deadly rays with the heavy blades of their great swords. The pirate captain commanding the gamma laser mechs couldn't believe what had just happened. In fact, Ves and Major Vro were astonished as well. They had never seen swordsman mechs blocking incoming fire so well. Though the lethality of the grazer rifles was immense, their energy requirements were considerably greater as well. Ves knew very well that those rifles featured a fairly slow firing rate. This gave enough time for the sword maiden mech pilots to brace their mechs against another volley of attacks. When a shower of gamma rays began to concentrate on just half a dozen swordsman mechs, the sword maidens reacted appropriately. Several swordsman mechs flying alongside the targeted mechs unhesitantly reached out their great swords with rapid speed in order to block the rays that the original targets couldn't block. Though this hasty defense maneuver failed to block every grazer beam, the ones that went through only hit the legs or some other unimportant section of the mechs. The sword maiden mechs advanced indomitably regardless of how many gamma rays irradiated their great swords. Though the ranged mechs of the Ves Alliance had already begun to fly backwards, the sword maidens possessed too much of a head start. In just a short amount of time, Commander Dice and her fellow sisters crashed into their targets and chopped them all apart in a matter of seconds. Weak! Chapter 22-23 Superior Women. The sword maidens struck the Ves mechs at a devastating moment. Though it was a bit unfortunate that the pirates eliminated over a dozen Avatar mechs and mech pilots, the attack of the former Daughters of the Frontier fully showcased the cunning of Commander Dice. Instead of moving to reinforce the Avatars of Myth right away, she instead took the long way around. Without moving to attack any pirates, her single mech company managed to fly under everyone's attention. It was only when the swordsman mechs slowly started to turn around, building up momentum along the way, that their purpose became gradually clear. By the time they bared their fangs at the ranged mechs of the Ves Alliance, they had already built up a considerable amount of Delta V that would make any Lancer mech proud. The sword maidens succeeded in overwhelming the gamma laser rifleman mechs in a single devastating attack run. This not only removed a major pirate threat from the board in a decisive fashion, but also struck a considerable amount of fear in the hearts of the remaining pirates. The swordsman mech piloted by Commander Dice raised its great sword. "Sisters, enemies still remain. Let us show both sides that while our numbers are small, our ferocity is endless. Advance!" The swordsman mechs flew out of the debris field that consisted of the broken, chopped up parts of pirate ranged mechs in unison. The elite Archon mechs as well as the regular Ves mechs both noted to their alarm that the black-coated melee mechs approached the rear of their formation. The pirates hastily reorganized their ranks in order to muster up a hasty line of melee mechs to meet the sword maiden charge. Though it seemed as if another collision was imminent, the sword maiden mech company veered aside a few seconds from impact, thereby avoiding the prepared pirate defenders. Instead, the swordsman mechs raked the edge of the pirate formation. Their great swords opportunistically chopped through the frames of the Alidus mechs. By borrowing the momentum of their movements, the sword maidens often succeeded in landing devastating attacks. Even the sturdier Archon mechs with their superior Cabinet alloy formulas did not manage to escape unscathed. Considerable rents and deep tears marred their exteriors, thereby exposing those portions to follow-up attacks. Commander Melker's visor seemingly lit up at the assistance provided by the sword maidens. They had cooperated often enough in training sessions and simulated drills for him to know what Commander Dice asked of the avatars. "If you want us to be the anvil to the hammer, then so be it. We will gladly accept this role." The orders he issued intensified the stubborn, sticky approach of the Avatar mechs. Whether they were bright warriors or not, the Avatar mechs put their training to good use by adopting a cooperative fighting method that sought to rob as much initiative from the Alidus mechs as possible. This prevented the increasingly more distressed pirates to encounter great difficulties whenever they attempted to allocate some mechs to blunt the flanking attacks of the sword maidens. The swordsman mechs piloted by Commander Dice and her fellow sisters weren't particularly exceptional. Their defense and mobility was on par against other premium mechs. What stood out was their offense and supreme skill in wielding great swords. Ves had specially prepared these briar alloy great swords to show his appreciation to the sword maidens and assuage the guilt he felt for their losses. Though the sword maidens currently numbered very few mech pilots, each battle-hardened sister had survived the punishing gauntlet of the Aeon Corona mission and turned into elite veterans that embodied the best of their outfit. With their sharp and practically indestructible great swords, the sword maidens ferociously circled around the rear and sides of the pirate formation as it remained entangled with the Avatar formation. Chop! 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 Through successive attack runs, the sword maidens harvested at least a couple of pirate mechs, and severely damaged a dozen more. The Avatar mechs stopped attacking for the purpose of taking out the Alidus mechs. There was no particular need for them to risk themselves when they could just close ranks and keep sticking to their opponents like stubborn leeches. Ves and Major Verl no longer paid attention to this particular clash. The main Alidus mech force was finished as far as they were concerned. The other parts of the battlefield raged on as well. The penitent sisters, devoid of the numbers and support of much of the Larkinson clan, still managed to instill despair in the hearts of the Chrono Lords. With much of their formidable fixed defenses rendered ineffective from the beginning, the lack of secret weapons being deployed made many Chrono Lords suspicious whether the extensive sabotage had struck them as well. If this was the case, the Chrono Lords had very little power to contend against the superior Hexer mechs. While Supreme Lord Rhoda did his best to motivate and stiffen his fighting forces, there was only so much a good leader could make a difference. With the living sentinels running interference on the medium carriers armed with so-called judgment lasers, the exiled Hexers were completely unburdened by the threat of this superweapon. Unless the Chrono Lords managed to fix their monstrously powerful Omega laser, they completely lacked the punch to inflict serious damage to the superior mechs. Initially, the Chrono Lords believed that the combination of solid cover and super numbers might allow them to stall their defeats, and buy time for Lord Drojan's troops to come to their aid or their secret weapons to come online. Yet as the less than 200 penitent sister mechs continued to advance while enduring a storm of ranged attacks, Supreme Lord Rhoda and his fellow pirates continued to feel as if doom approached. The melee mechs of the Chrono Lords readied themselves for a punishing confrontation. While none of the Chrono Lords possessed the confidence to defeat, or even last more than dozen seconds against a second-class mech, At least they had more mechs at their disposal. Keep calm and don't panic, Supreme Lord Rhoda instructed his mech pilots. Second-class mechs have met their end in the Nixian Gap many times. Hexers are always overconfident. Use their arrogance against them. As long as at least one of you manages to circle around their mechs, you can hack away at their flight systems. As long as we break off their wings, it doesn't matter how tough they are or how powerful they land their blows. The immobilized mechs will just float away in random directions. His logic was sound. The weakest components of any spaceborne mech was always the flight systems. Though the flight systems of the penitent sister mechs were not easy to break, compared to the frontal armor they were sturdy as twigs. However, would the penitent sisters allow these filthy pirates to execute their naive and simplistic battle plan? Penitent sisters, punish the damned! Punish the damned! The moment the penitent sister mechs collided against the prepared ranks of the Chrono Lord mechs, the disparity in strength became obvious. The penitent sisters outright ignored defense, and just swung their weapons as violently and with as much righteous fury as possible. These detestable pirates deserved death. The penitent sisters did not allow their inferior pirate opponents to attack their vulnerable rear. No matter how much Covenant had been used to form their armor plating, the feeble pirate mechs lasted only seconds against the attacks of the Hexer melee mechs. By mowing their opponents with an even greater degree of lethality than that of the Sword Maidens, the penitent sisters decisively demonstrated the might of hexadric hegemony. Even if they were exiled from their state and paired with outdated, worn-out mechs, they still possessed the identity and corresponding battle prowess of the most feared women in the Komodo Star sector. Life. A hexer swung a long sword with a single hand in a horizontal slash. The sharp blade raked across the chests of 3 Chrono Lord mechs in an instant, slaying not only the machines, but also their pilots. Traces of evaporated lifeblood leaked from the exposed cockpits, as their mech pilots only had seconds to live before their broken bodies succumbed. Death! A penitent sister mech lieutenant commanded her squad to rain death from above. Now that the penitent sisters had reached the position of their opponents, they were able to attack the pirates from angles where their defensive cover hardly offered any shelter from the apocalyptic devastation unleashed by Hexer rifles. Godhood! A pair of Hexer Lancer mechs crashed straight in the middle of a prepared Chrono Lord formation. Their lances pierced straight through multiple mechs. After shaking off the impaled mechs, the Lancer mechs continued to fly away before the pirates had any chance of swarming them in every direction. Damnation! A Hexer Space Knight interposed itself in the path of a squad of Chrono Lord elites. Though the pirate mechs weren't as good as the ones deployed by the Alidus Archons, they were still one of the remaining hopes of the pirates. Yet no matter how many times they pounded on the thick shield of the Space Knight, they only managed to scratch the coating. After discovering that it was a waste of time to attack the defensive mech, the elite Chrono Lord mechs attempted to divert to other prey, but the Hexer Space Knight would not have it. It instantly boosted forward and began to counterattack. Its swords lopped off the weapon of an enemy pirate mech while its shield slammed against the surface of another pirate mech, visibly causing it to deform. Dust! A modest number of Hexer Cannoneer mechs fired their Gauss cannons at a slow but devastating pace. With each heavy kinetic slug they fired, a Chrono Lord instantly shattered. A shower of broken parts and crumbled components spread out with every shot. As for the human remains of their mech pilots, hardly anything bigger than a nail or a drop of blood was distinguishable from the expanding debris field. Woman! Perhaps stimulated by the display of martial prowess exhibited by the Sword Maidens, the penitent sister swordsmen mechs banded together and began to scythe through the main body of the Chrono Lord formations without stop. Their blades hewed up and down, left to right, back to forth in rapid succession, causing any opposition in front of them to be hacked apart. Not a single penitent sister mech fell. Their constant forward movement, as well as their in-depth coordination between each other, displayed complete contempt to the means of the Chrono Lords. No matter what tricks they attempted to pull off, the superiority of the Hexer mechs negated all forms of resistance. The battle crier mechs following from behind anticipated that they needed to lend a hand in order to prevent some of the penitent sister mechs from being overwhelmed by desperation attacks. However, the Hexers were so domineering that they didn't give any Chrono Lord a chance. The Kinner mech pilots were therefore left to police the battlefield and make sure that any down mech no longer posed a threat. Regardless of what happened elsewhere, the Chrono Lords were finished as a pirate group. After losing all of their fighting forces, Supreme Lord Rhoda had no capital to cling to Ziffert base anymore. With these local successes, Ves and Major Vro grew more at ease. The only opponents that still posed a threat was the Alidus trade convoy. The 3 medium carriers armed with judgment lasers came under continuous attacks by the flanking and swarming attacks of the living sentinels. Unfortunately, Lord Drojan had more surprises in store than the powerful anti-ship lasers. Some of the other ships in his fleet began to expose various weapon batteries and began to put the living sentinels under a lot of pressure. Some of them even fired a large volume of devastating missiles. While they didn't carry any nuclear warheads, when they struck a target or exploded close to one, something worse took place. Strange holes began to emerge at the coordinates, which quickly caused the nearby sentinel mechs to tear apart. Those missile explosions are generating localized anomalies. Stay away from them and intercept them at all costs. Chapter 22-24 Decisive. The Battle of Ziffert Base ultimately did not lead to the massive losses that the Larkinson clan had feared. With much of its defenses and secret weapons crippled, the Chrono Lords stood no chance against the penitent sisters. Their mechs, despite outnumbering the second-class mechs by 5-1, only served to give the exiled Hexers more exercise. The mech pilots of the Chrono Lords mostly died in vain. Their feeble attacks did not cross the threshold that allowed them to overcome the superior armor of their opponents. Certainly, with quantity they might have been able to circle around and attack the weak points of the penitent sister mechs, but they needed at least twice or thrice as much mechs to pull off such a plan. The reinforcing mechs of the Alidus Alliance fared little better. Even though the Avatars had finally met their match for once, the Larkinson clan had brought more forces. Commander Dice cleverly recognized an opportunity to hammer the Alidus mechs from the flanks despite the modest number of her sword maidens. That left only the assault on the trade and escort vessels of the small Alidus convoy fleet. The cargo vessels served little use in battle, but the light and medium carriers constantly pushed the living sentinels back. The reason? Many of the pirate ships were armed. The 3 considerably powerful destroyer-grade judgment lasers forced the living sentinels to escape from their line of fire. Though the judgment lasers were well protected in their recessed bow positions, this also meant that the medium carriers that mounted them had to rotate their entire hulls in order to aim their unwieldy weapons. As long as the living sentinel mechs attacked from the rear, there was no risk of getting taken out by a massive laser. Yet, as the living sentinels discovered at the cost of dozens of mechs, and almost just as many lives, the Alidus escort vessels held more weapons in reserve. Only a handful of mechs remained to cover the ships. When Ves and Major Vro saw that the Alidus Alliance had foolishly dispatched too many of their mechs away, they thought the pirates overestimated their capabilities. It turned out that Lord Drojan did have something to rely on after all. From secondary batteries that fired slugs at a rate of fire that equaled the output of a mech squad to strange missiles that created localized anomalies, the living sentinels who confronted all of this unorthodox firepower became confused. "Get your heads back together, sentinels!" Commander Magdalena Larkinson's admonished her flagging mech pilots. "Those ships aren't as formidable as you think. Keep your distance and take out the exposed weapon batteries one by one. Don't come close." There was no telling what might happen if hundreds of melee mechs swarmed the armed vessels. The Alidus Alliance had already shown that it did not respect the taboos set by the Big Two. In the Sentinel Commander's opinion, such people were capable of doing anything. Though the casualties suffered by the living Sentinels distressed Ves a bit, he knew that the pirate ships did not have the power to stop hundreds of Sentinel mechs. The carrier vessels weren't true warships. The weapons mounted on them at various places on their hull were jury-rigged in place by force. In terms of energy supply, ammunition, protection, and other factors, the weapons no longer threatened the living Sentinels once they got their act together. With methodical and coordinated ranged attacks, the relatively stationary weapon batteries were easily focused down. When even the thick layers of hull plating around the judgment lasers no longer held, the formidable weapons which managed to take out a penitent sister mech in a single shot no longer existed. After stripping the vessels of all of their weapons and shooting their exterior sublight propulsion systems into pieces, the Larkinson clan successfully disarmed and immobilized the Alidus trade convoy. Yet despite surrounding the pirate ships, the living Sentinels received strict orders not to approach. Ves stood up from his chair and hailed the flagship of the Alidus trade fleet once again. When the oddly dressed pirate commander appeared once again, he didn't look nearly as confident than before. "Larkinsons, you dare to affront the Alidus Alliance. You do not know the gravity of the mistakes that you have made," Lord Drojan hissed as his projections seemed to cross across distances in order to bore a hole through Ves. "Lord Hyvex has already been informed of your transgressions." "Oh, I'm scared," Ves flatly replied. "Now can we get all of the bluster and posturing and discuss the terms of your surrender? As a rule-abiding galactic citizen, I give you my word that I will keep you and your men alive while affording you the dignity that you do not deserve. You are more valuable to the Peacekeeper Association alive than dead. You think you can force me onto my knees? Ha! Grow a beard before you talk big." Lord Drojan snorted and began to tap his fingers onto a console out of the sight of the projection. "Make no mistake. Retribution is assured and will not take long in coming. The Big Two may reign over civilized space, but our asteroid-filled void shall forever remain free." The tone that the pirate leader adopted reminded Ves awfully of fanatics. A very grave possibility came to mind. "Wait a minute, Lord Drogan. Let's not be hasty here. All of your men don't need to suffer from your mistakes." Lord Drojan contemptuously sneered at Ves. "You may think little of us pirates, but we have our own honor. Lord Hyvex, forgive us for failing in our mission. Let us serve you one last time. For Alidus!" During the pirate commander's decisive speech, Major Vol had already hastily commanded the living Sentinel mechs to withdraw from the crippled Alidus trade vessels. He did so just in time, as all of the cargo vessels, light carriers and medium carriers blew up in huge explosions that churned the surrounding space. A rain of debris and metal chunks spread in every direction as the self-destruct mechanisms tore every ship apart from their insides. Ves ached at the sight. Lord Drojan differed from typical pirates. The Alidus Alliance seemed to be an extraordinary pirate organization that managed to instill great loyalty and devotion in its members. They were similar to the Sword Maidens in that regard, but enjoyed much more success. He missed the bottom-feeder pirates of Wreckage Paradise. At least the pirates there were always predictably craven. The deeper Task Force Predator entered the Nixian Gap, the greater the likelihood of stumbling upon the real powers who truly held sway over the dispersed but surprisingly interconnected pirate groups. Ves regretted the loss of all of those Alidus ships. Even if their weapon batteries had been destroyed, he wanted to take a peek at the remains and any schematics that were doubtlessly stored in the data banks of the vessels. He also wanted to ransack the vessels for all of their juicy equipment and resources. Unfortunately, Lord Drojan was far too loyal to the Alidus Alliance to surrender the valuable ships and trade goods his cargo vessels carried. Ves was genuinely surprised that the pirate commander did not hesitate in initiating the self-destruct mechanisms when it became clear that his ships wouldn't be getting away. Ves looked at Major Voil and Calabast. Neither of them looked pleased. "It's fortunate that we were prudent enough to be on guard against this possibility," Major Voil spoke. "Pirates never meet a good end once they fall into the hands of a lawful group," Calabast added. "Lord Drojan knows that it is unlikely for him and his men to survive captivity and trial if they get to live long enough to be brought to court. We have gathered abundant proof that they have deployed warship-grade weapons and prohibited gamma laser weapons. The Big Two is never merciful when it comes to passing judgment on those who yearn to turn back time to humanity's darker age." Voil agreed with her assessment. "Since they are marked for death regardless of what they do, a quick and imminent end is therefore the best possible course of action to take to Lord Drojan. They are able to perform one last service to the Alidus Alliance by depriving us of our spoils, thereby gaining the appreciation of Lord Hyvex. This will make sure that the dependents they have left behind will be treated well." Pirates were humans as well, and they possessed human needs. Though the typical pirate consisted of a former outlaw or refugee who had forsaken all of their ties to the people they knew, that did not mean they remained alone in their pirate careers. The more established pirates were much more likely to settle down and start a family, though their circumstances were very challenging, to say the least. At some point, a pirate organization grew so powerful that they took on the form of a traditional power or state. The Alidus Alliance was huge. If all of their members consisted of single men and women, then it was doubtful if it could withstand the test of time. Ves sighed and waved his hands. "Okay, we can discuss these issues later. The battle may largely be over, but the fighting hasn't ceased. There are plenty of stragglers that need to be hunted, and Ziffert Base is still in enemy hands. Let's make sure the pirates don't rig something up that causes it to blow. I want as many pirates to be taken alive as possible." "Yes, sir. I believe the Krona Lords possess much less resolve to follow in the footsteps of the Alidus Alliance. From the signal transmissions we have intercepted, it appears that Supreme Lord Rhoda is still alive and aboard one of the crippled carriers hovering in the vicinity of Ziffert Base. That doesn't mean the engineers there are incapable of causing the ships to explode," Ves warned. "We are aware of the risks. We will attempt to intimidate them into surrendering voluntarily. Usually, surrounding the ships with lots of mechs is an effective way to break the nerves of trapped ship crew." Even if Supreme Lord Rhoda became determined to go down with the ship, his fellow Krona Lords might not agree. "What about the base?" "We are deploying our infantry en masse in order to secure and pacify Ziffert Base. While it wasn't a high priority, we made sure not to neglect the training and outfitting of our foot soldiers." Even if the outcome of the Battle of Ziffert Base had become clear, tens of thousands of unruly pirates still remained alive on the crippled ships, defensive posts, and the base itself. As long as they were able to use tools and weapons, they could accomplish an untold amount of mischief before they surrendered. This meant that pacifying them was a very high priority. Ves did not want the desperate pirates to overload a power reactor, blow up an ammunition depot, or vent all of the oxygen in Ziffert Base into space. Their lives were precious to Ves. He already considered the soon-to-be-captured pirates to be one of his most valuable spoils of war. He could not bear the thought of losing so much precious assets. As the Larkinson forces started to wrap the battle up, Ves saw no need to supervise the remaining operations. "Make sure to tally our losses as well. We will honor the clansmen and penitent sisters who have died." "Yes, sir." The Battle of Zifford Base ended in an overwhelming victory for the Larkinson clan. Yet Ves knew that much of his clansmen wouldn't see it that way. For the first time since they entered the Nixian Gap, Larkinsons had died. Broken mechs could be fixed or replaced, but the loss of a precious mech pilot was not so easily remedied. Ves looked down at the Larkinson mandate resting on his lap. The golden cat closely felt the deaths of the clansmen who fell in battle. Her bond with them broke as their minds permanently turned silent and their spirits dissipated and moved to another realm. Even Ves didn't know what happened after these valiant clansmen died. He faintly hoped that at least a portion of their lives could be preserved through the Larkinson network, but as he questioned the golden cat, it seems that not everyone could sustain a life after death like his mother. Naya. It's okay, Goldie, he whispered and spiritually stroked her head. Death is a natural consequence of life. Chapter 22-25 Pacified. Compared to the decisiveness of Lord Drojan of the Alidus Alliance, Supreme Lord Rhoda was much more prone to equivocating. The negotiators of the Larkinson clan constantly tried to tempt the powerful pirate commander into offering his surrender. Even though there was little chance that the Supreme Lord would be able to remain alive for the rest of his old age due to all of his violations, a man could still dream. Unfortunately, Rhoda's grasp on the Krona Lords had already begun to slip as the Larkinson clan won the battle and neutralized every mech or weapon that could pose a threat. Just before the Supreme Lord was almost ready to offer his surrender, 3 of his confidants aboard his ship had suddenly pulled out pistols and shot their former leader to pieces. The pirate commander's flamboyant uniform that was decked with various trophies might look impressive, but it offered relatively little protection against attacks. The man had spent far too much time in the safety and comfort of Zifford Base to take precautions against betrayal from his own side. It didn't help that his bodyguards didn't lift a finger to save his life either. The Larkinsons who saw the bloody spectacle unfold through the communication feed were only mildly upset at this turn of events. Supreme Lord Rhoda probably held a lot of secrets, and understood the Nixian Gap better than any of his other subordinates. Losing him was a substantial but not particularly catastrophic setback to the Larkinson clan. What little order remained among the Krona Lords evaporated after the Supreme Lord's passing became known. Though the Larkinsons treated his title with contempt, the man held a considerable amount of authority among his own men. His ignoble death had caused the surviving Krona Lords to lose their main source of confidence. Though some of the directionless pirates had become a lot more violent and irrational after losing their greatest leader, the infantry sent to pacify them eagerly took advantage of their lack of organization. Every form of resistance had been crushed. Though some of the infantry sustained losses when they tripped some booby traps or came under attack of industrial equipment, as a whole Zifford Base and the immobilized starships slowly ceded ground to the Larkinson clan. What stood out to the Larkinsons the most was how much less resistance the infantry encountered at Zifford Base. Lucky had single-handedly caused the pirates residing in the base to experience what it was like to be haunted by a ghost. Ves and the leaders of the task force received increasingly more detailed reports on what kind of mischief Lucky had been up to. The cat abused his elusiveness for hours, causing the increasingly hapless security forces of the base to feel as if they were being led around circles all the time. Once the Larkinson infantry secured the interior of the main base, Lucky did not bother to return to Ves. Instead, he had phased straight into one of the vaults of the massive base in order to partake in his reward. Who knew what kind of valuable and rare exotics ended up in the gem cat's belly? Ves felt tempted to enter the base right away in order to prevent his cat from eating everything of value, but he refrained from doing so out of caution. He patiently waited for the infantry to completely secure and sweep the interior of Zifford Base of any possible threats. Even though the clan was already pretty sure that the base did not incorporate any self-destruct mechanisms, it was best to verify Lucky's scans and see if the pirates hadn't improvised something on the spot. He only transferred over when an entire day had passed. As the mechs and shuttles of the Larkinson clan scoured over the battlefield in order to sift through the expanding debris fields. Salvaging the wrecks of their own mechs was the main priority of the salvage teams. Even if the mech technicians and mech designers couldn't restore them to functionality, at least they could recycle the parts and materials to repair other mechs. As for the debris that originated from pirate mechs, there was relatively little of value for the Larkinson to take. In general, the clan wasn't interested in making use of cabinet alloys. The only exception was the considerably more powerful armor plating of the mechs of the Alidus Archons. The elite mechs offered protection that was far superior to any regular third-class armor system, though it was very inefficient to produce. That said, once they were made, they were usually built to last. Another notable spoils was taking over control of the partially intact ships of the Chrono Lords. While they weren't great vessels and weren't functioning properly, the sabotage that Lucky inflicted was very targeted, thereby leaving most of the core parts intact. This meant that it didn't take too much time and resources to reverse the sabotage and restore them to working condition. Whether the Larkinson clan actually intended to take over the ships remained to be seen. A handful of passenger shuttles landed in one of the main hangar bays of Ziford Base. A considerable number of guards emerged from them first in order to secure the premises. Though they were only repeating the actions of the infantry that arrived before, it didn't hurt to be careful. When Ves and 26 assistant mech designers finally stepped out, they all looked with awe and fascination at their new surroundings. Due to safety concerns, everyone who entered the base had to wear a hazard suit or something sturdier. No one was allowed to walk around unexposed in case some pirate trap released poison in the air or caused some volatile component to explode. Though the suits elicited a lot of discomfort among the mech designers, Ves valued the extra layer of protection. Various mechs, shuttles, mining vessels and maintenance equipment had been left behind in the spacious interior. The Chrono Lords maintained fairly decent standards, so the hangar bay was actually rather clean and orderly. So this is a pirate base. It doesn't look much different from a mercenary facility. Most of the stories I've heard about the Nixian Gap is that they can't distinguish a plasma welder from a multi-tool. I heard that pirate groups always keep a lot of slaves. Where are they? None of the braves had ever been exposed to pirates up close. For all of their uncommon daring and courage, they still spent most of their time in design labs. Though Ves had already taken them on a couple of tours, Ziford Base was different from a regular pirate ship. It was huge. Its scale was on another level than a typical pirate-owned carrier or haphazard asteroid base. Ziford Base had long served as the headquarters, castle and mining center of the Chrono Lords. Its size and development reflected the decades of investment that Supreme Lord Rhoda had poured into it. As his crown jewel, he tried his best to take good care of it and avoid the usual neglect that less disciplined pirates tended to exhibit. 2 younger clansmen joined the tour as well. They followed curiously behind Ves as they gawked at all of the abandoned pirate machines. Wow! How much profit can we make if we salvage or sell off all of this gear? Michael asked. Ves quickly turned around and gently knocked his fist on the Larkinson Seed's helmet. Of all the questions you could have asked, this shouldn't be the first one to escape from your mouth. This is just a fraction of the spoils that we have obtained from our victory. It's very likely that we'll be leaving all of this gear behind. The cargo holds of our ships can only accommodate so many goods. We need to take stock of our spoils and prioritize the most valuable goods. We've captured a lot of pirate ships, right? We could use them to store additional loot. The extra supplies might be sorely needed in the future, Xanther Larkinson remarked. It's not that simple. VS shook his head. While you are right that carrying more supplies is better, the cost of doing so might be greater. Those pirate ships that you believe are for the taking are built and crewed by pirates. If you have paid any attention to the battle yesterday, then you should know that these depraved people are capable of doing anything. Who can say that the pirate ships aren't booby-trapped? Even if we have performed extensive scans on all of the vessels, I can think of many ways to circumvent the security sweeps. Michael brought up another argument. They're also sluggish and old. They will only slow down the task force if we bring them along. Correct. I have always believed that we should always prioritize mobility whenever we venture into hostile territory. When you're too slow, you just make it easier for your local enemies to converge on you and cut off your escape routes. Now that we have provoked the Alliance alliance, we need to take this threat seriously. No one expected a trading partner of the Krona Lords to arrive at that time. The intervention and subsequent defeat of the Alliance trade convoy spelled bad news. He had already received an earful from Calabast on the risks of retaliation of a major core power of the Nixian Gap. That was something to worry for later. Right now, VS just wanted to take a look at his harvest and enjoy the fruits of his victory. Let's proceed forward. This is just the entrance to the base. The group of mech designers strode forward. They exited the massive hangar bay and moved further inward. After passing through some massive corridors and a couple of abandoned security checkpoints, they entered the heart of the hollowed-out cavern that had been dug out from the interior of the asteroid that hosted the base. Wow! The asteroid was actually quite large. The Krona Lords selected a good rock to build their base. A large stretch of structures had been built inside the base. While there were lots of sections that resembled the interior of starships, at least the main floor looked spacious and inviting. VS could tell that the pirates deliberately built this floor in order to alleviate their homesickness. The structures built on the main floor resembled an urban city district more than anything else. The pirates had even allocated space for some parks, though the weird purple exoplanets did not look particularly inviting. He wondered what Meryl O'Brien would say. As a former pirate designer, if unwillingly, she must have visited plenty of pirate bases when she was trapped in the frontier. Sadly, she wasn't among the braves who followed Task Force Predator into the Nixian Gap. VS already saw that Meryl was starting to fall into the camp of the erudites. As they walked through the pacified streets of the main floor, VS and the mech designers finally encountered the people who resided in the base. The clan infantry intimidated the locals into surrendering and shot anyone who resisted the inevitable. The Larkinsons didn't really have the means to process tens of thousands of captives in a short amount of time. Therefore, the infantry simply rounded up the pirates and slaves and stuffed them into large cages. The mass of prisoners sitting hopelessly onto the dirty floor caused some of the more sympathetic assistant mech designers to show some pity. How many of them are slaves? That's to be determined. VS shrugged. From the intelligence we've gathered, the slaves outnumber the pirates. The problem is that there are many cases where the two labels overlap. The Krona Lords actually recruit a considerable amount of their men from the slaves that work under them. As long as they performed well and displayed plenty of loyalty to their masters, the slaves gained more rights and privileges under the pirate regime. This allowed them to work towards a better life. A better life towards piracy, though. No matter how desperate these former slaves were, once they embraced piracy in any form, they became a part of the problem. VS did not intend to be merciful towards these folk.